As Guy has said before, one of the attempts here is to bring together people that he, as the organizer, feels pretty strongly are serious researchers in ufology and serious researchers in biblical and ancient studies. And if you haven't quite figured out why the mix sort of works for us and for him, and I'll include myself in his group as a Christian, should have been illustrated pretty well with Dave Flynn's talk. The reason we think that what is happening to people as they bear witness to things that happen in their lives that are very strange, the reason we attach reality to it, specifically view it as a spiritual reality and a spiritual force, which is not a denial of the physical. The reason we are interested and the reason that we think it's real and worth investigating is because, quite frankly, and I'm hoping that you could tell this from Dave's talk, the ancient texts, specifically the Bible, have had this pegged for a really long time. What we think of all this stuff is that the most coherent, cohesive understanding of everything that's going on both now in technological 21st century garb, as it were, and what has happened and is testified to in antiquity, both in texts and in symbols. The only thing that makes all of that cohere together, or the thing that makes it cohere together the best, we think, is the Judeo-Christian worldview. We're very free to go beyond the Bible. You've heard Enoch quoted here a lot, and I'll introduce you to some other texts in this session. But we think that there is a reason why it coheres, and that is because it is ultimately a spiritual phenomenon that can take very literal, very physical, very real form. And we think that it just makes good sense. It provides some coherence if you can sort of read between the lines in some places and understand the symbology. And ultimately, if you believe in something called a non-physical reality. Now, I realize some of you have come here, and you are essentially, in my mind, a conundrum. On the one hand, there are those who come here that are total materialists, total naturalists. You don't believe in a spiritual reality. And yet you're willing to entertain this thing that people refer to as the alien phenomenon. And yet you resist looking at the alien phenomenon through spiritual eyes. You want these beings to be physical, natural, material beings from another planet. And what we're asking you is to entertain the possibility that, yes, the phenomenon is real, but why don't you try on for size the non-physical reality position? And you don't have to commit to any faith. John Keel, Jacques Vallée, they were there long before we did this conference. They have no spiritual commitments at all. And that is where they went to. Two of the pioneers in ufology concluded that the best explanation was a non-physical, at its heart, reality, and not interplanetary in that sense. So we're taking their work as credible ufologists. We're looking at ancient texts and motifs and wedding the two. And we find that it coheres fairly well. Now, what we're going to do today, and I believe I can keep this to an hour, is go through Genesis 6, make a few observations. There will be a portion of this that we dealt with the Zechariah Sitchin overview of the night before, but not too much of it. And I tried to cut some of the slides out of it as well. But the immediate topic is, as you read here on the screen, Genesis 6 and bloodline hybridization, sons of God, daughters of men, and the Nephilim. What the goal is today is to help you get a little familiarity if you've never been exposed to Genesis 6. If you have, to start thinking about some of the questions that the passage raises, and there are a lot of them. I looked at this passage a lot, and I still have questions. There are just some things that I wish were clear, and I will be honest with you and tell you what I think I can say with a fair degree of certainty and what I can't. So here's the passage. When humankind, in Hebrew it's Ha-Adam, Adam is the same word for the proper noun, proper name, Adam, and humankind, same word. When humankind began to multiply on the face of the ground or face of the earth, the daughters were born to them. So the human offspring in this passage are referred to as the daughters. The sons of God, B'nai Ha-Elohim, saw that the daughters of humankind, Banot Ha-Adam, were fair, and they took wives for themselves of all that they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not abide in or with, you can translate the preposition either way, humanity, Ba-Adam, forever, for their flesh, and their days shall be 120 years. It's a limitation of lifespan, is what the verse 3 is talking about. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God, B'nai Ha-Elohim, went into the daughters of humankind, again, the same term, Banot Ha-Adam, who bore children to them. These were the heroes that were of old, the warriors of renown. This is the classic biblical text relating to, again, the union of heaven and earth, as Dave put so well. My approach today is to ask some questions and to entertain some possible answers to them. Is there a relationship between this incident in Genesis 3, the serpent incident that Dave just alluded to? Were the sons of God the daughters of humanity, or daughters of men? Who were they, and what was the nature of their relationships? Is there a relationship between the sending of the great flood and these unions? Dave has already played our hand here. We think yes. Who were the Nephilim, and are they distinct from the sons of God? Does the word Nephilim mean giants? Did ancient people of the biblical world really believe in hybridized offspring? In other words, did they take the Genesis 6 story literally? How was the ancient idea, or the idea of giants after the flood, explained in ancient Jewish and biblical traditions? Were the biblical giants friend or foe of Israel, and does this help explain Israel's violent holy wars under Joshua? Those are the questions. So let's start with the first one. Genesis 3, this is the fall passage. Let's take a look at it as a backdrop to Genesis 6. And we all know the story, and Dave has sort of provided a nice segue here. We have something called the serpent, or the snake, with Eve in the Garden of Eden, where they have a conversation. And the serpent, the snake, gets her to eat of the forbidden fruit and introduces rebellion, sin, into the world. Of course, Adam is the one who gets ultimately blamed for it because, as Paul says, he sinned knowingly, whereas Eve was deceived. But after that happens, there are curses that are handed out. And in verse 13 here, this is Genesis chapter 3, we read, "The Lord God said to the woman, 'What is this you have done?' The woman replied," the serpent, the Hebrew is hanakash, the H with a dot under it is the technically proper Hebrew transliteration right here. CH with the K sound like Loch Ness. "The Nakash duped me, and I ate. Then the Lord God said to the Nakash, 'Because you did this, more cursed shall you be than all cattle and all the wild beasts. On your belly shall you crawl, and dirt shall you eat all the days of your life. I will put enmity,'" which just means hatred or some adversarial relationship, "between you and the woman, and between your offspring," literally it says your seed, "and her offspring," again, literally seed. Now the next line is interesting. It's a third masculine singular verb, and you can translate it, "He will strike at your head," or you can say, "It will strike at your head. And you shall strike at his or its heel." And the reason I do this is because some of you in the room will probably disagree on whether this verse points to a messianic prophecy, he meaning the ultimate seed, Jesus, versus the serpent. That's quite possible. Some Christians don't take this verse that way, but I'm not going to deal with that at all, but I thought I'd be fair to both views here. I have this, of course, in a different color because I want to highlight this idea of seed, and I want to talk about the Nakash a little bit here. If you come to the session where we talk about watchers and serpentine beings, we'll get into some more details about the nature of the curses and whatnot. But for all purposes, several observations are important. These are my views, and If you want to oppose me on them, great, but be armed, because I'm pretty well convinced here. I do not believe that the Nakash was a snake. The seed of the Nakash, I don't think, is Satan. The seed of the Nakash is not Satan, because the Nakash is Satan in later biblical tradition. In the Old Testament, the link between the Nakash, the serpent, and what we would know later as the devil is not actually made. You don't actually have that connection in the Old Testament. You do in the New and in intertestamental Jewish literature. The seed of the Nakash, I'm going to argue, is best understood as plural or collective in its immediate, that is Genesis, context, although the New Testament later particularizes the seed of the woman who would ultimately punish the Nakash as one person, namely Christ. However, the New Testament also pluralizes the seed as well. Let's start in with Nakash here and elaborate on each of those and explain them a little better. What does Nakash mean? It's a very common root. 3 letters in Hebrew, the N, basically the Nun, a Ket, and the Shin, Nakash, which functions as 3 things: a noun, a verb, or an adjective in the Hebrew Bible. Now the question is here, how should we understand it? Because if it's a noun, it has one meaning. If it's a verb, it has a different meaning. And an adjective is actually a third meaning. So if we're looking here, if we take Nakash in its normal noun meaning, the word would mean serpent. Entirely possible. But I've already told you I don't think that's what it is. If you take it as its verb meaning, the verb Nakash means to deceive or to divine. That means the practice of divination. Don't need to elaborate on that. So if you take it in its verbal sense, you would translate this as the deceiver or the diviner. Yeah, that can work, of course. If you take it as the normal adjective meaning, Nakash is something that shines. It's a shiny thing. And you could translate this term as the shining one. Now that's going to become important later on. I won't elaborate on it in here. But there are 2 other passages, namely Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14, that also discuss the incident in the garden. And in both of those, you have a shining and also, I will argue, serpentine being. I think actually all 3 meanings are at play. This is a triple entendre, essentially. I think that the Nakash is essentially a serpentine, luminous being. I take it in its adjectival sense, the shining one. Again, a brilliant, shining, angelic, or divine being is cast out of Eden. Neither of these passages right here describe a snake. If you go here and here, you're going to talk about a shining being. In fact, we get our word Lucifer from Isaiah 14, where it says the being who is thrown out is actually named. His name in Hebrew is Halel ben Shachar, which simply means the shining one, the son of the dawn. Okay, so you have this association. Again, we will deal with some other things in the other presentation. The issue here for our purposes today is who or what are the seed of the Nakash. There are 2 options. One, the Nakash had literal children who opposed humanity. We'll just call that the genetic relationship. I just made up the terms here. Second possibility is there are those individuals, divine or otherwise, like the Nakash. That is, they have evil intent toward the seed of the woman, that is humanity, and ultimately the Messiah. And these beings follow the original Nakash's example and purposes. By way of example, we use the expression the hometown's favorite son, where this phrase means that the individual sort of represents the town. There's nothing literally genetic, but it's a representational relationship. So those are your 2 options. There's no biblical text that actually takes the first view. In other words, there's no text that has the Nakash, what we later think of as Satan, fathering anyone in a literal genetic, reproductive sense. Although his evil kin, in representing his deed and intent, the sons of God in Genesis 6 were thought to have literally fathered offspring. The guys in Genesis 6 do father literal offspring in Jewish theology. The serpent, the Nakash, does not. Now later, in post-biblical, after the biblical Jewish tradition, there were those who interpreted the Genesis 3 episode as actually having Satan fathering hybrids with Eve. You will read that in rabbinic tradition, which is much later than the biblical. It was actually the rabbinic answer, quote unquote, to the evil line of Cain, who were considered forerunners and progenitors of the daughters of men in Genesis 6. The women were evil, the rabbis taught, and the sons of God were very good. That's a very sexist view. But again, I'm not trying to tread on Orthodox rabbinism here or Orthodox Hasidim. But to be quite honest with you, that's a pretty sexist view. Don't know how else to put it. It was propped up to avoid the literal understanding that you actually had divine-human cohabitation. So the rabbis came up with this idea. Now, as a sidebar, you may have read Lawrence Gardner in his books on the bloodline of the Holy Grail. Gardner actually takes this view that Eve and the serpent cohabited together. So, as a sidebar here, isn't the serpent-Eve liaison a biblical idea? That's what Gardner says, isn't he a scholar? The short answer is no. And I don't like Gardner, I'll be very honest with you. My attitude towards Sitchin is one of, oh well, we disagree. And I had somebody ask me last night if they thought Zecharia Sitchin had some kind of sinister agenda. And I still don't think that. I really don't think that. I think it's an issue of competence. I do, however, think that Lawrence Gardner has an agenda. I think he has a very, very sinister agenda. And I'll give you an example of his scholarship from his book, Genesis of the Grail Kings, in this sidebar. This is from his book. I've scanned the page, so I'm not misquoting him. Page 128, he's talking about Eve and the line of Cain. And he says here, in the opening verse of Genesis 4, it is written that Hava, that's the Hebrew word for Eve, said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. Other variations are, I have gotten me a man with the Lord, and I have acquired a man from the Lord. The text then continues to say that this new man, Hava's first son, was Cain, better known by the phonetic translation Cain. Subsequently, Hava is said to, so on and so forth. What he does, here's his quotation of the verse, I have gotten a man from the Lord, or these variants. This leads you to think that he has actually quoted the verse. After all, he says, in the opening verse of Genesis 4, it's written. Well, here's the actual verse. The part in red is what Gardner quotes. You'll notice there's a whole lot that he leaves out in white. Here's the part that he gives you, the reader, assuming you won't look it up. And most readers don't look up the verses. It doesn't just say this, I have acquired a man with the Lord. You'll notice I have this in blue. This is the word Gardner translates as with. He not only deletes 2/3 of the verse for you, his readers, but he assumes, one, that the Lord is Satan, which is actually the heart of Gnosticism. Gardner is a Gnostic, plain and simple. He also assumes that this particle means with. Right there. Now the particle et in Hebrew can mean with, but the context determines that. And Gardner has kindly deleted the context for you. Here's what's missing in the yellow. Now Adam, v'ha'adam yada et Chava. Adam knew Eve, his wife, common euphemism for sex in the Old Testament, and she conceived, and she bore Cain. And she said, I have acquired a man, from the Lord. She didn't say, I have gotten a man with the Lord, like I had sex with the Lord. Gardner deletes this, which allows him to change this word to with. What he does, I think, is just plainly and blatantly deceptive. He cuts out 2/3 of the verse, assuming you won't look it up. And I have news for you, this isn't the only place he does it. Back to the seed of the Nakash. I think that there's biblical precedent that the seed of the Nakash is any being, divine or human, who acts in agreement with the Nakash's purposes. The hatred of humanity, specifically the bloodline that would lead to the Messiah. A couple examples. The phrase is actually used in the Old Testament, Isaiah 14:29. Rejoice not, all Philistia, because the staff of him that beat you is broken. This refers to an Assyrian victory over the Philistines. Don't be happy, Philistines, that the Assyrians are now losing their empire status. For from the stalk of a snake, literally the root of the Nakash, there sprouts an asp. A flying seraph or serpent branches out from it. In other words, there's going to come along another demonic enemy that's going to be even worse than you are. John 8:44, you belong to your father, the devil. Now, Jesus is saying this. You know, the people will use this as anti-Semitism in the New Testament. Okay, Jesus was a Jew, and he's not saying all Jews are this. He's targeting the Pharisees, the ones who would later crucify him. This is a very, you got to read it in context. Matthew 3:7, when he saw many of the Pharisees and Sadducees coming to where he was baptizing, he said to them, you brood of vipers. There's a reason why this language is used. Jesus, and whoever uses this kind of language, is associating these people with the devil, with the Nakash. Your intent is evil. Your opposition to me is evil. The seed of the Nakash are broadly then evildoers who take measures to oppose Yahweh's plan for his people. Since humanity, Yahweh's ultimate deliverance was through a human seed, Son, the Messiah, the seed of the Nakash are adversaries to that plan. And that brings us to Genesis 6. So we already talked about this, the relationship between the two chapters. So just who were the sons of God and the daughters of humanity, the daughters of men, and what was the nature of their relationships? Daughters of humankind, it's pretty easy to identify in practice. Nobody disagrees with this. They're human beings, banot, daughters, ha-adam. The word Adam is one of the most common words for humanity in the entire Old Testament. It's a word used in the account of the creation of humanity. Let us make humankind, Adam, in our image. Identification of the sons of God, however, is controversial, but not among Hebrew and Semitic scholars. The sons of God, everyone who's professionally in Hebrew and Semitics knows that this phrase, sons of God, refers to divine beings, lesser gods, with respect to Yahweh, and not angels or humans. This idea that they're divine and not angels or humans is seen through several lines of evidence and the absurdity of the alternatives. Now, this might be new to some of you. If you did not hear me last night or have not looked through my website, yes, I am distinguishing the sons of God as a different class of heavenly being as opposed to angels. We can quibble about that. Divine and human probably be a better way to say it, so there's more agreement among us who do biblical studies here at the conference. So the point is kind of peripheral, but you get the idea. You have a divine-human cohabitation going on here. Sons of God, divine beings, lesser gods. The phrase takes two forms in Hebrew, B'nai Ha-Elohim or B'nai Elim. Elohim, often the proper word for God, but also means gods. Elim is the plural of El, which is the singular word for a god or God. A parallel is B'nai Elyon, sons of the Most High, in Psalm 82. Everywhere in the Hebrew Bible where these terms occur, the context tells us that divine beings are the referent and not humans. Here they are, and this is all of them. These are the places where the phrase occurs. Job 1:6 and 2:1. One day the sons of God presented themselves before the Lord, and the adversary, in Hebrew it's Hasatan, the Satan. Again, in the Old Testament, Satan was not a proper name. It just denoted the enemy of God. The Satan came along with them. Same phrase here in 2:1. So the sons of God come before the Lord, and Hasatan is along with them. The scene, of course, is in heaven, and they're going to decide the fate of Job. The context, again, dictates that these are divine beings. Job 38, 1-7. The Lord is conversing with Job, actually confronting him about his terrible difficulties, and God is trying to say, hey, look, I'm the one in charge. I don't have to answer to you, essentially. You need to trust me, but I don't have to answer to you. And he says to Job, he gives him a series of rhetorical questions. Okay, if you're so smart, where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Tell me if you have understanding. Who determined its measurements? Surely you know. Or who stretched the line upon a whole series of questions, and then describing creation, he says this: on what were its bases sunk, or who laid its cornerstone, when the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy? This, of course, implies that the sons of God were in existence prior to the laying of the foundations of the earth in Genesis 1. We aren't told when they were created. We are told that they were created elsewhere, but we don't have a chronology. Psalm 29, Psalm of David. Ascribe to the Lord, O sons of God, O B'nai Elim. Ascribe to the Lord glory and strength. This psalm, if you were to study it, you'd find out it follows a Canaanite hymn in many ways. And in that hymn, the sons of El are members of his pantheon. Psalm 89, we've talked about this already. For who in the skies can equal the Lord? Who can compare with the Lord among the sons of God? The B'nai Elim, a God greatly dreaded in the council of the holy ones. Besod Kedoshim. So the context is, again, something heavenly, non-earthly. Our classic verse, God, Elohim, stands in the divine assembly. Among the divine beings, among the Elohim, he pronounces judgment. The second one has to be plural because of the grammar. And then the same chapter, 82, you get down to verse 6, and he says to these Elohim that he's pronouncing judgment on, I had taken you for gods, Elohim, sons of the Most High, all of you, but you're going to die like men do. In other words, I'm going to take away your immortality. And by the way, Dave is correct. Immortality is the fundamental characteristic of a divine being, as opposed to a human. In Jewish texts like Enoch, that were written after the Old Testament but before the New, the sons of God are often called watchers. We're going to hold on to that thought, and we're going to go back to Genesis 6:1-4. We will go back to the watchers, but just so that you know that, and I could have skipped that because of Dave's presentation. But you go back here, and look how many times the writer wants to distinguish humankind and divine. Human, divine, human, divine. I mean, the language is very clear. You have one group breeding with another group. One is human, one is not. Now, I say this because I'm targeting here in this part of the session, I'm targeting those Christians who somehow just don't want to believe that their Bible, which they considered inspired and authoritative, actually has an episode in it where divine beings cohabit with human beings. It just can't, the text just can't mean what it says. Well, yeah, I think it does mean what it says. And you have a whole lot of precedent for it. Canaanite text, Ugaritic, Phoenician, Akkadian, you have the same kind of idea. To argue that the sons of God in the Hebrew Bible are not divine means you must do the following. You have to ignore the use of the phrase everywhere else in the Bible. You have to argue that the sons of the Most High are humans, which is hard to do since verses 6 and 7 call them Elohim and then they get sentenced to death like men. You realize you're going to die like men? You human beings, I sentence you to death to die like human beings. I mean, does that make any sense? It doesn't make any sense, but if you're divine, and if your sovereign says to you, you know, you used to be in this realm, immortal, no longer, then it means something. You have to ignore all the comparative Semitic data on the subject. The two other views, most common, there are other variations, are the Sethite view. It says the sons of God are the offspring of Seth, Adam's son. Dominant Christian view since Augustine. And the royal view, sons of God are dynastic rulers. This is what the rabbis usually favored. Now, all the other views ignore the data we've talked about because they just find this idea offensive. But this is how all Christian and Jewish interpreters took the story up until the 3rd century, the late 3rd century AD, just prior to the time of Augustine. In fact, the only one other than before Augustine who takes a non-literal view of Genesis 6 is Julius Africanus. Very almost contemporary. They overlapped a little bit with Augustine, but Augustine was the big guy. Sidebar, the Sethite view again says the sons of God are godly male from the line of Seth. The daughters of women are ungodly. Again, I think this is a little sexist. Aside from neglecting the evidence noted already, you have to cope with this. The Sethites are never identified as sons of God in the entire Old Testament. The view requires giving the Hebrew word Adam in verses 1 and 2 two entirely different meanings. You'd have to read it like this. When humankind, Adam, began to multiply on the face of the ground, daughters were born to them. The sons of God saw that the daughters of Seth, right, were fair, or the daughters of Cain it should be. But note Adam, you have to translate Adam as something other than humankind. It also forces its adherents to argue this way: that being of a particular lineage gave a person favor with God. Think about that. That's fairly offensive. That the only faithful people at the time were males from this line. The females, of course, weren't going to go to heaven. That the Sethites produced giant offspring. How could a human-human relationship produce giants? Doesn't make any sense. And despite the fact that all the names given in the Canaanite genealogies in Genesis 5 are found in the Sethite genealogy, the same chapter, the lines are different. This is a significant point. The genealogies overlap, so the lines are not different. You have to cope with that. And you also have to say that Peter and Jude, again, if you're a Christian who takes this Sethite view, you also have to believe that two New Testament writers got it wrong. So you have an error in your New Testament. For if God did not spare the angels when they sinned, but cast them into Tartarus. This is what the Greek text says. Tartarus is the place that the watchers, actually in the Greek secular version, it's the Titans, watchers, Jewish, Greek interplay there. This is the place they were sentenced. They were sent to and imprisoned. The Titans were after they went down to earth and cohabited with human women in the secular Greek text. If he didn't spare the angels when they sinned, but cast them into Tartarus and committed them to chains of deepest darkness to be kept until the judgment, and if he did not spare the ancient world, even though he saved Noah. So this contextualizes this, a herald of righteousness with 7 others, when he brought a flood in the world of the ungodly. If God didn't spare them, then he goes on to say, why do you think you're going to get off the hook? Jude 6. The angels who did not keep their own place but left their proper dwelling, he has kept in eternal chains and deepest darkness. Sounds just like Peter. For the judgment of the great day. Likewise, Sodom and Gomorrah and the surrounding cities, which in the same manner as them indulged in sexual immorality and pursued unnatural lusts, serve as an example by undergoing a punishment of eternal fire. Now here's the question. This word, in the same manner as them, does them refer back to the cities, Sodom and Gomorrah, or does it refer back to the angels? It's an important question, because if it refers back to the angels, he's linking the angelic sin to a sexual sin, and that is Genesis 6. He's taking a very literal view. And guess what the grammar tells us? Grammar tells us the answer is the angels due to the gender and number agreement. If you've ever had a foreign language, you know that pronouns need to agree in gender, number, and case with their antecedent. To tois is a masculine plural, and angels is masculine plural. Cities, Sodom and Gomorrah and the surrounding cities, is a grammatical feminine. They do not agree grammatically. So that tells you. So the rest of the question we're dealing with, what was the nature of their relationship? Well, it's obviously sexual, but there's more to it than that. This phrase, sons of God saw the daughters of humankind and they took wives. The word is lakach in Hebrew. It's not correct to argue that this language refers to forcible rape or relationships. And I'm going to use that truth to go in a certain direction here, so pay attention to this. The same phrasing, to take a wife, to lakach a wife, used elsewhere in the Old Testament of proper, respectable marriage, whether taking a wife for yourself or choosing one for someone else. They lived in a patriarchal culture where they would choose mates for their children. It's a respectable relationship. It is not forcible rape. It's consensual. Store that away. It's also likely, beside the consensual aspect, that the text conveys the idea that there were also ongoing before and after the flood. Genesis 6:4 says, the Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterward, when the sons of God went into the daughters of humankind who bore children to them. This phrase, also afterward, referring to after the flood. The Hebrew verbs describing how the sons of God went in to the human wives, again another common sexual euphemism in biblical language, is in the imperfect form, which denotes uncompleted, ongoing action. A grammar would call it the frequentative use. The ensuing verb, how the women bore children as a result, is in a construction known as narrative sequence, meaning it carries the same action as the preceding verb. Why do I point this out? Because what this points to, there's an old question we're going to cover. How do you get giants after the flood? There are a variety of views for that. I'm going to suggest, we're going to go through the options, but I'm going to suggest to you that the grammar indicates that the reason you have giants after the flood is because the activity that created giants started again. The flood did not put it to a stop. The flood might have wiped out the product, the offspring, the Nephilim, but it didn't wipe out the sons of God, because they were created when Nephilim died. Enoch calls them watchers. I said last night they're like second generation watchers, and pardon the pun, like father, like son. You have the possibility of ongoing incidents. So we talked about chapters 3 and 6. We talked about the sons of God, the daughters of men. Is there a relationship between the sending of the great flood and these unions? Of course, I'm going to answer yes. Be consistent with Dave and other things I've said before. There is considerable controversy about this before, because the Genesis account seems to blame humanity. Genesis 6:5 says that God looked down and saw the wickedness of mankind, that every thought of the imagination of his heart was only evil continually. It seems to set the blame on humans, not the sons of God. Whereas Jewish traditions like Enoch clearly says the reason the flood was sent was because of the watchers, the sons of God. So why do the traditions disagree, or at least appear to disagree? Why does the Old Testament fault humans when the evil was initiated by the sons of God? Here's my suggested answer. I'm still thinking about this, but the sexual transgressions crossing the boundary of heaven and earth in a grasp for divinity, they were voluntary. That means, down here, we'll go back to Jesus' statement here, giving in marriage. If you go back to Genesis 6, this idea of women voluntarily having relationships with divine beings and fathers voluntarily letting their daughters do this, giving them in marriage, is significant. Because if you're doing this voluntarily, if you're transgressing heaven and earth voluntarily, then you share the blame. Now, Jesus adds this comment in Matthew 24:38. Matthew 24, by the way, is Jesus' longest sermon in the New Testament, and he's dealing with the end times. What shall be the signs of thy coming? The disciples asked him. He says, well, I'll give you a few. And one of the comments he has here is, for as in those days before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage until the day Noah entered the ark. Now, this phrase is very rare in the Bible. And if you go back to Noah's day and you read all the biblical material about Noah in Genesis, there's only one kind of marriage going on. And it's the sons of God and the daughters of men. Now, Guy hasn't said this to you, but he's thinking about next year having a prophetic theme. And if you were here for Dave's talk, there's probably some merit to considering that. He didn't bring up this verse, but Jesus says, hey, when I come back, it's going to be just like it was in the days of Noah, in the days before the flood. Sort of an ominous comment on his part. Next two outline questions. We've covered these subjects. The next two are, who are the Nephilim, and are they distinct from the sons of God, and does the word mean giants or fallen ones? Now, I do not believe, and you know this from last night, so I'm going to go through this fairly rapidly. I've cut some slides out. I don't believe the word means fallen ones in Hebrew. There's a problem with that, even though dictionaries will say that if you look them up. It's actually impossible for Nephilim in Hebrew to mean fallen ones. The reason is the spelling, the morphology, the shape of the word. To write fallen ones in Hebrew, you need to understand a little bit about the spelling to know why this is so. Here's how Nephilim is spelled in the Bible. Look at the letters. You don't have to be able to read Hebrew, but look at the shapes. This one is the same except for this little yod, this little mark here. When vowels were added later, the scribes who preserved the pronunciation took this form, the first spelling, and put these little dots underneath. That was how they added vowels. And the result was Nephilim. The problem with saying that this word means fallen ones is this. This is how you'd spell fallen ones in Hebrew. Nephilim. You'll notice that this does not correspond to this. This is the biblical word right here for Nephilim. This is the word for fallen ones. They are not the same. The spelling tells you that this word, Nephilim, does not mean fallen ones. If someone were to argue, well, and this is common in the church, to get away from a literal interpretation, and by the way, one of the audience asked me on the first day about a comment I made about the church that I actually mentioned on Coast to Coast. And it's not that I was in a bad mood, I really mean this. I think that the people who you would think on the surface are the most interested, or should be the most interested in the supernatural, seem to be the least, because the church seems to have strip-mined the supernatural out of the Bible. And I don't use the word strip-mine lightly. I think that is the case. It's called demythologizing things. And one of the best ways to do this, if you're interested in demythologizing the Bible, is to say, well, Nephilim means those who fall down or fall upon an enemy like a warrior. That doesn't work either. Because if in Hebrew you wanted to say that, you'd spell it this way. No Nephilim. The pointing here, the dots, is different. How do we know, though, that this pointing is correct, that it preserves the original ancient spelling and ancient pronunciation? It's proven by this. This spelling occurs in Numbers 13:33. This little letter here is what the ancient Hebrews, before there were vowels, used to denote the I sound. You know, we still kind of do this today between I and Y, and it does double duty as a consonant and a vowel. This spelling is the ancient way of telling us that this is how you say the word Nephilim, and therefore it cannot mean fallen ones. It proves that it means something else. I think the best possibility, there's one other. What you need is a root word that has the middle I letter as the base of Nephilim. That's the only way you can account for the form. In Aramaic, there is such a word. It was common to bring Aramaic words into the Bible because when the Bible was finalized, put in its final form, the Hebrew scribes were living in Babylon, and that was the language they spoke. They spoke Aramaic. The Hebrew authors even borrowed the way they shaped the letters from Aramaic in Babylon. This word is Nephilah, and it means giant. Just what, frankly, we would expect. Sidebar, can the Nephilim be equated with the biblical sons of God? The answer is no, and that question takes us to the next major issue. Did ancient people of the biblical world really believe this? Did they really take this literally? Prior to the end of the 2nd century, again, all Jewish and Christian texts and commentaries that refer to the passage take it literally, that you have the offspring as giants. They are a hybrid union of divine-human cohabitation. It is all literal. That means that the sons of God are not the Nephilim. They're separate groups. We've seen how the language distinguished, the context contrasts divine and human. The text very clearly tells us that the Nephilim were not divine. They were called mighty men of renown. This phrase is Gibborim. It's used of regular human men elsewhere in the Old Testament. And if they're not divine beings, if the Nephilim aren't divine, then they are not the sons of God by definition. The wider biblical context shows that the Nephilim were considered to be people, humans. In other words, not gods, referring to the giant Arba, who was from the Anakim, a giant clan who were related to the Nephilim. Arba was the greatest man among the Anakim. Deuteronomy 2:9, the Amim were like the Anakim, the Anakites. They are counted as Rephaim. This is a giant clan in the Old Testament. A people, normal word for people, human beings in the Old Testament. Other ancient texts. We're going to limit this to Enoch for the most part. Enoch distinguishes them. You have the angels, the children of heaven, saw, lusted after the women, chose them wives. Again, they beget us children. They choose the women. The women have children. What kind of children did they have? Well, next chapter in Enoch. The angels from the last chapter, together with human women, took themselves wives. The wives became pregnant, and they bare great giants, clearly distinguishing the sons of heaven from the Nephilim. Same thing here. As for the women, they gave birth to giants. I mention all this because, again, it's common. Zechariah Sitchin is the best example. For some reason, again, I know the reason, he wants to merge the groups. He wants to have the Nephilim be the sons of God. Why? Because he wants Nephilim to mean those who came down from heaven, and he wants that because he wants them to be aliens. He wants them to be the Anunnaki aliens. The Book of the Giants, another text, ancient. This is a fragmentary text. This is from Qumran. By the way, when you read Dead Sea Scroll stuff, 1Q just means Cave 1 from Qumran, lines 23-24. Cave 4 from Qumran, so on and so forth. This text is sort of the backdrop, the basis, the foundation for part of what would eventually be found in Enoch. And again, this fragment mentions Azazel, who was the lead watcher, and the watchers, along with the Gibborim, the mighty men of Genesis 6. Another fragment mentions Enoch, and then says, here's what the Book of the Giants says in this fragmentary portion. Let it be known to you that, and the rest of the line is gone, we don't have it. Your deeds and those of your wives, again it's gone, there's a gap here. Those, ellipsis, sons and wives of, gone, mentions fornication on the earth, accusing you regarding the deeds of your sons, the corruption which you have committed on it. Again, the ends of the line, the end of the scroll is lost until the coming of Raphael. Now, what this refers to, if you went back to the book of Enoch, Raphael is the one who is sent, as Dave mentioned before, that the watchers actually have to be informed by God what's going to happen to them. Raphael is the one who gets sent back to carry out part of their punishment. Enoch is told what's going to happen. It tells them what's going to happen to them. Raphael is part of the archangel group that carries the punishment out. So it's a reference again to this episode. Book of Jubilees, this is very clear. You have in the days of the angels of the Lord who were called watchers, came down upon earth in order to teach the sons of men and perform judgment and uprightness on the earth. It makes it sound good. And if you read Jubilees, that's a little different because the watchers come down and, we're just going to help. But they wind up becoming corrupted. In this, verse 22, 7 lines later, the watchers, the ones who sinned with the daughters of men, began to mingle themselves with the daughters of men so that they might be polluted. Okay, so it's viewed as a negative thing. Another Qumran fragment mentions the Gibborim, who are born to the angels, separate groups. Again, another text, Genesis Apocryphon. This is a Dead Sea Scroll text. It's sort of the rest of the story of the first 15 chapters of Genesis. The text reads, Behold, I considered in my heart that this conception was from the watchers and from the holy ones. Now with respect to the Nephilim, and the rest of the line's missing, so we don't know what was going to be said about the Nephilim. But again, they're the offspring. This is actually an interesting text. If you weren't here last night, I'll let you know what this is dealing with. This deals with a conversation between Lamech, who is the father of Noah, and his wife, Bat-Nosh, where he suspects that the child she's carrying, who's going to be Noah, is actually an offspring of the watchers. And he confronts her. He says, I want to know if that's my kid. And she says, well, you better believe it's your kid. It's kind of funny. She asks, don't you remember the other night? And he doesn't buy it. The funny thing is he doesn't buy it. And in the end of the text, I didn't show this last night, she gets frustrated with him. I mean, she's denying it left and right. She says, okay, go ask Enoch. He knows all about this stuff. like he's going to be able to prove it somehow. But it's kind of an interesting text again. They took it literally. They took the Genesis incident literally. No, yeah, maybe he was clairvoyant. How is the idea of the giants after the flood explained in Jewish and biblical traditions? So we know they took it literally, and that presented sort of a problem with this line in Genesis about there being giants, Nephilim on the earth in those days and after. Those two little words just, vexed people a lot. They were the mighty ones, the Gibborim from ancient times, the men of renown. Option 1. Well, you could argue some giants must have just survived. As we'll see shortly, there are a number of references to giants in the Old Testament after the flood, especially during the wars of Joshua. Speculation that this explained it, that you just had giants survive, began, though, with references to this biblical character, Nimrod, in Genesis 10. Cush begot Nimrod, who was the first man of might. He was the first Gibbor on the earth. He was a mighty hunter, the Gibbor Tzayid, by the grace of the Lord, hence the saying, like Nimrod, a mighty hunter, by the grace of the Lord. The mainstays of his kingdom were Babylon, Erech, Akkad, and Calneh in the land of Shinar, or of course Sumer. Since Genesis 6:4 links the Nephilim and the Gibborim, and the Nephilim were giants, the text labels the giants Gibborim. So the assumption is that Nimrod, if he's a Gibbor, singular, this is the plural, Nimrod must have been a giant. And in fact, the Septuagint, which is a Greek translation done in the intertestamental period of the Hebrew Old Testament, the people who translated, I guess it's a singular person, whoever did Genesis, translated all three occurrences of Gibbor about Nimrod in that section, that Genesis 10 section. The translator used the word gigos, which means giant. So he thought that Nimrod was probably a giant. Now there's a problem. Nimrod was related to Noah. He is in Noah's genealogical line. So if you're going to have Nimrod be a giant, then here we're back to the old Genesis Apocryphon question. Well, was Noah a giant? Some rabbis taught that. Because of this question, how do we get giants after the flood? They taught that Noah was a giant. But there's a problem with that. The problem with Noah being a giant is that Genesis 6:9 says Noah was perfect in his generations. Jewish texts outside the Bible do not allow, though, Noah as a giant. There are other Jewish texts that just flatly deny that Noah could be a giant. We've already seen the Genesis Apocryphon where Lamech and his wife are arguing about whose kid is it, and that text plainly has his wife saying, no way. Okay, this is your kid. I have nothing to do with the Watchers. The book of Enoch denies that Noah is a giant. Gentile, non-Jewish writers, though, did preserve that tradition. They did favor that view, that Noah and Nimrod were giants. Alexander Polyhistor's book on the Jews, this is a book a Gentile was writing about Jewish people and Jewish tradition, implies that Noah was a giant, has the knowledge given by the angels and passed on by the giants. Again, Dave talked about the Watchers dispensing knowledge. He also viewed the knowledge as a good thing, contrary to the Jewish view. And here's a fundamental difference. I had a person in the audience ask me a couple hours ago about Gnosticism. One of the things, specifically about the Nag Hammadi texts, which are the basis for Gnosticism. On the one hand, while it's true that the Nag Hammadi texts and our texts, our manuscripts of the New Testament, both date back to roughly the same time, 2nd, 3rd century. While that's true, there are two problems with saying that Gnosticism is the truth as opposed to New Testament Orthodox. Actually, there's a lot more problems with it, but I'll pick two. One is that portions of the New Testament are quoted by the Church Fathers before the 3rd century and before the 2nd century even. So the material can be argued as older, but I don't really like chronological arguments. The big one for me is that Judaism consistently believed and contended and included divine plurality. Now, I know that sounds strange. Judaism took a very literal view of this and specifically counted the knowledge given by the Watchers as evil, specifically said the Nephilim were evil. The only people who said they were good guys were the non-Jews. In other words, Gnostic theology departs from the Jewish Christian stream of history. It is a departure. It is an aberration. It is, I would say, not an invention, but it is, I'll say this, it's Watcher theology. It's pro-Watcher theology. Okay, that is what Gnosticism is. That's my big problem with it. Next reference, Alexander was very anti-Egyptian, and for some reason he might have wanted to connect the knowledge of the Watchers with Babylon. And Alexander and other Jewish writers have Abraham as the recipients of Nimrod's knowledge. So the Gentile sources, and there aren't many of them, view it as a good thing. Now, back to Noah. If he can't be viewed as a giant in Jewish tradition, then there's no genetic link between the original sons of God and the Nephilim. It would seem that your only alternatives are these two. The flood wasn't global but localized. It wasn't universal. And so the giants did survive without respect to being related to Noah. Some of them were just missed. Although the biblical text seems pretty clear that only Noah and his immediate family survived, but you could argue this, and there were a number of Jews who did. You could also argue that the sons of God continued the genetic pollution of humanity. In other words, the recurring activity of the Watchers. You could argue for that. Again, there are obstacles with each alternative. The local flood view has been well articulated, but a truly global flood cannot be ruled out of the biblical text. And I mentioned last night that I do prefer a catastrophist model. I just think catastrophism explains a lot on a global scale. You could, though, cheat. You could have both a global and local flood event in simultaneity. How do you do that? Well, here's how you cheat. You could say, well, originally, the earth was Pangea, one landmass, so that the actual water doesn't necessarily have to cover the globe. It only covers part of the globe, but yet still part of the earth. And then the continents divide, continental drift. And that's why you have a collective memory of the flood among all civilizations. So you actually have a global, a flood that covers the whole landmass, but not over the entire globe. So you could cheat. I don't know if you want to cheat, but you could. You also have a problem with the repeat transgression. I'll be honest with you. I favor this view, but Numbers 13 might be a problem with it, and this is something I still need to think through. Very plainly says, we saw the Nephilim. Now watch this. Here's one spelling, right here, with a middle letter. And here's the other one. We saw the Nephilim, ha-Nephilim there. The Anakites are from the Nephilim. This phrase, from the Nephilim, is min ha-Nephilim. You'll notice there's no yod here. You have the same word spelled two different ways. I think the reason why this is done here is because this is the way it's spelled in Genesis 6. The writer wants to link these Nephilim after the flood with the ones before the flood. And if that's the case, if the Anakim came from, in other words, were related to the Nephilim from before the flood, you don't need continuing activity. You don't need the continual cohabitation. You have a genetic relationship intact, so to speak. Now finally, biblical giants, friend or foe of Israel, were they? Do you see these in the Bible? We've already hinted at, of course, yes you do. And does it help explain Israel's violent holy wars under Joshua? I want to say this. Now in Dave's talk, he, rather obliquely because it wasn't his topic, but I think he made it somewhat clear that in a biblical mindset, and I will expand it and say in a Jewish mindset, not in a Gentile mindset, but in an ancient Jewish mindset, you have two clear lines. You have those who are of the seed of the Nachash. Okay, you have those who are the seed of the sons of God. There could be a genetic relationship there. There is at least a representational relationship there. Those are the evil ones. And then on the other side, you have those who would follow, again, the God of Israel. Out of the God of Israel, out of Israel comes the Messianic line. You have a consistent friction and controversy and enmity and adversarial relationship between the Watcher line and their beliefs and their teachings and their theology and the Israelite equivalent of all those things. With that as a backdrop, look at what some of the things the Old Testament actually says in relation to this issue. Deuteronomy 32 is a really interesting verse. When the Most High, God of Israel, gave the nations their inheritance, their nakal, when he divided up all of mankind, when did that happen? Tower of Babel. Okay. When he divided up all of mankind, he set up boundaries for the peoples according to the number of the sons of God. Now, if you look this up in almost any English Bible ever printed, this phrase will not be there. It will say according to the number of the sons of Israel. But the Septuagint and the Dead Sea Scrolls read the sons of God. What this means is that when God decides, okay, this is after the flood, I thought the flood took care of the problem. After the flood, God commanded, gave them the same command that was pre-flood. Said, go out, be fruitful and multiply, have a wonderful time, be my representatives, fill the earth. And what do? They turn around and we say, well, we have a better idea. We're going to build a tower here. We're going to build a city and a tower. We're going to make a name for ourselves. We're going to make ourselves world-renowned. We're going to stay right here and accomplish that end. In fact, we're going to use the high technology that has been at our disposal. And where do we get that? Enoch tells us, the sons of God, the Watchers. We think this is really cool. If someone came up to you, essentially a watcher, and said, hey, you want to know what makes the universe tick? You want to know how to use the material world to build things and learn things? We know that. We can tell you. And it's only coming at a small price. The small price being what Enoch says they did, second generation watchers did. They forced the people to sacrifice to them as gods. Worship us, and we will lay the universe at your feet, because then you can be like us. You'll know what we know. Gnosis, knowledge. Gnosticism is nothing more than watcher theology. Beware of it. But God decides, okay, you want to do that? Fine. You want to worship these flunkies? You want to worship these divine underlings? Go ahead. In fact, I'm going to divide up the earth according to the number of the sons of God, and that means that each geographical region gets to be ruled by them, by one of them or several of them, however it works out numerically. Dave would probably know. He'd probably have some equation for it. However that works out, every place on the earth, you don't want to follow me, you're going to serve them. I'm going to give you what you want. And I'm going to start over. For the Lord's portion, kalak, is a noun related to nakal, is his people. Jacob is his allotted inheritance, his nachalat. Nakal, nachalat, it's their word plays here. God says, I'm going to start over. And what does he do? In the very next chapter, after the Tower of Babel episode, Genesis 12, he calls Abraham and says, come here, Abraham, I'm going to make of you a great nation. I'm going to start over. And the whole rest of the Old Testament, the story is the descendants of Abraham against all the other peoples. Israel versus the nation. Yahweh versus the gods. That's the Old Testament. And if you miss that, you understand a truckload of what's going on in the Old Testament. Now, Deuteronomy 4 is a parallel passage. Moses is rehearsing this, speaking this. When you look up to the sky and see the sun, the moon, and the stars, all the heavenly array, the heavenly host, do not be enticed into bowing down to them. Moses is speaking to Israelites now. Yahweh's portion, Yahweh's people. Don't you dare worship them. Do not be enticed into bowing down to them and worshiping things the Lord your God has apportioned. There's the word again, kalak. That the Lord appointed them. He appointed the sun, moon, and stars to all the nations under heaven. But as for you, The Lord took you and brought you out of the fiery furnace, out of Egypt, to be the people of His inheritance, as you now are. He's saying, look, remember this episode when God divided up the nations, put them under the authority of the watchers, the sons of God, said, I'm going to give you what you want, but Israel is my own. And Moses tells the Israelites, don't you dare worship them, because you belong to Yahweh. They belong to the watchers. It is a cosmic and earthly conflict. Deuteronomy 29. All the nations will ask, why has the Lord done this to this land? What happens if we disobey and things go bad? Why is His fierce burning anger? The answer will be, it's because this people, the Israelites, again in context, abandoned the covenant of the Lord, the God of their fathers, the covenant He made with them when He brought them out of Egypt. They went off and worshipped other gods and bowed down to them, gods they did not know, gods He, Yahweh, had allotted. There's that word again, kalach. Gods that Yahweh had allotted to them. Again, God deliberately allotted the fallen gods to the nations to distance Himself from them and place them under the control of the fallen Elohim. What you have here, this is the Old Testament rationale and explanation for why the other nations have their pantheons. It's because God sentenced them to that status, that position. It was a punishment. You don't want to obey me? Fine. You want to worship these flunkies? Fine. We'll see how you like it. That's why the rest of the Old Testament is, if you want to be in right relationship to God, you have to go through Israel. That's why Israel is called a kingdom of priests. What does a priest do? They're intermediaries. They're mediators. You had to be in the nation. It's also why, just rabbit trailing a little bit here, there are some obscure references in the Old Testament to this idea of divine territoriality, that the nations are under the rule of territorial beings, the fallen gods of Genesis 6. The episode with Naaman and Elisha, you might be familiar with it. If you're not, there was a guy from Syria named Naaman. He had leprosy. He couldn't get healed from it, couldn't get cured. He has a little servant girl who was a slave brought over from the Israelites after some war. And she says, and the little girl walks up to the king, and the little servant says, well, if you got this problem, why don't you just go over to Israel and go talk to Elisha? He'll heal you. And he goes, well, okay, might as well try that. He goes over, and Elisha does heal him, and he wants to pay the prophet out of gratitude. And Elisha won't take anything, and then he asks a question. It's so obscure. But he says, okay, if you won't take anything for payment, is it okay if I take some bags of dirt back with me to my country? Elisha says, okay, that'd be all right. And Naaman says, no, I'm doing this because when I have to go into the temple of my God, Ramon, I want to be able to spread the dirt on the ground, and so it'll be okay with Yahweh. He knows that in my heart I'm not really worshiping that God. I want to worship Him. Why would he ask for dirt? Because it's holy ground. He wants to take dirt from Israel back to his country. This was their mentality. It's a turf war. The whole rest of the Old Testament. Abraham runs into giants. He runs into the Rephaim, the Zuzim, the Amim, the Horites. You'll find out later in verses, these are all giant clans. What's really interesting about this list, some of the terms, when God makes a covenant with Abraham, again, this is God's portion. He makes a covenant in Genesis 15, and he says, I'm going to give you, Israel, the descendants of Abraham, the Israelites, I'm going to give you the land that's now currently owned by these people, Kenites, Kenizzites, Cadmonites, all the ites of the Old Testament. And then there's this phrase, this word, Rephaim. What's really odd about this, you'll notice, again, you don't have to read Hebrew, but watch this. You see this little letter here, and this one, the ones in yellow? You notice how all the words end with that little yod? It's called in grammar the gentilic ending. These are people group names. This one does not end with that. People groups, God says, you're going to, in the future, disinherit certain people groups in the land. However, there's going to be one group that doesn't live in just one place. These guys. Rephaim refers to essentially a population not localized in one area. These are your enemies as well. Rephaim were the giants. Now, if you look at the holy wars of Joshua, here's the land, the Holy Land. Joshua crosses the Jordan, goes to Jericho right here. It's a good military strategy. If you control the center, you can essentially cut off cooperation from the north and south end. So God specifically tells Joshua, you get this place first, and you go up north, you go south. Now what I want to show you is these places are going to have geographic names and certain cities. Certain of these cities and certain of these regions, south, north, and middle, were places that God said to Joshua, you go in there and you karem them. Karem means to place under the ban. That means you go in and annihilate everything that lives and breathes. In some cases, even the animals. That didn't happen often. But there are a few occasions when Joshua is told, when you go in there, you leave nothing alive. And what I'm suggesting, if you actually observe the places where that happens, where he's told to do that, the places happen to overlap with places that were populated by, you guessed it, giants. Bashan is going to be an important place to the north of the Sea of Galilee. If you look at Deuteronomy 2, he says, don't go in there and harass the Moabites or provoke them to war, because I won't give you any of their land as a possession. I have assigned Ar as a possession of the descendants of Lot, who was Abraham's relative. It was formerly inhabited by the Amim, a people great and numerous and as tall as the Anakites. And these were the Anakim of Numbers 13, the giants. Like the Anakites, they're counted as Rephaim, but the Moabites called them Amim. Note, in Hebrew, Amim means frightful ones, scary ones. This passage identifies the Anakim and Amim as giants. And if we keep reading, you come across a group called the Zamzumim, which are related. Another reference, the Horim, the Horites, who dwelt in Seir. We're going to see on the map where these places are in a minute. Okay, we're going to give you this land as a possession. It says the children of Esau, in fact, they've already done the deed. He goes in Deuteronomy 2, continuing on, he says, you will then be close to the Ammonites, don't harass them or start a fight with them, for I will not give any part of the land of the Ammonites to you as a possession. That goes to Lot. It too is counted as Rephaim country. It was formerly inhabited by Rephaim, whom the Ammonites call the Zamzumim. So this is a giant clan. And again, linking them to the Anakim, the Anakites. The Lord wiped them out so that the Ammonites dispossessed them and settled in their place, as he did for the descendants of Esau who lived in Seir. Also to the Avim. This is really interesting. It only shows up one time. Avim in Hebrew means serpents. It could be serpent worshippers or serpentine something, but they're a clan. Possibly descendants of the serpent, descendants of the Nakash. There could be a linkage. Gaza is a Philistine city. Remember Goliath? Okay, he was a Philistine. The Caphtorim, oh, here we go with Dave's presentation again. The Caphtorim come from Crete. Continue on with Deuteronomy 2. Sihon, the Amorite, the king of Heshbon, is specifically targeted. They send messengers in, solicit for peace, and God's already told them it's not going to happen. You go in and wipe them out. The king of Heshbon refused to let us pass through because the Lord had stiffened his will and hardened his heart. God says, get up, begin the occupation, take possession of the land. Now, who were these people? Sihon and Og were kings over the same people, over the Amorites. Og lived in Bashan. Bashan is the larger geographical region for this place, Ashtaroth. We made our way up the road toward Bashan. The king and King Og of Bashan with all his men took the field against us at Edrei. Edrei and Ashtaroth are two cities mentioned in Ugaritic texts with this place, but Ugaritic spelled Bashan differently than the Hebrews did. Instead of B-S-H-N, Bashan, they spelled it B-T-H-N. The sh and the th sound in the dialects were the same, but the spellings were different. It's a dialectical difference. Guess what Bathan means in Ugaritic? Serpent. This is the place of the serpent. This was a scary place to the Israelites. And they're commanded, you go in there and you get the job done. Sihon, the king of the Amorites who lived in Heshbon, Og of Bashan, they go in and conquer them. Who was Og down here? Only King Og of Bashan was left of the remaining Rephaim. His bedstead, an iron bedstead, is now in Rabbah of the Ammonites. It is 9 cubits long and 4 cubits wide by the standard cubit. That is roughly 13 or 14 feet long. He is from the Rephaim. He was a descendant of the giants. Other places put to the Kerem, Joshua 10, where you have different people groups mentioned. The Perizzites, they go into the territory of the Perizzites and the Rephaim, which is located in the hill country of the Rephaim. Here we have a reference to Arba, the father of the Anakim. The place is Kiriath Arba, also called Hebron. That's a place that was put under the ban. They went up to the Negev and came to Hebron, where there lived Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, the Anakim. Okay. The Anakim, part of the Nephilim. Joshua went in and wiped out the Anakim. There's Hebron, Davir, Anab, all these cities. Joshua proscribed them. He put them under the ban. One more example, David defeating the Philistines. The Philistines, at the famous David and Goliath confrontation, the Philistines came and spread out over the valley of the Rephaim. That was where they set their camp. That was their turf. Joshua 15:8. Then the boundary, what's this valley? What's the valley of the Rephaim? The boundary ascended into the valley, which is the Hebrew word Geh, of Beth Hinnom, the Geh of Beth Hinnom, along the southern flank of the Jebusites, that is Jerusalem. So it's very close to Jerusalem. The boundary then ran up the top of the hill which flanks the valley of Hinnom, Geh Hinnom, on the west, at the northern end of the valley of the Rephaim. And where is that? The Hinnom Valley is a deep, narrow ravine located in Jerusalem, running south from the Jaffa Gate, so on and so forth. The term comes from son of Hinnom, the Hinnom Valley. In Hebrew, it is the Geh Hinnom. When translated into Greek, it is Gehenna, from which the word and concept of hell originated. The point is that the valley of the Rephaim was essentially, to the Israelite, hell. This is where the descendants of the Nephilim, the descendants of the Nakash, the seed of the Nakash, live. And in the Old Testament, you have nothing more than a series of episodes. Once Yahweh's portion is redeemed from Egypt and told to go into the land, their first job is to go directly in confrontation with the seed of the Watchers. The Old Testament is a cosmic turf war. Okay, it's not just random, it's not just purposeless. There is a deliberate opposition between one line and another line. It goes all the way back to Genesis 6, it goes all the way back to Genesis 3. And again, hopefully you heard Dave's presentation, because all of these areas, again, are related to giantism, and there are connections with the area of Tyre, the Philistine strongholds, Crete, all these things. Now, when we get to the serpentine presentation, you'll see what the Tyre connection is, because that's Ezekiel 28, where a divine being, again, is expelled from the garden. Same story, but there's a connection with Tyre, or as Dave would say, Sidon, okay, Sidonia. That's what we have for now, and I'm all done. Guy wants to hold the questions. Okay. As we get this started here, as Guy said, I'm more capable than he is of wasting my time. The focus of this this session is, as he said, to ask the question: Could Christianity accept a genuine extraterrestrial reality? And just by way of prepping this, by way of sort of setting this up, You, if you're at all familiar with me, or if you heard one of the other sessions, you know that I really have two sort of operating paradigms for this kind of question. And in my book, The Facade, I actually cover both of them. One is that what we see as the extraterrestrial phenomenon, and I do take it seriously. I do take people, take their experiences as credible reports. You know, there are always some that are making something up or just need attention, but I think the vast majority of people who, let's say, experience some sort of abduction experience, that I don't think everybody's lying. I do think there are credible researchers in this area that have produced a lot of good work to suggest that these people should be taken seriously. But one possibility for all that is that what we're dealing with here, especially in view of the correlations with the abduction scenario, what you read in the literature from abductee testimony, what we could be dealing with here is some sort of mimicry of a Genesis 6 type event where you have some sinister operation here, where the sons of God or some sort of entity, some sort of divine entity, fallen entity in biblical theology and later Jewish theology, where you have this activity sort of repeated, that it's sinister, it's evil. These entities aren't really extraterrestrials, defined as beings who actually live on another planet, who have determinate lifespans, who need to eat, who reproduce, who hate their jobs and all that kind of stuff. You know, just have a mundane existence. They could be actual entities masquerading as extraterrestrial gods. So that's one possibility. The other possibility, to set this up again, is that let's just set all that aside that I just said, the Genesis 6 stuff, the demonic stuff, and let's just assume, for the sake of the session, that E.T. lands on the White House lawn like everybody wants to happen to prove this, or some other proof is put forth that there actually is an intelligent, I'm not talking, microscopic particles here, but that there's an intelligent extraterrestrial reality, and this is actually proven scientifically beyond any reasonable doubt. If that's the case, and if it can indeed be divorced from all this demonic stuff, then what would the impact be on the Judeo-Christian worldview? And those are the presuppositions we're going to take into this and the question we're going to ask. Now, there is a problem as implied in the title. The title suggests that there are many in the Judeo-Christian camp who would be troubled. Hence, if not, why ask the question? This all goes back to, by way of introduction, to something called the Brookings Report, as far as the attitude today that if there was an extraterrestrial, Jews who take the scriptures seriously, Christians who take the scriptures seriously, just could not handle this. That approach, that idea, that assumption really goes back to Brookings as far as people in the know. And I'm not going to read this whole thing to you, but the Brookings Report was done roughly in round numbers in 1960, a congressional report for NASA, and part of it dealt with the implications of the discovery of extraterrestrial life. And this paragraph more or less just says, the first line here, anthropological files contain many examples of societies, speaking here of human societies, sure of their place in the universe, which have disintegrated when they had to associate with previously unfamiliar societies, espousing different ideas of different life ways. Now, what that means is that anthropologists, people who study people and cultures, I sort of pointed out the obvious. When one culture encounters another culture, and that encounter sort of displaces what they thought about themselves, it can be a disturbing experience. Well, we all know that, but the Brookings Report went even further. It actually, this is a direct quote from a footnote on page 225. It actually says that fundamentalist and anti-science sects are growing apace around the world. For them, the discovery of other life, rather than any other space product, would be electrifying. And if you go down to the last line, if superintelligence is discovered, the results become quite unpredictable. To summarize this quotation, what they're saying is, look, people who are really, in these conservative religious groups, if you actually found intelligent life out there in the universe, this would be a really disturbing prospect for them, to the point where the results become quite unpredictable. we don't know what would happen. And this stance on the part of NASA, on the part of the government, has sort of carried the day as far as disclosure questions. You always hear this when the subject of why doesn't the government just be more honest? Why don't they act more forthrightly? If you saw Richard Dolan's presentation and John Greenwald, you'll know that the government specializes in obfuscation when it comes to getting any information about what it actually knows. And part of the reason that they would give, and have given in print, is that the social, religious fabric of not only our country but around the world would just be too dramatically affected. Now, to be a little more precise, though, the people we're talking about here and the people I'm talking to in this tape are theological conservatives. And what that means is people who, again, in the Judeo-Christian camp, who would take the Bible at face value, would believe that it's inspired and authoritative and that it contains an accurate, but perhaps not necessarily complete, record of creation events. These are the people that the Brookings Report were afraid would just not be able to handle this, as opposed to theological liberals. And what is a theological liberal? Well, this is someone who doesn't really view the Bible as the only authority or infallible. It is quite open to negative criticism. And the reason I point this out is that nearly everything that you'll read, if you actually went to do some research on this, what about Christianity and extraterrestrial life, almost everything that's been produced has been produced by or for the theological liberal camp. In other words, those whose view of the Bible is, I'll say it this way, is low enough that, we really don't care. If an ET would come along and that sort of produces the assumption, or in our minds, the fact that the Bible is wrong, we would expect the Bible to be wrong anyway, so who cares? We're not talking to that camp. We're talking to people whose worldview does not allow for a Bible, a text, their religious book, to just be riddled with errors and to make an error so fundamental as to the matter of extraterrestrial life. So I want to be clear as to who I'm speaking to. And I'm specifically speaking to those who are conservative. Now, there has been one attempt recently to sort of assess in the mind of the researchers how the religious community in our country would respond to an extraterrestrial reality. And I'm going to tip you off as to where I'm going here. This survey, which you may have heard of, if you perhaps have been to the NIDS website. If you haven't, I recommend it. There's a lot of good stuff on it. But the NIDS people paid for, commissioned, conducted something called the Alexander UFO Religious Crisis Survey. And this is taken directly from the website, from the survey's own abstract. And what they did, to summarize here, is they sent out 1,000 surveys to find out what the impact would be from essentially the mouths of the spiritual leaders in various denominations and congregations. You'll notice at the bottom, the results that they got are based on a 23% return. So 230 of the 1,000 surveys were returned. The country was also divided into 5 regions to do this methodologically. And 563 of the surveys wound up going to Protestant churches of various denominations, 396 to Roman Catholic churches, and 41 to Jewish synagogues. So they tried to sort of hit representationally the major groups. Now the results were that 81 Protestant respondents, again only 81, answered the question that dealt with the approximate size of the congregation. The researchers wanted to know, well, how many people does your church, and hence your view as the pastor or the rabbi or the priest, how many people does your church represent? And so you get these figures in the survey data about total families that the respondents represent. Protestant, you have a little over 35,000. Roman Catholic, a little over 56. And the 6 Jewish respondents would amount to 1,445 families. Now, that's a total of 132 congregations and 93,477 families. Based on a U.S. population of 280 million, go down to the red. These four religious bodies represent 51% of the U.S. population. Again, this is drawn from survey data. What that means, though, and this is me speaking, less than 1/4 of the surveys were returned, and there's no way to tell how theologically conservative the individual minister, priest, or rabbi was who answered the survey, because the researchers didn't ask that question. They didn't ask any questions, in fact, to assess, well, what's your view of the Bible? What's your view of this? To try to get a feel for how conservative they were. The more conservative the respondent, however, the more likely they would be to feel troubled by certain questions. And it's my guess, and it's only a guess, based on people in the ministry that I know of, and trust me, since I do this, I run into different pastors and, that I know, different academics in the wider Christian realm who just wonder, why are you doing this? And when you tell them, it's like, well, surely this just must be evil, and so on and so forth. Because they're very conservative, they don't want to entertain the possibility. So I would suggest that questions like this would really bother a theological conservative. And chances are they would just throw the survey away or answer very negatively. I don't think they would answer very positively to things like this. Do you think genetic similarities between mankind and an advanced extraterrestrial civilization would challenge the basic religious concepts of man's relative position in the universe? That was question number 5 from the survey. Question number 6 was, if an advanced extraterrestrial civilization had religious beliefs fundamentally different from ours, would it endanger organized religions in this country? Chances are a theological conservative would say, yeah, well, it would endanger mine. 10, if an advanced extraterrestrial civilization proclaimed responsibility for producing human life, if the ETs said, we're your creators, would it cause a religious crisis? If you're a religious conservative, this is completely contrary to what the Bible says. And of course it would bother them, again, if they're theologically conservative. But in the survey, you don't really know how conservative or liberal the respondent was. The other problem is the math. By the survey's own mathematical calculations and sources, and assuming a family is 4 people, a couple with 2 kids, we'll skip the dog, then the survey accounts for only 373,908 people in the United States. So there's the math. You get the 477 times 4. So you know how I got this. If we double that, if we're really generous, because again, only half the respondents actually gave their congregation size, so let's double it. That's 0.005% of the population of the United States. What I'm suggesting here is that this survey doesn't really cover what needs to be covered. By way of illustration, I put this in a bar graph, and yes, there is a bar down here for the percent, again, of the population, but it's so small it doesn't even register on the bar graph to graphically illustrate it. So what I want to do, having sort of set this up, so you know who I'm targeting, and you know that I'm thinking that a lot of the efforts to date just haven't done a whole lot, is I want to demonstrate that the issue is important. I'm speaking again for those who are perhaps in the room who are, again, their background is a conservative Christian background, or you know people who have that background, or if you're listening on the DVD, if those categories apply to you. I want to demonstrate for you that the issue is important. There really are theological questions that we need to think about in relation to this, and also to demonstrate that compatibility, in other words, a genuine, a very real extraterrestrial reality is compatible with a conservative, a theologically conservative Christianity and Judaism. My rhetorical questions here, they are sincere, even though they're rhetorical. Are you worried about your faith? Well, I would suggest that you need to stop hiding. There is a coherent response if this were ever the case. And if you like to trouble Christians over the issue, you like to needle them, perhaps go after them a little bit about their faith, I would hope that you wouldn't be as intellectually dishonest and frankly as cranky after today, after you see this, because there are coherent responses. Historically, how did it come to this? I mean, how did we get to this position where the church just really does not want to entertain this question? The reason I ask this is because it didn't used to be this way. Now, the debate over whether intelligent life exists elsewhere in the universe, again, just departing from all the demonic stuff, the abduction stuff, you might be thinking, well, you can't really depart from that. Again, just for the sake of the discussion is why we're doing it. But the question of whether there are other worlds is actually very old. It goes all the way back to Aristotle and Plato. So it has a long heritage. They were opponents, though, to the idea. They didn't like the idea that there were other worlds. And most early Christian authors were also generally opposed to extraterrestrials, since they tended to use Platonic and Aristotelian philosophy in the articulation of their theology, the explanation of different theological concepts. Augustine of Hippo, this is the famous St. Augustine, also attacked the idea, and much later Aquinas was opposed to the idea, mainly because he didn't like Aristotle. Later on, though, when you get into the High Middle Ages, in 1277, Tempier, the Bishop of Paris, issued, now catch this, issued a condemnation, and he's a Roman Catholic, he issued a condemnation of doctrines that seemed to limit God's omnipotence. So he actually produced a list that, if you believe this idea, okay, or if you reject this idea, you're limiting God's omnipotence. And on that list was this. One of the propositions condemned was, quote, that the first cause, God, since he brought everything into the world, or everything into creation, the first cause cannot make many worlds. If you affirmed this, if you believed that God could not make any worlds, Tempier was saying, you should be condemned, your idea should be condemned, because you're limiting God's omnipotence. Omnipotence is the idea that God can do anything that he wants that's consistent with his own nature and his will. So here you have a bishop of Paris saying, you really need to believe this, because he certainly could have doing it. He could have done it. Now, theologians who followed the lead of Tempier didn't argue that God did create other worlds. Some did, some didn't. But the question was only that he could. So they're opening the door to a positive view of this. That openness led to the introduction of what Christian philosophers would later call the principle of plenitude during the Renaissance. So, a century or so later. This was a philosophical, theological idea, not a biblical one. I mean, you're not going to get this from a Bible verse. But it was a theological idea that posited that an omnipotent creator like that proposed in the Bible must, and here's the key difference, must of necessity bring to be all that is possible to fully honor his own goodness and power. Hence, Christian theology went from seeing other worlds as possible to argue that they might even be necessary for God to really show how great he was. So that became a workable idea. Nicholas of Cusa, a famous figure in church history, encouraged the idea, and he advocated in print that not only could there be a plurality of worlds, but life probably also existed on the moon and the sun. Nicholas was a priest, later became a cardinal, and he was the first prominent Latin Christian scholar to embrace the idea of extraterrestrial life. And he wasn't the only one. Now, later on during the Reformation, the principle of plenitude did face some opposition again, particularly from Melanchthon, who was a Lutheran reformer, who in 1550 warned that the Copernican cosmology would lead to the idea that Christ's incarnation and redemption could have occurred on another planet. Now, what that means is, what Melanchthon's concern was, is that if we have all these other planets out there that are populated, he was afraid, or expressed the concern that, hey, if we affirm this, then we might also have to affirm that God could have sent Jesus to a different planet and effected the atonement for them and perhaps not us. Or later on, this idea is going to be blown up into the, I'll just call it what it is, into the pseudo-theological problem that if there are other worlds, then Jesus has to be incarnated on every one of them and live and die on every one of them and resurrect on every one of them. That's going to become an objection to the idea of extraterrestrial life. But Melanchthon was more or less concerned about humanity losing its position as the redeemed, or as the target of redemption more properly, than somebody else. So he was opposed to the idea. Belief in extraterrestrials among Christians and Christian theologians continued to be quite prominent during the Enlightenment, 17th and 18th century. Near the end of the 18th century, the consensus within and without the church, so both people in the church and people who had nothing to do with the church, was that the universe was teeming with intelligent life. And so many Christians believed the possibility actually enhanced one's religious perspective, again, in light of the principle of plenitude. So it was cool, it was in vogue, it was permissible, it was allowable to believe in other worlds as a Christian at this time. The acceptance of extraterrestrial life among Christians was soon undermined, however, by one of the Enlightenment's major figures. Thomas Paine, again, we've heard of Thomas Paine from history class in The Age of Reason. He argued that astronomical science had made it impossible for any thinking person to accept the central Christian notions of a divine incarnation and redeemer. And in the course of this debate, Paine became a firm deist. In his own words, here's how he put the problem as he perceived it. He says, "From whence could arise the strange conceit that the Almighty should come to die in our world because, they say, one man and one woman had eaten an apple? And on the other hand, are we to suppose that every world in the boundless creation had an Eve, an apple, a serpent, and a Redeemer?" He's saying, look, if this is true, and if the Christian doctrines are true, and if it's true that there are other worlds, wouldn't this whole thing, this whole atonement idea, the whole fall and redemption idea, and the incarnation that Christianity has as its central beliefs, wouldn't that have to be repeated on every world that existed? Or else they wouldn't be redeemed. The Son of God would have nothing else to do than to travel from world to world in an endless succession of death with scarcely a momentary interval of life. There's so many worlds out there, you just have to go somewhere and just die all the time. So he thought it was absurd. Numerous Christian authors in the period after Paine responded to his polemics. Two of the most successful were Timothy Dwight, who was the president of Yale University during these dates, and Thomas Chalmers was a famous Scottish preacher. So they just thought Paine was out to lunch and that the idea of extraterrestrial life was just fine within Christianity. And Dwight and Chalmers, by the way, these were major theological figures. These were not hacks. Okay, these were not people who didn't know theology. They were among the leaders in Christian theology at the time, and they thought it was just fine. They just didn't buy what Paine was saying. Support for the idea of extraterrestrial life continued through the late 19th and early 20th centuries in the church, but it soon became the threat that many Christians see to it today, and that was really because of Darwinism. With the advent of Darwinism, Christians who took the Bible's claim of a divine creator seriously began to view scientists as the enemy. Okay, that was one of the key intellectual movements or changes that has led to the situation as it is now. Once Darwinists, and here was a big, and it still is a very big issue, once Darwinists came to the conclusion that the discovery of extraterrestrial life would amount to added support for naturalistic evolution against the idea of a creator, the church became increasingly hostile toward the idea. So the fact that non-Christian secular scientists linked the idea of, hey, if we discover extraterrestrial life out there somewhere, then that supports evolution, because life would have had to evolve somewhere else. That linkage, which I'm going to tell you right now is not logically necessary at all, but that linkage really troubled a lot of people in the church. So they were just immediately, they began to be predisposed against the idea of extraterrestrial life. Now, some observations. Historically speaking, the church was often quite supportive of the idea of extraterrestrial life. That's just a point-blank historical fact. The idea of extraterrestrial life did raise important theological questions, but these questions were not viewed as threats to the faith by many. Two things, I believe, drove the church away from the extraterrestrial question, and here's the important part, neither of which arose from the Bible itself. And they were manufactured pseudo-theological problems from enemies like Paine, and the logically unnecessary linkage of naturalistic random evolutionary theory to the question itself. Now, the former of these, Paine's argument about Jesus having to die and resurrect on every world, made Christians wonder if the extraterrestrial life was a problem, and the latter forced Christians, the whole question of evolution, forced many Christians in their minds to distance themselves from the idea by default. Thinking that if we accept this, then somewhere down the road, someone's going to argue that we must accept evolution as well. Now, getting a little more modern here with the situation as it is today, we're still dealing with the same categories. And I'm going to start with the second of the two back here. Here are the two categories, pseudo-theological problems and this logically unnecessary linkage. I'm going to start with the second one to jump into how I would respond, how I think the church can quite easily respond to the issues and affirm the possibility that their worldview is compatible with an extraterrestrial reality. Now, the notion of intelligent alien life that it proves, or at least supports, the theories of naturalistic evolution is, again, the modern version of today's unnecessary link. Panspermia, if you're not familiar with this term, is the idea that life was seeded from space. Usually this takes the form of what scientists would call undirected panspermia. It's accidental. Life particles, are floating around out there in space, and they land on Earth and create life. There are those, though, who would favor directed panspermia, that extraterrestrials actually brought life here or came here and started life. The first major figure in science to say this was Francis Crick, okay, who you might remember, Crick and Watson, co-discoverer of DNA. He thought that evolution could not explain the complexity of life, and so he theorized, well, somebody must have brought it here. He did not, of course, want to say that there was a creator. But would an extraterrestrial reality actually prove either this idea, panspermia, or evolution? I would say to some extent the objection is completely irrelevant. There are many theologically conservative Christians. Again, I'm talking about people who believe that the Bible is the Word of God, who believe that Christ was God in the flesh, who believe that he died and he rose again. I mean, all the major doctrines of Christianity. There are many theologically conservative Christians, especially in the sciences with advanced degrees in those fields, who embrace the theory of evolution, albeit as a process created by God. Those who do this would call themselves theistic evolutionists. God created the evolutionary process and lets it run. And or intelligent design theorists. Now, intelligent design theorists do not all embrace evolution. Some of them reject it. But the fact is there are lots of conservative Christians out there who aren't troubled in the least by evolution. And just on a personal note, I know a lot of these people. Okay, I'm at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I go to a campus church there. And our church, for some reason, is heavily, and I mean heavily, heavily stilted toward the sciences. I can't go to a service without bumping into half a dozen PhDs because we have a lot of faculty who are members and leaders in our church. Our church has a lot of graduate students in a lot of fields, but most of them seem to be scientists. By way of example, the head of the botany department at the UW is a member and an elder of my church. The head of environmental studies, member of my church. We have two research physicists, both with PhDs. It's a husband and a wife team who work at the cyclotron in Madison. They're members of our church. They affirm all the cardinal doctrines. I have two friends whose PhDs are in artificial intelligence. We've got grad students in entomology and biology, chemistry, biochemistry, the whole 9 yards. And they all believe the faith. They all practice the faith. They're all firm Christians. Many of them, not all of them, I don't want to pigeonhole all of them, would probably be comfortable calling themselves theistic evolutionists. They all like intelligent design. They're all fans of that movement. So, in some ways, this objection is just pointless. It's going to be made by people who just are not acquainted with Christians who have advanced degrees in the sciences. By the way, do you know who Francis Collins is? The head of the Human Genome Project. He's a Christian. You don't believe that? Go on the internet, put Francis Collins into your browser and Wheaton College. You'll get his address to Wheaton College, which is a mainstream evangelical school. You'll get his lecture on his testimony, his faith. He is the head of the Human Genome Project, MD, PhD, the whole 9 yards. I could stand up here and just catalog PhDs in different fields to you, but I'm not going to waste your time doing that. For those Christians, the concern is not evolution, but naturalistic, purposeless, undirected evolution. What a Christian in the sciences would object to is that evolution is just totally random. It was not started or given to us or initiated by a creator. This is what the people I know object to, that you take God out of the process completely. If alien life forms, intelligent or not, were discovered, those in this category would just assume that God started the evolutionary process. It's okay. You know, other life forms out there on other planets are part of that process. God is the ultimate creator. So where's the issue? And I've actually had them ask me this. Well, where's the problem? Well, you know, you're preaching to the choir professor. You know, I'll use their first name, but for the sake of this, we'll just call them professor. I mean, to them, it's like a no-brainer. Why do people have a problem with this? Well, you know, we usually get into an interesting conversation then. Those who reject evolution, however, again, there are many Christians who are just opposed to evolution completely, just from the get-go. Those who reject evolution would, by default then, be forced to argue that God created alien life forms just as he created life on Earth. Now, I would submit to you that this is exactly what many Christians before Darwin believed. Principle of plenitude. So even if you're in this group, even if you reject evolution, all that does is put you back in the other category. God's omnipotent, he can do what he wants. He's still the creator. But I do want to unpack this a little bit, this alleged problem, to show again that it's not a very effective threat to the theistic worldview and the Christian worldview. Assuming evolution is valid for the moment, its validity in no way explains the origin of the matter present at the beginning of an evolutionary process. In other words, how organic matter evolves and how it came to be in the first place are separate questions. Okay? There's no necessary link there. An advanced intelligent extraterrestrial would not answer the question of ultimate origin either, due to the philosophically incoherent notion that a created thing brought the creation into existence. In other words, you believe there's an extraterrestrial out there. And I've never seen this claim, even in the UFO literature. I mean, nobody's going to say that ET created the universe. You know, they usually say ET created us or something like that. So even if there is a ET, then that just raises the question, okay, where'd you come from? Where did it come from? And again, to Christians in this group, they would just say, well, God put you here too. So, you know, why don't you submit to him or something like that? Many Christians and theologians have argued that the biblical text itself, it's kind of interesting, I threw this in as a side note, may lend validity to the evolutionary process. I'm not saying this is my position, but it is interesting. Genesis 1:24, God said, "Let the earth bring forth every living creature." And what is in there that's kind of curious? You have the earth bringing forth living things. Not God directly. God starts the process of the earth bringing forth every living creature. Now, some ancient theologians, Gregory of Nyssa, Augustine, actually thought that this implied, and they didn't know the word evolution, but the way they articulated this, they thought, well, you know, maybe that the text actually means what it says here. I'll use Augustine's quote here. He supposed that the Creator, based on this verse, implanted seeds or potencies of each separate kind of organism in the created universe from the first moment of its existence. He made all things together, disposing them in an order based not on the intervals of time, but on causal connections. There was, catch this, invisibly present all that would later develop. Okay, that was Augustine, based on Genesis 1:24. So again, this is turf that Christian theologians have covered, before. This is nothing new. If God did indeed create life all over the universe, it is reasonable to expect a genetic relationship. Again, and these are my responses. You remember back a few slides ago, one of the questions dealt with, well, what if there's ET and what if he's genetically similar to us? Would that bother you? I'm saying, well, why should it bother you? It's reasonable to expect a genetic relationship between that life and Earth life on the basis of genetic relationships between life forms on Earth. If they all have the common creator, why would this be a shock? If the Human Genome Project has taught the lay public anything, it is that we are genetically similar to more life forms on Earth than we previously thought. Does this prove we made those life forms? No, of course not. It doesn't prove they made us either. Using ET life of any kind as a proof of a cause and effect relationship is not logically coherent. It is not sufficient on this point to assume a cause-effect relationship because we presume they're technologically superior to us either. For example, we're technologically superior to apes, but we're not their creators. Again, the logic fails. There is no necessary conclusion to draw here. Now, we've covered the logically unnecessary link. Let's move to the second category, what I will call today's modern manufactured theological pseudo-problems or objections. Now, here are the four that we'll cover. Some would say, well, if there is ET, then that undermines the inerrancy of the Bible. Inerrancy refers to the idea that the Bible does not contain errors in anything it affirms, that it actually affirms. Some would say an extraterrestrial reality would overturn the doctrines of redemption and incarnation. This is sort of Thomas Paine's category, objection still around. The third one is, if there are ETs, then this overturns the doctrine of the image of God. In other words, if they're here, if they're real, and they're more intelligent than we are, then that means that we're not the apex of creation, and we're not unique to God, and somehow or another, they have like more of the image than we do, and that there's a problem here. We're going to discuss what the image is and why this just doesn't work either as an objection. And the fourth is, if there are ETs, people would argue that they must be angels. So some people are afraid that if we admit that there are extraterrestrials, or if that fact is actually proven, then there are going to be people out there who say, those were the angels of the Bible. They were really aliens. Should that bother us? Is that a theological problem? So those are the four. Let's take the first one. The denial of inerrancy issue. This objection proceeds on the naive assumption that if something is not taught in the Bible, it can't be true. And naive is the operative word there. This objection is so transparently incoherent that it is difficult to avoid the conclusion that it's used only to avoid the discussion. And I really mean that. When I get this, why are you involved in this? And if extraterrestrials are out there, then the Bible's wrong. I think that people just want to try to say that to me to shock me, back into the inerrancy camp. And I never left it in this discussion. But they're saying, oh, if you believe this, then you think the Bible's wrong. It has an error. And I'm saying, no, this is it's ridiculous. Just because something's not in there doesn't mean it can't be true. For example, the Bible issues no statement declaring that there isn't extraterrestrial life. The Bible doesn't tell us about microwaves, gravity, the known planets, toilet paper, whatever. That doesn't mean they aren't real, especially things like the known planets and gravity. I mean, the planets aren't listed in the Bible. Because it's not in the Bible, then should we say that the Bible affirms that there aren't 9 planets? I mean, the logic here is it's incoherent, and it's just very naive. Hence, a genuine extraterrestrial reality doesn't amount to overturning any biblical statement. It just doesn't. And my question is, why is it the burden of the Genesis narrative or the Bible as a whole to mention everything that's real? I mean, why does it need to do that? I also think that inerrancy is a wrong-headed objection, because inerrancy itself is subject to interpretation. For instance, you have to determine what's an error. You also have to determine what is cultural, what's metaphorical, what's just literary. I mean, it just opens a whole spectrum of sub-issues that you have to deal with. So the term is so elastic that a genuine extraterrestrial reality is really no threat to the doctrine. What about incarnation and redemption, though, the second one? Back to Thomas Paine's objection. I think this objection is kind of odd, because on the one hand, some have used it to require the notion that an intelligent ET would have to be viewed as God incarnate. In other words, replacing Christ. What I mean here is when Paine first came up with this idea that Jesus has to go live and die and resurrect on every planet, some said, well, maybe God has a Jesus or a Messiah on every planet in that indigenous population. So that was one sort of response that came up. And again, there's nothing biblically that requires this at all, so it is a non sequitur. The matter of redemption, though, I think has received more attention in Paine's traditional articulation. And I still think the objection lacks force because it is because of several problems here. It just doesn't cohere. So I'm going to focus on redemption here. It is related to the incarnation, obviously. You can't have redemption without the incarnation, but let's just camp here for the sake of this section of the lecture. To re-explain it, if there are intelligent ETs, then the objection goes, Christ would have had to die for them. The logic here is because Romans 8 and Revelation 21 and 22 tell us that the atonement of Christ ultimately extends the entire universe, that it will be recreated in an Edenic way. Now that's true. Those passages do affirm and tell us that because of the death and resurrection of Christ, that all of creation will be redeemed, will be regenerated. And so let's store that in the back of our minds, that much is true. But to use that to say that Jesus would have to die for everything in, every other intelligent being in the creation is, again, a separate issue. But the argument goes, if they're intelligent aliens, they'd have to be included in this. And yet the Bible doesn't say anything. Maybe this is a little clearer. C.S. Lewis, a very famous author, Christian apologist, who did not himself object to the idea of intelligent extraterrestrial life. He actually wrote a trilogy, his space trilogy, with this as its core. Perhaps some of you have read that. But he put the argument this way. If the universe is teeming with life, this, we are told, reduces to absurdity the Christian claim that to only this one planet, God came down and was incarnate for us and our salvation. So that's the way he put the objection. A little more modern, Nancy Murphy, who teaches at Fuller Theological Seminary, which is an evangelical school, put it this way. She says that the problem is put forth that it would be inconsistent to assume the existence of other life forms capable of responding to the overtures of God, and yet deny the possibility of any event on other planets that's comparable to God's action in Jesus. So again, these are just people who have written on this. Now, I've included Paul Davies' 2 cents on this. Paul Davies is a name you might be familiar with. He is in the field of physics, does a lot of writing on extraterrestrial life. He is not a Christian. I don't know what he is. He's either an atheist or an agnostic. Frankly, when atheists or agnostics do theology, it isn't pretty. It's the same thing here. But I'll read his quotation because I'm going to interact with it. Of all the world's major religions, Christianity is the most species-specific. Jesus Christ was humanity's savior and redeemer. He didn't die for the dolphins or the gorillas, and certainly not for the proverbial little green men. Then Davies asked, but what of the deeply spiritual aliens? Are they not to be saved? Can we contemplate a universe that contains perhaps 1 trillion worlds of saintly beings? He's equating saintly beings with this deeply spiritual thing. Like, because I'm deeply spiritual, then God has to save me. But in which the only beings eligible for salvation inhabit a planet where murder, rape, and other evils remain rife. So what he's doing here is he's saying that the reason God offers salvation is if you're good, which is a complete misunderstanding of the gospel. But continuing with Davies, those few Christian theologians who have addressed this thorny issue divide into 2 camps. Some posit multiple incarnations and even multiple crucifixions, God taking on little green flesh to save little green men, as a prominent Anglican minister once told me. But most are appalled by this idea or find it ludicrous. After all, in the Christian view of the world, Jesus was God's only son. Would God have the same person born, killed, and resurrected in endless succession on planet after planet? So he's in the Thomas Paine camp pretty clearly here. Now, the way I would respond to this is it's true that the New Testament teaches all creation is redeemed. But it is an assumption, and I think perhaps flawed, that the cosmos needs to be redeemed in a moral guilt sense. Now, what I mean here, and I'll return to this in a moment, is the reason in Christian theology that Christ became incarnate and died on the cross was that mankind, because he was morally guilty before God, had to be redeemed. Okay, that was the whole rationale for it. And what I'm suggesting here is I think it's a flawed assumption that everything in the cosmos is guilty before God and even needs to be redeemed. But we'll come back to that. Christianity does not teach we're morally guilty before God because we're intelligent or spiritual. We are in that state because God applies Adam's guilt to all humans. All right? That's what the Bible actually says. The other problem with what Davies says is salvation cannot be earned and is never deserved in biblical theology, but is granted to all those who put their faith in what Jesus did. As such, Davies' comments in particular show a fundamental misunderstanding of the gospel to begin with. If God did not apply moral guilt to aliens, and of course there's no biblical indication he did, presuming they exist, then the objection is moot. They don't need to be redeemed in a moral sense, because they're not guilty before God. The effect of Adam's sin does not pass to them. Hence, E.T. may be of no concern when it comes to the plan of redemption. E.T. would need no savior, wouldn't go to heaven or hell. I don't like to put it this way, but E.T. could be on, in terms of heaven or hell, the level of an animal that is not guilty before God, and hence he's not going to suffer forever if he doesn't believe in Jesus. There are other human beings, in fact, I would say, again, this is my own view of Romans 5:12, who do not incur guilt before God, but the effect of what Adam did to them is somehow different. And again, I'm not terribly committed to this view, but I think it's possible that when Romans 5:12, if you're not familiar with it, says, Paul says, "For whereas by one man sin entered into the world," that's Adam, "and death by sin, so that death passed upon all men, for that all have sinned." This is usually taken to mean that when Adam sinned, his guilt was transferred to every human being, and so every human being needs to be redeemed. They need to believe in Jesus, or else they're going to go to hell. Well, if you actually take the verse pretty literally, the only thing that passes upon men is death. And you can easily translate it with the result that all men sin. In other words, what Adam did might only result in mortality, and the fact that now that we're born, every human being will inevitably sin and become guilty before God, but is not necessarily guilty before they sin. Again, it's possible. It's a fairly common theological view when discussing the atonement. But I put in this category babies, abortion victims, people who are severely retarded, people who can't believe. And I'm just suggesting that, hey, there could be another category where human beings are taken care of by the atonement, but not in a moral guilt way. There are other non-human beings who are excluded from the category. Animals don't need a savior in the moral sense, yet they are part of the new heaven and new earth. Perhaps aliens, if they exist, are in that category. So, they're subsumed in the recreation, the regeneration of the cosmos because of what Jesus did. But they're not in danger of going to hell. Fallen gods or fallen angels are another category who have no chance of salvation. Perhaps those beings who portray themselves as aliens are in this category, and a lot of Christians think they are. If that's the case, then the atonement is a non-issue again. Is this a real threat to the doctrine of redemption? In Hebrews 2:9, we do see that this idea of the atonement, its broad effect, Paul or the writer of Hebrews, whoever you think that is, says, "We do see Jesus, who for a little while was made lower than the angels, now crowned with glory and honor because of the suffering of death, so that by the grace of God he might taste death for everyone. It was fitting that God, for whom and through whom all things exist, in bringing many children to glory," and so on and so forth. I'll skip to the next line. "For this reason God is not ashamed to call them brothers and sisters, saying, I will proclaim your name to my brothers and sisters. In the midst of the congregation I will praise you. Since," continuing, "therefore the children share flesh and blood, he himself likewise share the same things, so that through death he might destroy the one who has the power of death, that is the devil, and free those who were held in slavery." Here's the important line. "For it is clear that he did not come to help angels, but the descendants of Abraham." It's very clear that the angels, especially the fallen angels, are not included in the redemption, in the atonement. So again, there's precedent for a category of intelligent beings not being included in the atonement. The fact that they're intelligent has nothing to do with whether Jesus needs to die for them. What about the idea that all created things will be redeemed, though, going back to that theme? Romans 8, you go down here to verse 22, or verse 21 here. "The creation itself will be set free from its bondage to decay and will obtain the freedom of the glory of the children of God. We know that the whole creation has been groaning in labor pains until now." Up here, the creation is waiting and eagerly longing for the revealing of the children of God. This is an eschatological and end times kind of thing, that when Christ returns, creation will be ultimately renewed sometime after his return. Colossians 1, you have the context here is we're discussing, Paul's discussing the Father, God the Father, and Jesus. God uses Jesus to rescue us from the power of darkness and transfer us into the kingdom of his beloved Son, in whom we have redemption, the forgiveness of sins. Going on, Jesus is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of creation, so on and so forth. If you get down here to the red, through him, through Jesus, God was pleased to reconcile to himself all things, whether on earth or in heaven, by making peace through the blood of his cross. So this idea is biblical, but the point of the redemption of all creation is not to undo moral guilt. The earth isn't guilty, animals aren't guilty. It's to make it what it once was, to give it new life, to set it in right relationship to him as it was in Eden. So again, to summarize this, just because there's an intelligent extraterrestrial does not mean that that intelligent extraterrestrial is guilty before God. And if that's the case, Jesus doesn't need to go to every planet and die. Okay? ET might benefit with the rest of the cosmos from the atonement, but there's no need for God to look down at planet whatever and say, oh boy, there's a population down there, I better go send a Messiah there. The whole point of the Messiahship to specific individuals was that they're morally guilty and they need a means of forgiveness. And there's no biblical warrant to say that ET needs that. Third one, if there are ETs, then this overturns the doctrine of the image of God. This objection requires a little explanation. Supposedly, if there are intelligent extraterrestrials, then the special relationship humans have with God, which is defined as this image idea, is overturned. In reality, the understanding that an intelligent ET would not have been created in God's image and so would not usurp humanity's uniqueness is the primary reason Christianity could sustain an extraterrestrial reality. Now, to explain that, most Christians, and you'll read this if you read theology books, it's very common to say that the image of God is these things. You know, it's intelligence, it's communication ability, you have a soul, a conscience, free will, abstract thought, whatever. So the supposition is that, hey, if there comes along another critter, another being that has these things, or even a couple of them, then that means that humankind is not unique. Humankind is not created in the image of God exclusively, like the Bible says. So there must be a problem with the Bible. That's the way the argument goes. And again, as you well know, I don't buy it. The reason that the image is not any of those things, and that's the key. The image is not an ability or some capacity. The reason that that's not the case is because of several reasons, and I'll try to follow this here. The image is, true, what makes mankind distinguishably and certifiably unique in relation to any other created thing in the universe. The image must be something possessed in its entirety, equally and fully by every human being. In Genesis 1:26, when God says, "Let us make humankind in our image," the whole point is that I'm going to create humanity in such a way that he is distinct from everything else I've created. And since we're created in his image, male and female, and every male and female has it, it's not something you get in stages. Okay? You either have it or you don't. Now, these conditions are again mandated by this passage, Genesis 1, okay, the famous image passage, let us make humankind in our image and in our likeness. Genesis 5, we have the phrase again, God creates humankind in the likeness of God. Genesis 9, a very famous verse dealing with capital punishment. Whoever sheds blood of humankind, by humankind shall his blood be shed, for in the image of God has God made humankind. My own position, as you're going to see in the next couple slides, is that the image is not a thing, an ability we have. It's not something put in us. It's something we are. It is a status that we have. We are God's representatives on earth. We are God's imagers, which explains this command. God was offended at murder. If you kill a human being, it is as though you killed God in effigy, because humans are his representatives, his stand-ins, so to speak, on the planet. And that was offensive. Now, some observations. All men and women are image bearers, according to that Genesis passage. The image, of course, makes us distinct. There's something about the image that makes humankind like God. And the image is not incremental or partial. What I think it is, and I've already tipped my hand here, and this is based on a point of Hebrew grammar, is the image is something we are, not something we have. This is the phrase in Hebrew, Bet-Tselem is how you would say this, in the image. This little letter is a preposition in Hebrew. They're attached to the front of words. Now think about the way we use the word in. Okay, we use the word in a lot of different ways. If I say, put the dishes in the sink, in that sentence denotes location. Okay? If I say, write this letter in pencil, what I mean there is that the pencil is the instrument that you use for writing. If I say, I work in education, I work in the medical field, what I mean is this. I work as a teacher. I work as a doctor. I work as a nurse. In other words, that is my function. I work in the capacity of education or medicine. And I'm suggesting we take this meaning of the word in and put it back in Genesis 1:26. We are created as God's image. We are created to function in the capacity of his image. We're created to be him as though he were here. We're created to be his representatives, his imagers. Think of it verbally. It's a function, not a thing. And all human beings have an ordained destiny to carry out or reject as his imagers. Now, how does this relate? E.T. has not been put in charge of earth, as Genesis 1:26 and 27 says humans are. Hence, he is not an imager of God. Humanity would therefore remain unique. It would retain a special relationship between humans and God. If E.T. comes along, and let's say he's more intelligent, that doesn't undo the image, because the point of the image is that I, God, am placing you, humans, on the earth to rule it, to take care of it, to nurture it, like I would do if I were physically there. I'm putting you in charge. You're my representatives. It doesn't matter if E.T.'s out here somewhere doing his thing on another planet, because God is in a unique, special relationship to humans on this planet, on Earth. Okay? Frankly, it doesn't mean a thing if E.T. is out there. His place is not God's imager on Earth. Maybe God's doing something else with him over there. But the categories, the distinction between the categories can easily be retained. I have here a little rabbit trail. What about the plurals in Genesis, our image? Because everybody asks about this. And to get a full answer to this, you're going to have to get some of the other tapes from the sessions. But it's true that the members of the divine council, God's heavenly host, are also God's imagers in some sense. They do rule. They do exercise authority. That is true. Humankind is still unique, though, since humans alone are God's representatives on earth. In fact, in Jewish tradition, and I would say in biblical theology as well, the whole point of the initial rebellion of the Nachash, Lucifer, the serpent, whatever term you want to use there, was because he, as a superior being to Adam and Eve, did not want to submit to the idea that God was putting them in charge. Okay, we're more capable, we're better looking, we're smarter, whatever. Why should we bow the knee to these two, things that you've just created? The fact that heavenly beings can also serve God does not undo the fact that humans alone are his representatives on earth. God put humanity in charge, not some other being. And again, the whole Jewish tradition about Satan thinking this was ludicrous falls into that category. Now, finally, the fourth argument, well, if there are ETs, then people are going to go running around saying that they're the angels of the Bible, and then we're going to have aliens in the Bible, and that's a problem, so on and so forth. Well, I would suggest you look at it this way. To be honest, if there are ETs, and if you're thinking this, that, I just can't wait to have ETs in the Bible, sort of, running the show or whatever, I would suggest to you need to think twice about that. I don't think you'd really want to do this if you're not a Christian, especially. Here's why. There are 4 problems with identifying angels with extraterrestrials. And again, I'm defining extraterrestrial as a being who has a determinate lifespan, who lives on another planet, who has to eat, who has to procreate to sustain his own race, who has to survive. In other words, he's not an immortal. Okay, he's not an entity, an immortal entity. But that is exactly the way that Jewish and Christian texts describe angels. They're described as immortal. They do not have determined lifespans. For instance, some verses here. Mark 12:25. For when they, in the context it's referring to people, when they rise from the dead, they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels in heaven. Okay, they don't need to reproduce. They will live indefinitely like angels in heaven. Jude 1:6, the angels who did not keep their own position, but left their proper dwelling, he has kept in eternal chains. I would suggest to you that if the sentence is eternal, then the victim of the sentence is also viewed as eternal. Wouldn't make any sense. What's the point of having an eternal punishment if the being is not going to be around for it? Second problem, or second issue, is angels, Hebrew the malachim, are always depicted in human form. In other words, you never have a malach, that's the singular, an angel, ever depicted in non-human form. You have other categories. You have cherubim and seraphim and whatnot. But when the scriptures use this term, angel, and then describe what the angel is doing or what he looks like, they resembled people. You could not tell the difference. The best example here is the Sodom and Gomorrah story, where the two angels who had been along with the Lord, with Yahweh, in human form, in Genesis 18, they have a meal with Abraham, and then God sends the two angels to Sodom and Gomorrah because he's going to punish and destroy the city. When they get there, Lot doesn't know they're angels. When they get to Abraham's nephew's house, Lot, he welcomes them like they're any other human visitor. He has no idea who they are. It's only when they strike the city with blindness that Lot, it kind of clicks with him. Like, well, I can't do that. That's something people can't do. They must be something more. And in fact, they were. The only really, in the UFO literature, it's only the Nordics that would really resemble in any way angels that are described in the Bible. But there are some incongruities here, but for the most part, there's some overlap there. Angels are never said as well to need flying craft to get from one place to the other. They're truly extra-dimensional, or I guess you could say intra-dimensional beings. There's only one verse that, there's a verse that is commonly used to say that angels are flying around in craft. Psalm 68:17 in the King James, but the word angel actually isn't even in here. King James puts it in, but malachim in Hebrew is not there. This is a literal translation. JPS is the Jewish Publication Society version. It's in many ways, it's a very literal translation. It says that God's chariots are myriads upon myriads, thousands upon thousands. The Lord is among them as in Sinai in holiness. Now, again, the supposition is that, the myriads upon myriads are angels, but, the word isn't actually there, but we'll concede that point, that the supposition is that they're angels. Same would be true in Elisha, in his case in 2 Kings 6, where I'm not going to go through the whole story, but Elisha prays that his servant can see the heavenly army that's protecting him, and God opens his eyes and he sees the hills all around Elisha covered with horses and chariots of fire. By the way, the mention of horses here with chariots, I don't recall reading in the UFO literature UFOs that need horses. I mean, this is just a common ancient version of what they actually saw. And I mention that to say this. As I said last night in the Ezekiel session, the biblical writer, the ancient Hebrew writer, has words for silvery, silver, disc, round, circle, window. I mean, all the features of a common UFO. These are just simple words across the board in every Semitic language, but they don't use them to describe the chariots. They just use the word for chariot, drawn by horses. It's an appearance, again, to create the impression for Elisha and his servant that God has an army protecting them. It's not that God's saying, hey, we're really all here in UFOs. Otherwise, I mean, why didn't he describe that? Fourth, are ETs, scratch the R there, are they the angels of the Bible? Now, fourth problem, if they're to be misidentified in New Testament texts, then logic would compel us to accept whatever else the New Testament says about them. What I mean by this, in other words, is that it is intellectually inconsistent to accept that an ET reality is, quote, provable from the Bible, and then to turn around and reject what the Bible says about those beings. If you want to say that the angels of the Bible are extraterrestrials, then I want you to be consistent. I want you to then accept and affirm and believe and obey whatever else the Bible says about those ETs, those angels. And here are some examples. And I don't think, if you're not a Christian, I don't think you're going to want to do this. Here's why. Some examples. Angels, ETs in question mark there, save only the followers of Christ at the rapture, or the second coming, if you don't like the rapture idea. So if you're not a Christian, ET is going to kiss you goodbye. Angels, ETs, announced that Jesus was in fact the Messiah. So again, if you're not a Christian, you better get your act together. ET says, ET affirmed, ET declared that Jesus in fact was the Messiah. ETs are also inferior to and are subject to Jesus Christ. He is their authority. ETs, angels, carry out the wrath of God on the earth and unbelievers at the time of Armageddon. So again, if you're here when Christ comes back with his ETs, as people are so fond of saying, as he comes back with his army of UFOs and extraterrestrials, if you're not a Christian, you're in heap big trouble. Now, I don't think I've ever found someone who really would be willing to embrace a lot of these things if they're not a Christian. My experience has been that most people who want to say that the angels of the Bible are extraterrestrials are very hostile to the Judeo-Christian worldview. And I'm just asking, I'm not really asking, I'm just telling you, you're inconsistent. You have, again, the pick and choose approach to the Bible. You pick what you like, you discard what you don't. One must decide one of two things about the angels or ETs idea. Either don't identify them, number one, or number two, explain how it in fact is intellectually honest of you to pick and choose. And I don't think you can do that. Now, one last thought. While it is certainly true that Christianity can accommodate an extraterrestrial reality, there are two aspects of the alien debate that Christian theology today would still reject. One is the assertion that ETs created humanity. What I'm saying here, by way of sort of a summation, is that, look, on the one hand, it's perfectly easy and perfectly reasonable, perfectly workable for someone who's a conservative Jew or conservative Christian to accept the idea that there could be a real extraterrestrial. The problem comes in this linkage, this assertion here. And second, again, the possibility that while angels are not the ETs, the beings that present themselves are somehow the evil fallen sons of God. This is where you're going to find a lot of Christians nowadays, their resistance to the idea. But what I'm saying to you is that there's no, while this can be articulated, this can be explained, this can have a coherence of its own, I think that Christian theologians should also admit and tell their people that maybe this doesn't have to be the case, and we can have an extraterrestrial reality and still affirm the faith. That is what I have for today. We can take question and answer, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what time it is, so I'm going to rely on the tape guys. We do? Okay. All right. Okay. So we're gonna have Bill come. Where are you, guy? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, let's just stop then. Okay. Thanks for that. For those of you who aren't familiar with me, I want to say a few things. This is my favorite talk to give because I can slow down. Whenever I do this, I seem to get a good time slot, hour and a half. When I did this in Houston at the HUFON meeting, it's Houston UFO Network, probably about two summers ago now. After I was done with this, we went for 4 hours in question and answer. No, I'm not suggesting anything. But that's okay. I've checked with Guy. I told my wife not to expect me back at any reasonable hour. I'm just telling you, by past experience, this generates a lot of questions. I don't mind answering them. I'll stay as long as you want to stay. This is also something I enjoy doing because I like the give and take with an audience. It is really right up my alley because of my background. I do want to say, though, that this is also the material that gets me in the most trouble because of the, well, you know, it's fairly confrontational. With Zecharia Sitchin, I don't know Zecharia Sitchin. I've not met him. When I wrote the first draft of The Facade, which is sort of a novelization of my views on a whole range of things related to UFOs and abductions and all that sort of thing. When I first did that draft, I had never heard of him. I had heard of Eric von Daniken, but I had never heard of Zecharia Sitchin. After I did the first draft and started to have some people read it, I began to hear the name, so I looked him up and got a couple books and read his material. And at first I thought, hey, this is really cool. You know, I found somebody, because all I had read was the back cover. You know, ancient language scholar, Sumerian scholar, you know, dealing with the topics that I was interested in. I thought, this is pretty cool because somebody has gone this route before and I will have some direction, because frankly there's just nobody who is credentialed in ancient languages who does this sort of thing, who has these interests. And I have to be pretty blunt with you, I was very disappointed. I will say some things tonight, as Guy said, you know, we're all going to go away offended, at least once during the conference. I was really disappointed. I don't think Zecharia Sitchin knows any of the languages. I've said that on Coast to Coast AM, so there's no point in not saying it here. That's the best way I can characterize it. It was a disappointment. When I went on with Art Bell, now 3 years ago, he asked me if I would be willing to debate Zecharia Sitchin. I said, sure, that would be fine. And I have not heard a peep from the Sitchin camp since. Now, I think I know why that is. I think at the end of this, you'll know why it is. I say all that to say this. My gripe with Sitchin is purely academic. I do not think, especially, you have to understand the context from which I'm coming. When you're in graduate school, you do not do things and survive like make arguments without proof, like make things up from ancient texts that just aren't there. You will just be essentially just shot on the spot. Your career is over. Okay, you do not do things like that. And that's what I encountered in Sitchin's works, and plus all sorts of just plain mistakes. Now I want to preface our beginning here by saying, in reference to my title, why you should care about honesty and scholarship. The reason you should care is because maybe there's one of you out in the audience here who has studied an ancient language or two, or maybe has a degree in it, but by and large, someone who picks up Zecharia Sitchin's works or goes to a website or looks at this material on the internet, you have no idea how to interact and how to critique this material, because it's not your field. You all have different fields, you all have different interests. I said last week to George Norrie on Coast to Coast, I said, you know, George, if you had this interest, you know, you could do some of this work yourself, but it is not very good for your social life. I'm still astonished that I got married. Okay, I actually said that to him. And I mean, I kind of am. I'm still astonished because it's nerdy, okay, to like to parse verbs, okay? Let's be upfront and honest about it. But there are people who do this. There are people who devote their lives to ancient languages, manuscript studies, cuneiform, whatever. And when you are being fed information related to this material, and the author knows that you cannot check him, that's why you should care. Because you are being sold a bill of goods. We are not on the level here that I disagree with certain translations of tablets. The level we're talking about here is that the material either exists or it doesn't. We're not talking about differences of translation technique. We're talking about fabrication of material. And I've picked 6 items that we're going to go through in relation to Sitchin's work. Again, it's hard for me to stand up here and say it's not personal. It isn't, but I know that if you're a real devotee of Sitchin, you're going to feel that way. I don't know the guy. He seems like a nice guy. I mean, I've never heard anything from him. I mean, I've heard him on Coast to Coast once or twice that would make me think he's evil and bad. I have had hosts tell me, people you would know, names you would know, that he is that. I have no idea. I don't think that. I have no basis for saying that. What I can stand up here and tell you tonight is that his scholarship is really bad. Okay, that I can say. Now, with that as sort of a segue of an intro here, what makes, I should add this. This was illustrative with what happened last week. Did anybody catch the Coast to Coast show last week? Okay, let me tell you how these things run. You talk to the producer, you set a date, and then she asks you, Lisa Lyons, okay, write up 20 questions for George. Okay, it's a normal procedure. So I deliberately said, you know what, I'm not going to mention Zechariah Sitchin in these 20 questions because I know George really likes him, and I like George. I don't want to offend George. If you were listening to the show, we're not 30 seconds into the show, and he's asking about Sitchin. The board op, they call you about 5 or 6 minutes before the show, make sure you went to the bathroom. They said, well, now George really wants to talk about angels. He doesn't really want to talk about, Jewish texts. Fine, whatever George wants to do. And I'm telling you, 30 seconds in, there it is. And he kept bringing it up. Okay, so I wanted to tell you, I didn't initiate that. It just happens. And so I'm willing to take the heat for it, and I'm also willing to do it because it needs to be done. Why, you might ask, do you think, Mike, it's important to speak out about what somebody else teaches? Is it any of my business? Isn't it mean? Are you just bored? I do get bored. I could have put here, don't you just want to make money off Zechariah Sitchin? I've been accused of that publicly by William Henry. And what I did for William was I posted my income tax returns on the internet for the last 3 years. Now, I blacked out the names and the social security numbers, and I said, here you go, William. Do you think you or Zechariah Sitchin will do the same? William removed his rant against me off his website. Okay? I am not in this for money. You don't believe me? Ask my wife. Okay? She wishes I was. What if I was a lawyer and your friend, and I knew that the lawyer you had hired to represent you wasn't very competent in an area of the law critical to your interests? Should I say nothing? Should I let you get taken? Is that what you'd want? What if I was a doctor and a friend of yours and I suspected that your doctor was unaware of or hesitant to tell you about an experimental treatment that might save your life? Should I just shut up? Would you want me to say something? What if I was a financial advisor and I knew that an associate in my office who was managing your account was not getting you the return that you could be getting? Would you like me to say something? Okay, I'm none of those things. I'm also not a minister. What if I was a minister, though, and you came to me with a theological question, and I only gave you enough information to steer you toward my view? Is that honest? Is that fair? No, it's not. So my dilemma and my task is, on the one hand, I do acknowledge that a knowledge filter exists in academia and that you do have some cause to be suspicious of academics. I'm an academic. I understand that. Academics don't want to touch this stuff with a 10-foot pole. As Richard Dolan told me today, I finally got to meet him. He said, we are in an academic ghetto. Okay? And there's a lot of truth to that. But there are those of us who think that the subject matter is important enough to just step outside of our own little world and quit pretending these things don't happen to people. I acknowledge that people's experiences are real. Okay, I am not a debunker. Okay, I know that what happens to people in this area, this is real stuff. Yeah, I can't claim to know exactly what is happening. I have my suspicions based upon my own area. When it comes to my own area, I can tell you what is up to snuff, and I can tell you where you're getting just hoodwinked and flim-flammed, okay, in this area. Another problem I have is I know that a lot of you aren't interested in language stuff. It isn't a sexy subject. A lot of you hated English, much less a foreign language. If I asked you to diagram a sentence now to save your life, you'd probably, half of you would just end up being carted away. Okay, I understand that, but I'm going to try it anyway. I also have to temper the academic enterprise and academic honesty with tact. And I'll admit this is sometimes difficult because I care about what people read in my area. You know, when you spend 20 years in an area and you get degrees, you start to have this little queer sense of ownership of it. It's my area, and so get it right, you dunderhead. You know, I'll admit that. I'll admit that because that's what my professors do to me. So it's my opportunity to do it to somebody else. No, it's just there's a certain expectation. If you publish a book and you claim to be an expert language scholar, you made the claim. Okay? You're in print. You have to live up to it. When I go to a conference, academic conference, there's a few I go to every year in my field, and I read a paper, and everybody in the room has a PhD in biblical studies. If I don't do a good job, I'm going to get hammered. And I have seen people get hammered. I have seen people deliver papers at conferences go away in tears. Okay, it happens. And so, yes, I'm sensitive to people getting it right. If you're going to make the claim, then put up or don't say anything. Acknowledging spiritual realities and forces, I do believe that scholarship is a spiritual issue. It is not just nuts and bolts, grunt academic work. Everybody has presuppositions. I have mine. Okay, you know about some of them. I'm a theist. I believe there's a God. If I believe there's a God, I believe he can actually do something. Okay, what would be the point if I didn't? I believe that he can actually supervise people to write things down for posterity, both what we would call scripture and not. That, you know, in providence, he wants preserved. I operate with certain presuppositions as a theist. I don't believe Zechariah Sitchin is wrong in his analysis of ancient text. I know he's wrong. And I can empirically show you, and I will tonight. Okay, I know it's not very hard if you are in the field. Now, my challenge is to you, go ahead, check my credentials out. I don't have any phony degrees. They're real. My resume is on the internet. Ask yourself if it makes sense as we go through this material to believe what Mr. Sitchin says about the ancient texts against what the ancient Mesopotamians say. And I'm saying this for a specific point in the lecture. I will come back to this. But at some point, you're going to have to accept what he says over what the scribes themselves say. Now, my money's on the scribes. Okay? Ask yourself how Mr. Sitchin's work can be considered credible in light of its demonstrable errors. And ask yourself why Mr. Sitchin has refused to debate me since 2001. That's a little self-serving, I'll admit it. I'd kind of like to debate, but you know, if it was over the radio, there are just things in here that will not translate well to radio, so it's probably good that we didn't debate. Some points are tough to make. Now, my challenge is to Mr. Sitchin. These have been on the internet for quite a while. Show me proof of your ancient language training. I mean, I'm at the point now where I don't want to see a degree. I want to see a class. I want to see one semester of anything. Explain why your word meanings are superior to those in ancient cuneiform dictionaries. Yes, believe it or not, the scribes themselves created dictionaries, and they're bilingual. Sumerian on one side, Akkadian on the other. We have literally 50 to 60,000 words in clay tablet dictionaries made by the scribes. We don't have to guess at what a word means and what they thought it means. They've told us what it means. And so often Mr. Sitchin's translations and I use that word loosely, defy the Sumerian scribes themselves. I don't know of any other way to put it. Explain the language and translation errors in your books. Produce a single text, just one, a single text that says Nibiru is a planet beyond Pluto, and that text connects the Anunnaki to Nibiru. There is no text, none, zero, nada. There is no line of any cuneiform text that has that in it. That is entirely contrived. If you don't believe me, I have bibliography on my website. There are articles on Nibiru that account for every place it ever occurs in any tablet. And you can look them up for yourself in English translations. It ain't there. Explain why your God-planet correlations are contradicted by all cuneiform astronomical texts. I will explain that as we go. So let's get started here. 2 areas I want to hit on with 3 subjects in each. Sitchin and Mesopotamian astronomy. We will talk about the cylinder seal that he says shows that there's 12 planets. We'll talk about planet-God correlations and the identification of Nibiru. We'll explain those when we get there. And Sitchin in ancient languages. We'll discuss 3 terms that occur in his books a lot: Elohim, Nephilim, and the word Shem. Start with cylinder seal VA 243. The VA is, this seal is actually kept in the Forter Asiatica Museum in Berlin. That is the Museum of West Asian Antiquities. It's seal number 243. You've probably seen this. Now, here's the other reason I like this one. Actually, I just got this. My laser pointer. I get to play with a laser pointer. I better switch hands for this. This is delicate work. You see this right here? Zechariah Sitchin says this is indicative of 12 planets. He says this is the sun, and these dots around the sun, if you add them up, 4, 6, 7, 10, one over here, 11, I think, did I do my math right? He says that plus the sun was counted as a planet, so he says there's 12 planets. Now, in the ancient world, it's true, sun and moon were counted as planets. And so if you take the 9 we know about plus sun and moon, that's 11, and he says this seal says there's 12. And so there must be a 12th planet out there. And of course, if you've read Zechariah Sitchin, he says this 12th planet is Nibiru. Now, move on to the slide here. The inscription on the seal actually says nothing about astronomy, Nibiru, or the planets. We'll get to that. The alleged sun symbol on the seal is not the sun. We know that because we can compare it to the consistent depiction of the symbology of the sun on hundreds of other cylinder seals, monuments, and pieces of Sumerian and Mesopotamian art. We'll show you that. And there's not a single text on any existing Sumero-Mesopotamian tablet that says the Sumerians or Mesopotamians knew of more than 5 planets. There are a number of cuneiform tablets that deal with astronomy and cuneiform studies. All of them have been published. If you're a Sumerian scholar, you know about this material, or at least you should. They've all been compiled and published. Now this text again, this seal, here's what we'll call line 1, what scholars call line 1. Line 1, you'll notice, is an exact duplicate over here. It's repeated. We'll call this line 2, and this little bit down here, line 3. These symbols are the actual Sumerian that is on this seal. Now, it's not very exciting. Again, here is the publication. You want to look it up? Go ahead. I will give you the information. I always try to give you the bibliography. This is the West Asian Cylinder Seals, 1940, by Anton Mortgott. He's an expert on Sumerian cylinder seals. It's in German. If you read German, you're most fortunate. Line 1, Dubsiga is a personal name. Ili Ilat, another personal name. This is German Dein Knecht, for your servant. So that's what it says. Dubsiga, Ili Ilat, your servant. That's all the seal says. It has nothing to do with astronomy. Again, the translation's published since 1940. Zechariah Sitchin should have known about it. In simplest terms, the alleged sun seal in the upper left corner of the seal isn't the sun. And so the artwork doesn't depict the sun and our solar system. It's a star. We know this because of the consistent sun iconography of Sumerian Mesopotamian art. In case you're thinking, well, the sun's a star, the Sumerians and Mesopotamians distinguished these bodies in their artwork. This is your typical sun symbol. You'll notice there's usually a central circle, and of course you have points, which the symbol on the seal that Zechariah Sitchin has, VA243, has. But the key here is that sun iconography consistently has these wavy lines, the rays of the sun. Here's an actual example. You'll notice the wavy lines here. One of the most common artistic motifs is in Sumerian Mesopotamian art, they will depict the sun, the crescent moon, and the star together. And I bring this up to show you that they distinguished the symbols. Here's one example. Sun, wavy lines, crescent moon, star. Star, sun, again, wavy lines, crescent moon. This is the complete, we just had this one on the last slide, this is the complete stela. You notice these symbols. This is a common zodiacal symbol, the Sumerian Mesopotamian zodiac. This is the complete zodiac. And you'll notice again, star, crescent moon, sun, wavy lines, and the rest of the symbols in their zodiac. Another zodiac. Here we go again. Crescent moon, wavy lines for the sun, and a star. And the rest of the symbols of the zodiac. Draco, the scorpion, the whole bit. Another one. Crescent moon, the rays of the sun, star. And this 7 grouping here will interest you. This group of 7 is going to become important in this talk, and I'll come back to it. This is the Pleiades, because the Pleiades to the naked eye is a group of 7 stars. Again, these are actually called Kuduru stones. They're zodiacal stones. Here's a blow-up of that last stone. Crescent moon, wavy lines, star. Now, stars. There are several styles in Sumerian art. This is the one from VA243, the Sitchin seal. You'll notice they have different numbers of spokes or points. Here's 6, here is 7, here is 8. The Sitchin thing has 6. And we'll get to the dots later. Here are the Pleiades. The reason this is important is you'll notice in this piece that they aren't always consistent in the way they are done. You have a certain number with points. This one didn't really, maybe 1 point you can get out of that. Some of the others, you can't discern a point on them. Here you have, again, the Pleiades, pointed stars with the crescent moon up here as well. This is a well-known iconography. Here is our familiar grouping of 7. They're balls. Take note of that. They're just little balls. Here, more star iconography. Now the reason that that's important, I should go back here. You say, well, how can that be a star, Heiser? What are the things around it? They're also stars. What this is a certain constellation. I don't know enough astronomy to tell you what it is, because the seal doesn't have any inscription on it that tells you. But just because they're balls does not mean they're not stars, as noted by the familiar Pleiades constellation. By the way, the Pleiades constellation shows up a lot in Sumerian art. So we talked about cylinder seal VA243. Let's talk about planet-god correlations. There are a number of cuneiform tablets whose contents concern astronomical observations and planetary theory. In fact, you can buy a very exciting dissertation called somebody out there's laughing. Okay, I was a little facetious. Called Babylonian, or actually Sumerian and Babylonian planetary theory. It's all been published. Okay, there's nothing secret. No men in black came and stole the tablets. And okay, it's all been published for years. There are a number that deal with this. These texts, again, are accessible if you know the material. Here is the bibliography. I'm not going to bore you by reading the bibliography. If you want it, you can get the disc in the back. Some technical works. These are all the major works. Theory of the planets. It's all published. Now, the reason this is critical to understand and get into is that Sitchin places a highly literal interpretation on the epic of creation. That's the title of a Sumerian Babylonian epic. Sitchin's reconstruction of Earth's creation and our solar system requires the names of gods to be substituted for those of the planets as he has them. Here's what I mean by that, said in a little better way. Sitchin knows, or knew when he wrote, I guess, I have to make this presumption, that it was very common in Sumerian Mesopotamian mythology and epic literature, just as it is for the Greeks and whoever, that the celestial bodies to them corresponded to divine beings. Okay, so they would name them. Well, that star over there is Marduk. That star over there is Ea. That star over there is Anki. And they would create correlations in their astronomical texts. They would associate stars with divine beings. And so when the Sumerians did their rather boring work of astronomy, and they literally did the math. They could tell you when the lunar eclipse was going to happen. They knew 5 planets plus sun and moon. There are always only 5 in every astronomical cuneiform text. Only 5 planets that they knew about, plus sun and moon. But they could trace their movements. They understood constellations and things like this. And they associated them with different deities in their pantheon. Okay, Sitchin knows that. So what he does is he goes back to Enuma Elish, the epic of creation, or Atrahasis, and he says, well, these gods in these stories must correspond to the planets in our solar system. And he creates these correlations and then rewrites, essentially, what these epic tales are telling us. And he has created an entire counter-mythology, an entire counter-literary work that has a 12th planet coming into our solar system in ancient times, essentially colliding with a planetary body, some cataclysmic event that out of which comes Earth and Mars, and then this Nibiru planet goes away for a while, and it comes back in every 3,600 years. And he says that the Sumerian literature is actually describing these events, that when Nibiru came through, that the Anunnaki left their planet, or their ship that looks like a planet, came down here and genetically engineered us. Okay, the way his entire theory depends on his matching certain planets with certain gods. Well, guess what? His matches don't agree ever with any of the actual Sumerian correlations between planets and gods. Okay. Here's the table. I just summarized that. There are 5 planets, sun and moon. That is Mul Apin, the cuneiform astrolabe. This isn't you can't really see this very well, but I've sort of done something with the next slide, but I just want to show you something. Here on Mul Apin, the planets, and they include sun and moon, are listed. They knew of Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, and of course, Earth. They would give names, Sumerian names, to the various celestial bodies, and here are the lines. If you wanted to actually go look this book up, you can look at the lines of the text. It's translated in English. You can check what I'm saying. You'll notice the correlation here with, I have starred Jupiter for a reason. We'll come back to Jupiter. Just store that away. Here are the correlations. If you read the 12th planet, Sitchin will say the sun is Abzu, Mercury is Mumu, Venus is Lahamu. Okay, the cuneiform astronomical text actually lists all of these. There is no Tiamat in this text. They didn't know of Pluto, Uranus, or Neptune. Nibiru, down here in Sitchin, was unknown as a planet, but note the asterisk. Nibiru is associated with Jupiter. It's also associated with Mercury in one text, and it is also just called a star. And that might give you the impression, well, did they know what it was? Well, again, we'll get to that. But the point here at this point in the discussion is that all of the actual correlations, none of them correspond to what Sitchin constructs. Now, my question here is really simple. This stuff has been published for a long time. Why didn't he just look it up? I'll tell you why. Because he needs these correlations to take them back into the texts and reinterpret the texts for you, the reader, to concoct the idea of a 12th planet that comes in here carrying aliens, and that's how we got here. He's got to have this. He's got to have these correlations, or his entire interpretive method is just dust. And that's what I'm suggesting you should consider it. Okay, we talked about the cylinder seal, planet god correlations, identification of Nibiru under this heading of astronomy. According to Zecharia Sitchin, again, the Sumerians knew of an extra planet beyond Pluto. The planet was called Nibiru. Sitchin claims that Nibiru passes through our solar system every 3,600 years. While scholarly material in cuneiform astronomy is fairly abundant, specific treatments of Nibiru are rare. Here they are. Most of them are in German. It's too bad Richard Hoagland isn't here. I've had a German national in the Netherlands. You meet these wonderful people, and they get in touch with you after coast to coast. An elderly retired woman who took a year or two of Sumerian in the Netherlands, native German speaker. She translated them for me because I don't trust my own German. But I have them all transcripted for Richard because we're actually working on sort of a theory we have about what Nibiru actually is. But there they are. Fortunately for scholars and other interested parties, the work of the studies done above and the editors of the monumental Chicago Assyrian Dictionary, otherwise known as CAD, have located and compiled all the places where the word Nibiru and related forms of that word occur in existing tablets. A look at the CAD entry, volume N2, pages 145 to 147, tells us immediately that the word has a variety of meanings, all related to the idea of crossing. And Sitchin does say that, so he gets this right. Apparently he did look this up somewhere. It refers to crossing or being some sort of crossing marker or crossing point. Now, in his theory, the 12th planet comes through our solar system and crosses the paths of planets every 3,600 years. So that's how he applies this. In only a minority of cases, these references in astronomical text, does the word relate to an astronomical body. Now, the generic, I've just given you a couple instances here. Nibiru itself, just the word, can mean place of the crossing or crossing fee, and I've quoted the Gilgamesh epic here. Straight is the crossing point. The word is Nibiru there. A gateway. Narrow is the way that leads to it. It can be a ferry or ford, kind of the river Styx kind of thing where you're ferried across to the netherworld here. The following chart represents a complete listing of the word Nibiru in astronomical text or astronomical context. If one wants to know what Nibiru as an astronomical body is, according to the Mesopotamians anyway, one is dependent on these texts. Let me rephrase that. If you want to know what Nibiru is, and you want to actually take the scribes' view of what Nibiru is, you got to go with these texts. It's the only place to discuss it. If you want to go with Zecharia Sitchin and come up with something else, you're free to do that. It's a free country, but you will be against the Sumerians themselves. One either lets the text tell you what it is or you don't. Now, superscripted D is a sign for God. Superscripted mole is the sign for star. I realize this isn't going to come out very well. I've mentioned what it's associated with. If you get my discs back there, this will show up better. What I've done, and this is on my website where you can view it more closely and enlarge it, so you wouldn't even have to get the disc. Here are the references to Nibiru. This is the Sumerian and Akkadian transliteration. Here's the translation. And it's not my translation that I've made up. Here are the references that you can go look yourself. Okay? I'm not insisting that you take my word for it. Take somebody who does Sumerian for a living, and that should suffice. Now, I've already said it's associated with Jupiter, Mercury, and a star. And you might wonder, well, maybe they didn't know exactly what it was. And that's debate and something Richard and I have sort of talked about, and I have mentioned something to Dave Flynn as well about this because I think it has something to do with precession. And I don't understand astronomy or precessional cycles well enough to really know that. But now that I have the, what I consider reliable German translations of the German articles, I can go back and ditch my own and go back and look. And we were hoping to do that, but maybe some other time. One thing is certain, though, from the text. Nibiru is never, ever, ever, okay, never identified as a planet beyond Pluto, ever. In fact, in Mol Apin, if you actually plot out what Mol Apin says about the calendar months and the association of certain stars with those months, here is Nibiru. It is associated with Marduk in this month. Now, in the Babylonian calendar, the appearance of Nibiru was associated with the beginning of the new year. That means that Nibiru, whatever it is, was spotted. It could be visually spotted every year. Not every 3,600 years. Every year. Again, I'm not claiming to know what it was. I do think it has something to do with constellations and precession. But this is the verdict of the texts themselves. Bankruptcy of what he's saying in the 12th planet. VA 243 does not prove the Sumerians knew of 12 planets. It runs counter to Sumerian iconography. There isn't a single cuneiform text for Sitchin's planet god correlations. There isn't a single cuneiform text that has Nibiru as a planet beyond Pluto. It shows up every 3,600 years, but there are texts that specifically contradict that. There isn't a single cuneiform text that links Nibiru with the Anunnaki. Let's move on to the ancient languages part. Sitchin's misunderstanding of the Hebrew word Elohim. Again, this is very common in the discussion. When I go on shows, we discuss this. We'll talk about Elohim, we'll talk about Nephilim, and Sitchin's fabricated meanings for Sumerian Shumu, Akkadian Shamu, and Hebrew Shem. If you don't get what those are now, just hang on, we'll get to them, and I'll slow down and go through them. Let's talk about Elohim first. Now, Sitchin claims the following about the meaning of the word Elohim. He says Elohim is a plural in the Hebrew language. That's true. He says Elohim always means gods, plural. That is false. In fact, most of the time, Elohim occurs a little under 2,300 times, and the plural usage it's quite unusual. Elohim refers to like foreign gods in the Hebrew Bible. Then there it's plural. But when speaking of something to do with Israel's religion, the plural is extremely rare. It's very, very, so rare, in fact, that dictionaries actually list them. It's so rare. Again, you can just go look it up. Elohim is morphologically plural. Morphology refers to the shape, our word morph, or construction of a word, its form, how it's spelled, how it's written. While Elohim is plural in form, the question is it plural in meaning? Elohim can be either singular or plural in meaning, depending on three things. Grammatical indications elsewhere in the text that help you to determine if the singular or plural is meant. Grammatical rules in Hebrew that are true in the language as a whole. And historical or logical context. By itself, Elohim is ambiguous. You need context to tell you what it means. We have words like these in English. Sheep and church. Illustration. The sheep is lost. Now, if I say that to you, the word is tells you something. It's a singular verb. You know when you read this sentence, I have to be referring to one sheep because of the verb is. The grammar tells you which one it is. I wouldn't say, I are lost, unless I was a dunderhead. You would use a verb that goes with a singular subject. I am lost. So the verb, the grammar, tells you which one it is. Hence, if I say the sheep are lost, the word are is a plural verb. It tells you immediately what sheep means, singular or plural. We're going to church this morning. Emperor Diocletian made it his mission to persecute the church. This one, intuitively you know that we're going to a singular church. We're not going to go visit a dozen. Okay, we're going to church. We're going to one building to do our business there, to worship. This one, however, is collective. It's plural. Diocletian just didn't pick on one church in the ancient Roman world. He picked on as many as he could find. Context, logical context tells you what the word means. Like English or any language, Hebrew operates by grammatical and logical rules. The word Elohim, while plural in shape, derives its meaning from grammar and logical context. The best verse in the Bible for this is Psalm 82:1. Now notice this. God, Elohim, stands, we'll get to this, in the divine assembly. This is the classic divine council verse. Among the divine beings, Elohim, or among the gods, he pronounces judgment. Now look at this. It's the same word in the Hebrew text. This one has got to be singular. Why? Because this is a singular verb. Specifically, it's the PL stem, third masculine singular. This one has to be plural because this preposition, among, you can't be among one. You got to be among at least two. Technically, grammatically, more. So you have the same word. The grammar tells you this one's singular, this one's plural. You have the same shape, same morphology, same word, but different meaning. Most of the time in the Hebrew Bible, roughly, again, 2,300 times, the word Elohim is singular in meaning. And I'm not saying that because that's what I like to say. That's what the grammar says. It's the exact opposite of what Sitchin says. This is because Elohim is so commonly used. You know, it kind of bloats the statistic. It's so commonly used as the proper name for Israel's God. Now this gibberish, I mean, this illustrates the extent that I try to go for an audience or people on the website. This was actually a gift from some people at home. I now have the most, how can I say this, the premier Hebrew lexicon, Hebrew dictionary there is in the world. I have it on CD now. It's really cool. And this is an entry from it, so now I get to put it in PowerPoint. This is actually what it says. Elohim becomes singular, blah, 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 God, deity, Babylonian, Assyrian, Ugaritic, you know, here's how it's spelled. Formally construed as a plural. It's so rare to have Elohim as a plural when it's not referring to like foreign gods, but something to do with Israel's God or Israel's belief system, that they list them. Okay, these are just abbreviations. Elohim, Hayim, Niglu, Ha-Elohim, so on and so forth. I mean, they list them. And this isn't the first time they've been listed. I mean, again, he could have looked this up. Sitchin also claims that the form Ha-Elohim, notice the H, this is the He in Hebrew, on Elohim, is always, quote, always plural. Again, this is just wrong. Not only in light of the dictionary entry, but I'll give you two examples that are quite illustrative. Deuteronomy 4:35 is kind of a classic. It has been clearly demonstrated to you that the Lord, that's Yahweh, and I hope I'm not offending anyone by pronouncing the name, the Tetragrammaton, YHWH, that the Lord alone is Ha-Elohim. There is none beside him. Third masculine singular pronoun. Isn't this exciting? Talk about pronouns. You go to a UFO conference, talk about pronouns. Okay, but here's the point. The text tells you it's one person, the Lord, Yahweh. The Lord our God is one, Deuteronomy 6:4, the Shema of Israel, the guts of their theology. There's only one of these, and he is Ha-Elohim. What it means is he is the God, par excellence. There is none beside him. Another example, Genesis 26, this is Yahweh again speaking to Pharaoh. And God, Ha-Elohim, said, the verb is singular, third masculine singular, this is the kal stem. God said to him in a dream, so on and so forth. But these are very easy to find. Finally, the most telling blunder in Sitchin's treatment of Elohim, and this just still astonishes me. The same phenomenon, morphological plural word that is used to denote a singular God, shows up in cuneiform, in Akkadian and Sumerian. It happens in the Elamarna texts over 100 times, just in one corpus of text. The Elamarna texts, if you're not familiar with them, were obviously discovered in Elamarna, which is in Egypt, and in the 13th century. At that time, Akkadian cuneiform but the Akkadian language was the language of the day, kind of like English is now. Everybody uses English across the world. In this time period, everybody used Akkadian. It was the language of international correspondence. So these are actually Egyptian texts from a pharaoh to some underlings in Palestine, some people he'd put in charge of different places in Palestine, written in Akkadian, though, not in Egyptian. But the word in Akkadian that corresponds to Hebrew Elohim is Ilanu, which literally and grammatically by itself means gods. In Sumerian, the plural is written with the signs dinger and mesh. I'm quoting here the Sumerian language. This is a common Sumerian grammar. Mesh is the enclitic copula, isn't that exciting? With plural suffix. In Sumerian ideograms in Akkadian context and in late Sumerian texts, mesh is used as a sort of plural ending like ene. We're not going to get into Sumerian here. This plural word for gods in Akkadian is used to denote the singular deity on Egypt's throne, Pharaoh. Remember, Pharaoh was considered a deity incarnate. There's only one Pharaoh on the throne at a time. Here's an actual example. Here's the Sumerian, here's the Akkadian, English translation. The king, my lord, singular, singular, my sun god, singular, my Ilanu. It's a plural form, but it means one God. It's over 100 times just in the Elamarna texts. This is the kind of thing that when I hear, Sitchin referred to, and again, I just care that the audience is not hoodwinked. When I hear someone refer to Zecharia Sitchin as an ancient languages scholar, I just want to, I don't become apoplectic, all right? But it just bugs me, because this is the kind of thing that if you've taken, a semester in the languages, or if you even know what the tools are, you can go find in 10 minutes. Okay? It's just not that difficult. We talked about Elohim. Let's go to Nephilim. Zecharia Sitchin proposes that the word Nephilim means fallen ones at its base, and then extrapolates this to mean those who came down from above, those who were cast down, which he ultimately says people of the fiery rockets. Now that has no linguistic basis at all. But if they're fallen from heaven, they must have come down or been cast down. He wants you to think that the word Nephilim refers to aliens who came here in rocket ships. Okay. Now, they're important to Sitchin since they allow this assertion. But does Nephilim mean fallen from heaven or anywhere else? The answer is no. The word Nephilim does not mean fallen ones. To Sitchin's credit, he may be drawing on Hebrew dictionaries here. Most will, in fact, say the term does mean fallen ones. However, scholars of historical Hebrew grammar have recognized that this explanation is problematic because, I'm going to skip this. Let's go. Nephilim in Hebrew, for this word to mean fallen ones in Hebrew, is actually impossible because of the morphology, the shape of the word is disallowed by it. Now, this is a little complicated what we're going to go through here, and I'm just so glad I have my little pointer here to try to illustrate this. What we're saying here is that this word doesn't mean fallen ones, and I'm saying it can't if the word is Hebrew. You say, well, it's the Hebrew Bible. What else would it be? We'll get to that. Nephilim is spelled two ways in the Hebrew Bible. You don't have to know Hebrew, but you just count. Okay, there's the N, the P, the L, the I or the Y, and the M. That's one way. Here's another way. You'll notice there's a little extra letter here. Isn't that neat? My little effect there. Right here, this letter is different than this one. Both of them are Nephilim, but it's spelled two ways. You say, oh, who cares? Well, it's actually important. The first option, without the little red mark, little red letter in there, first option seems to suggest that the word Nephilim might come from the root Nephal, N-P-A-L, which means to fall, since the word looks like it's N-P-L plus the im ending. So it might mean fallen ones. However, Nephal is a verb, to fall. The meaning fallen ones is passive. A person is said to be fallen when something happens to them, as opposed to doing the action of their own will. Hebrew verbs that function as nouns are pronounced or vocalized in a specific way that tells the reader a passive is meant. If the Hebrew scribe wanted to say, wanted to describe someone who was fallen, like he cast out of heaven or came down from heaven or fell from heaven in some object, he would spell it differently than what actually occurs. Here is how Nephilim looks in the Bible we have right now. Notice the consonants. When the vowels were added, they're these little dots. However, if you wanted to write fallen ones, you would spell it this way, Nephilim. You'd put this letter in the middle. This is how a Hebrew scribe would spell fallen ones. This is not this. This is Nephilim in the Bible as we have it. This is not. Even if Sitchin or someone else were to argue that the word means those who fall down like upon an enemy. This is very common in Christian circles, by the way, to get away from the idea of giants actually being in the Bible. Even if you want to say that, then those who fall upon an enemy like a warrior, which is an active idea, not passive. That spelling doesn't work either, because if you have one semester of Hebrew, you know that it's spelled this way, Nephilim. This is the plural participle. This, notice, with the dot here, is not this. Now you say, no, wait a minute, Mike. Okay, it doesn't have this, Nephilim, or Nephilim. Doesn't have either of those. It has this, Nephilim, with the I in the middle. That's the way it's spelled. How do you know, since Hebrew had no vowels initially, how do you know that we need this I here? How do you know that this is the correct spelling and not any of the other ones? Because of the second spelling. This little letter proves, it tells us that this is the correct spelling because Hebrew did not have vowels initially. So what they did, they started to use consonants to do double duty, to function as vowels. Like we use the letter Y, either as a vowel or a consonant. They did the same thing. And since this spelling shows up, it requires that you have the middle I. Okay, we'll skip this explanation of that. This is the correct spelling and the most ancient way, prior to the invention of vowel marks, that Nephilim should be spelled. This is the correct meaning. It has the yod in the middle. In other words, the Hebrew spelling proves it can't come. The word does not come from Nephal. It does not mean fallen ones. So what does it come from? There are two possibilities. It could be an Aramaic word, Nephal. This happens all the time. Aramaic was brought into the Hebrew Bible, many Aramaic words, because when the Bible was finalized in its final form, that was done during the Babylonian exile. The Jews were living in Babylon, and they spoke Aramaic. So that could be a possible explanation. We've already covered this. The stronger possibility, though, right here, is that it comes from the Aramaic noun Nephilah, which, guess what, means giant. The word would be Nephilim in Aramaic when it was brought into the Hebrew Bible. The final ending was changed for proper Hebrew, and it means giant. This is why every ancient, and I mean everyone, every ancient Jewish text in or out of the Bible that discusses Nephilim says that they're giants. Every one. I mean, they know what they're doing. Consequently, the very meaning that Sitchin rejects in his books is the only one that's possible in light of historical grammar. Amazingly, this very word, Nephilim, occurs in a text that Sitchin discusses in his book, Stairway to Heaven. He's discussing something called the Genesis Apocryphon at one point in one of his books. But as we'll note in a few slides, Sitchin doesn't know the text is Aramaic. He can't tell Aramaic from Hebrew for some reason. So he misses the true origin of the biblical word. Again, if he's a language expert, he should know this. Now, we've seen the grammar doesn't support him, but can Nephilim be identified with the biblical sons of God? This is another thing Sitchin wants to do. He says the Nephilim are the ones who were impregnating the women because he wants the aliens creating humanity. But the biblical text distinguishes the sons of God from the Nephilim. They are not the same. And again, this is very easy to demonstrate. When men began to increase in number on the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God, B'nai Ha-Elohim, saw the daughters of men were beautiful, so on and so forth. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterward, when the sons of God went into the daughters of men and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, the men of renown. The key question is, when the text says they were the heroes of old, the men of renown, is that phrase speaking of the sons of God or the Nephilim? Sitchin argues that all the phrases in Genesis 6, including this one, refer to the same beings and equates the two. Reasons why that's not so. The text very clearly contrasts sons of God, daughters of men, divine, human. The text very clearly tells us that the Nephilim were not divine. They were mighty men of renown. They're not divine beings, so they're not the sons of God. Comparing, wider context. These references are to giants elsewhere outside of Genesis in the biblical text. And notice something when in Israel's later history, when they encountered giants, how the descriptions were. We saw the Nephilim there. The Anakites, or the Anakim, come from the Nephilim. This is when they go into the land. Joshua and Caleb said, hey, let's go get the land. The spies that Moses sends in said, forget it. We're going to get squashed like bugs because they're really big. And they chicken out. Later, we have in Joshua 14, the name of Hebron was formerly Kiriath Arba. Arba was the greatest man among the Anakites. They're not gods. They are hybrid humans. They have a divine human heritage, but they are not gods. They are hybrids. They are less than gods. The Lord said to me, do not harass the Moabites. This is Deuteronomy. This is Moses speaking. Don't pick on the Moabites. They're nice. Blah, 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 blah. I'm going to give their land to Lot. It was formerly inhabited by the Amim, a people. Am is the Hebrew word, a people, great and numerous and as tall as the Anakites. Like the Anakites, they're counted as Rephaim, but the Moabites call them Amim. Again, this is the generic word for a human population. Deuteronomy 3. These are the wars. Moses is describing how they tried to go in and get the promised land. We took all his cities at that time. There was not a city which we took from them, 80 cities. All the region of Argob, the kingdom of Og in Bashan. Well, who's Og? Well, we'll find out. Cities were fenced with high walls and gates and bars. It was a really tough job, but the Lord helped us. We utterly destroyed the men, women, and children of every city, for only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of the giants. Now, in my other talk on serpentine beings, watchers, I think we get into this a little bit. Well, Genesis 6 would probably hit more of it. I can't even remember what day it is anymore. My view is that the reason that Joshua was commanded, and it wasn't very often, he was commanded to go into a city and just totally destroy it. It was called being put under the cherem, under the ban. When Joshua was commanded that, if you look at the places where he was commanded to do that, and you looked at who lived in those places, guess what? They're giants. They're the giant clans. They live in the same places. I think it was a deliberate attempt to do what Enoch describes in wiping out the Nephilim. We'll get to that in another session. Again, Og was a giant. He was one of the Nephilim. But his people were described as men, women, and children. Enoch, same thing. Are the Nephilim, as Sitchin says, are the Nephilim and the sons of God the same? No Jewish text agrees with him. Here's Enoch. The angels, the children of heaven, saw and lusted after the women. This is Enoch's version of Genesis 6. Come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men and beget us children. And Semyaza, also spelled this way, who was their leader, said to them, by the way, and this is not, I didn't come up with this. A friend of mine, Lynn Marzulli, came up with this. Anybody recognize this term? Yeah. Billy Meyer's acquaintance, according to the Jewish text, was the leader of the Watchers. 1 Enoch 7, all the other angels took to themselves wives. They became pregnant, and they bare great giants. The giants didn't make them pregnant. The angels did. Sons of God. I know I'm belaboring this, but for some, I don't understand why. I do understand why, but I'm speaking rhetorically here. I don't know why Sitchin wants to equate the Nephilim with the sons of God and hence the Anunnaki, because every Jewish text distinguishes them. And again, it's not like I'm coming up with something new here. Enoch's been published for quite a long time. First Enoch 15, which we'll talk about a little bit more in my serpentine beings talk, evil spirits coming out of their bodies, because from the day that they were created from the holy ones, they were watchers. Okay? Now this sounds, again, a little bit like it merges the two. But let's continue here. We'll get to the text again that in Enoch that explains First Enoch 15. The giants in Enoch were half watcher, half human. As such, the Enoch views them as evil, like father, like son, or like so. They're evil like the watchers. They were so from birth. God punished the giants with the flood, according to both Enoch and Genesis. When a giant was killed, only the human side died. The other half lived as a watcher. And that thing, that entity, became known as an evil spirit, or the Shadim, demons. This is the Jewish explanation for where demons come from. A demon is a disembodied watcher, a disembodied remnant of a dead Nephilim, which is why the Nephilim are always associated with Sheol, the underworld. There are no texts in all the ancient Jewish literature that equates the two. It's very clear in Enoch, they're different. There's one text that comes close to making the equation, and Sitchin does refer to this text, but again commits an amazing error in this. Genesis Apocryphon, which I mentioned a few minutes ago, is a fairly lengthy Aramaic text from Qumran. It's essentially an amplification of Genesis 5 through 15. In this text, Noah's father, Lamech, confronts his wife, it's kind of a funny text, Batanosh, about his suspicion that the child she's carrying, who is Noah, was actually fathered by a watcher. Because it's just happening all around him, and when his wife gets pregnant, he's like, oh, boy, what, is it mine or is it one of theirs? Okay, so this text actually goes into this, but before we get to it, I want to explain a bit how we know it's Aramaic, because it'll become important. Here's the text. I should have provided a translation. It says, behold, I reckoned in my heart that from the Irene, this is the word for watchers, that from the watchers this child was conceived, and from the holy ones, the Kadishin in Aramaic, from the holy ones it was, and the Nephilim. Now it looks, here it's all in white, and there are some words that are underlined, and some things in yellow. Underlined words are unique to Aramaic. They do not occur in Hebrew. Yellow endings are the typical Aramaic ending. Now there's a point to this, so stick with me. Some would translate the text as follows. Behold, by the way, this was discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls, this particular text, the Genesis Apocryphon. Behold, I considered in my heart that this conception was from the watchers, from the holy ones, and from the Nephilim. Some would want to translate it that way, and the rest of the line is gone. We just don't have it. Translation seems to equate the watchers and Nephilim, but the translation is erroneous for several reasons. Notice the enlarged words here. Okay? Behold, colors match here. I considered in my heart this conception was from, this is the word from, it's min in Hebrew, from the watchers, and from the holy ones. This is different. It doesn't say from the Nephilim, even though Sitchin wants to translate it that way. It is a different word. It's actually a preposition, one letter. It means with respect to the Nephilim. This is a separate subject, separate entity, separate group than these other two. And we know that because the prepositions don't agree. There the three are. Later in the text, Bathanosh, she's confronted by her husband. Is it mine? Is the kid mine? Or is it one of these divine beings, one of these watchers? And she says, I was troubled in my heart because of the child. And she says to her husband, I swear to you by the Holy Great One, the King of Heaven, that this seed is yours, and that this conception is from you. This fruit was planted by you, and not by a stranger or watcher or by any of the sons of heaven. It's noteworthy she does not include the Nephilim in her denial, because the Nephilim are different than the sons of heaven. They are not the same. This is just about watchers. Watchers are consistently referred to as holy ones in the Bible. Holy one, holy one, holy one. Again, linking that. Now here's my point with Sitchin here. At any rate, Sitchin's understanding of the text is highly suspect by virtue of a startling blunder. On page 111, at the bottom of his book, Stairway to Heaven, it's my 1980 edition, I know it's been reprinted, so the pages may not match, but Sitchin notes correctly that the sons of God, which he translates incorrectly, the sons of the gods, he says they're watchers, he's right there. He then proceeds to enlighten the reader as to what, and this is a quote, the original Hebrew term is that has been translated watchers or giants in the ancient versions. He doesn't like that translation. Then he says on page 112, but as we examined the Hebrew original, we find it does not say watchers, it says Nephilim. He refers to the Hebrew original, but the text isn't Hebrew. It's Aramaic. Again, because of the endings, because of this word here, ending. He says the line doesn't say watchers, but right here's the word. Here's Nephilim, here's watchers. I mean, I just don't know how you can make a mistake like this, or two of them on the same page. Irene back here, just so you know I'm not hoodwinking you. Look at the first three letters, this one, this one, this one. Here's my neat little CD-ROM dictionary. Here's the entry, ear, watcher, angel. Gives a few examples. Plural, Irene, watcher, meaning angel, Daniel 4. I gave you those texts. Again, I'm not making it up. We talked about Elohim, Nephilim, and finally tonight, Sitchin's Shumu, Shamu, and Shem. This is where he gets rocket ships. Comes from Genesis 11 in his mind. Everyone on the earth had the same language. This is the Tower of Babel story. And the same words. And as they migrated from the east, they came upon a valley in the land of Shinar and settled there. They said to one another, come, let us make bricks and burn them hard. Bricks serve them as stone, and bitumen serve them as mortar. And they said, come, let us build a city and a tower with its top in the sky to make a name, the Hebrew word there is Shem, to make a Shem for ourselves, else we'll be scattered all over the world. Now, interestingly enough, what are they building? A city and a tower. City, tower. Ir in Hebrew, Migdal in Hebrew. They're not building a Shem. Okay, but Sitchin's going to want to say that they're building a rocket ship. They're not building the Shem. They want to make a name for themselves. And Sitchin in his book says this is, the word Shem, yes, it means name most of the time, but the word is, this meaning here is absolutely absurd. They're obviously building a rocket ship. And he constructs the argument in a certain way. He says that they wanted to make themselves a Shem. It's actually a flying craft. Specifically, he argues that Hebrew Shem derives from the Akkadian Shamu, which in turn comes from Sumerian Shu-mu. The last phrase, Shu-mu, supposedly means that which is a mu. And a mu is, according to Sitchin, a rocket ship. There's the page in the 12th planet. So he's saying this this word Shu means that which is a mu. That which is a mu. One does not need to be able to read Sumerian, Akkadian, and Hebrew to see how misguided the view is, but it helps. Again, they're building the city and the tower. But what about that word Shem? Little segue, or not a segue, little rabbit trail here on lexical lists. What really destroys this view is the existence of cuneiform dictionaries. We know what a Shamu is, and it ain't a rocket ship. This word is in the dictionaries they gave us. We have the Sumerian terms and what they meant in Akkadian and vice versa. It is perhaps the most well-understood ancient Near Eastern language, Akkadian that is. Lexical lists, these are cuneiform dictionaries. Just like we have Webster's. Word and then what it means. Different language, equations. These have been published since the 1930s. They're still being published. There's so much of this material that we're now up to, about 18 or 19 volumes in one series. This contains tens of thousands of words. The most thorough series, a 17-volume set, Materials for the Sumerian Lexicon, it's in German. The words in question are in those lists. Sitchin's definitions are contradicted by the Sumerian scribes themselves. Does Akkadian Shamu come from Sitchin's Shu-mu? Does Sumerian even have a word that means that which is a mu? The answer is no. Mr. Sitchin's translation of shu-mu presupposes that shu is what's called in grammar a relative pronoun. The classification of pronouns in all languages is that mean that which. Mr. Sitchin is apparently unaware of Sumerian grammar at this point because the Sumerian language does not have relative pronouns. One only need to consult a Sumerian grammar to find this out, such as John L. Hayes' Manual of Sumerian Grammar. By the way, if you're going to study Sumerian, this is a good one. Some of this is really dense. The result of this oversight on Sitchin's part is that the Sumerian phrase which he says is underlying Hebrew Shem does not exist in Sumerian. I'm not quibbling over his translation. I'm saying the word itself doesn't exist. It's made up. Shumu is completely fabricated. What about the Akkadian Shamu, then? That's a real word, but it refers to the heavens or a part of the heavens, not to an object in the heavens. Interestingly, the lexical lists tell us that the Sumerian word mu also means heavens. I don't know if you can see this, but this comes from Wayne Horowitz's published dissertation, Mesopotamian Cosmic Geography. This is a book that I refer to a lot because it takes every word for every part of Sumerian cosmology and studies it. This was his dissertation, so he has to account for every occurrence. He has Shamu here. Akkadian Shamu, unlike Sumerian An, which means heaven, is a plural noun. So again, the shape is heaven. The shape is plural. It's cognated the most common names for heaven in other Semitic languages. The cognate form, originally Ladumu, is by far the most common and is used, next page, in all genres and all periods. Although the origins of Shamu are unknown, a learned etymology is offered in the series Inan Gisharanki. That's a Sumerian term. The word Shamu means heaven. In the lexical lists, it means heaven. It can mean rain, something that comes from the heavens in terms of meteorology. Here's a lexical list. It's K2035. That's the name of it. It's in the British Museum. Here's the word mu on one hand, left hand. You'll notice, I know it's hard to read, Sha-mu-u. Mu and Shamu mean the same thing. They mean heaven or part of the heavens. Here's the word mu again. Here's the text. Again, you can look all these up and go consult English translations. It does not mean a rocket ship. How does Sitchin get the Hebrew word for the Shem from an Akkadian word for the heavens? Again, he concocts it from this form and then just essentially makes the rest of it up. He refers to the standard translation, Shem, make us a name, as nonsense. And I think I know why he didn't use the standard Akkadian dictionary. Again, CAD, Chicago Assyrian Dictionary, which has taken decades to compile. I have a blow-up of this. Here is the actual entry from the Chicago Assyrian Dictionary for Shamu. Let's blow this up a little bit, or Shumu, excuse me. It means name, fame, reputation. By the way, look at this. See this reference to tablets? Here's what they do in this dictionary. This is why it's taken 30, 40, 50 years to do. They give you the term and the meaning, and then they list every stinking tablet that it's in. Okay, this is not easy work. And they're not guessing. There are actually people who do this for a living. This dictionary, by the way, I don't own the set, but it's almost 30 volumes now. Another page. Again, Shumu. We'll blow this up a little bit. Name or reputation. Here are actual cuneiform tablets where the translation that Sitchin says is nonsense is clearly what the word means. Conclusion. That's the end of the situation. Back to my dilemma that I mentioned earlier. How do I make this digestible to people? Well, frankly, it's not easy. You've been brave to sit through it. It doesn't make for very good radio, as you might imagine. It's tough. I want to, on one hand, again, acknowledge that there's a knowledge filter. Acknowledge for you that, yes, you do have the right to be suspicious of academics, like myself, in certain regards, because the group of us tends to be very skeptical is not the right word. There are just people who just think this is an utter waste of time, and who just think that anyone who believes in this, anyone who's experienced anything outside of the material, natural world is just an idiot. They are totally naturalistic. There's no such thing as a non-physical reality. And for you to take any text seriously, that you actually believe what's in the biblical text, it's just a total waste of time. I just try to be fair with the material. Yes, I realize that there's some confrontation here, but I think you should care that a lot of what is being put forth, and not just in Zechariah Sitchin's book, so he's the name that keeps coming up, so that's the name I talk about, but there are a lot of other figures who parrot what he says and come out with aliens coming on this 12th planet world, coming through our solar system, making you and me, genetically manipulating it and creating us, and peddle that as the truth, and that's what the ancient languages and the ancient texts really say. No, it isn't. I mean, it just isn't. I'm not claiming to have all the answers, but I can tell you this, it ain't that. Okay. Well, today we're going to go through a short presentation on Ezekiel's heavenly chariot throne vision. And I should say, by virtue of the title, you may not have thought of it or heard it characterized in such a way. What Ezekiel saw is actually something that was known in his day and quite a bit before. Something actually pretty common in literature of the ancient world, including the Bible, and also the iconography of the ancient world and the Bible. What I mean by iconography, you will hear me use that term throughout the session, is essentially, in simplest terms, the artwork. Usually sculpture, carved reliefs, in pictures of the day. I refer to them as the Polaroids of the day. People, wonder and speculate. Well, what did Ezekiel see in chapter 1? And the vision is also actually repeated, not identically, but very close to being identical in chapter 10 of Ezekiel. What did he see? Was it a flying saucer? Like we associate today. And there have been attempts to argue that what Ezekiel saw was sort of the classic saucer UFO, or something with a high degree of similarity. And I'm going to suggest to you that no, that isn't what he saw at all. We know what he saw because of the iconography of the day. Now, we got into this in the last Coast to Coast show a couple weeks ago, and some of you may have heard that show, or have heard me deal with this topic before. I just want to be clear from the outset. I do believe that it's quite possible that you had flying craft, technology that was capable of flight, let's just put it that way, in the ancient world. I think the Vedic texts are a good example of this with the Vimanas. I mean, it just says point blank that these things were flying around and people were in them. It would be ridiculous to just look at a text like that in the Vedic literature and try to say, no, that's not what it says. I mean, that's exactly what it says. My argument here, while I accept what the Vedic texts say, I think high technology is possible. If we want to take Enoch seriously, when Enoch says pretty specifically that high technology, and even more specific than that, technology for warfare, was handed down, the knowledge of how to build this, the principles of how to make these things and how to make them work, was handed down by the Watchers. If we take that seriously, then we should expect that to show up somewhere in the ancient text. And in the Vedic case, you do have, again, serpentine beings flying around in these things. It's there in the literature. My position here is this is not what Ezekiel's describing, because the descriptions just don't match. One, and two, we know what he saw because of the iconography. So I'm not excluding, completely this idea from ancient literature, but in this chapter I'm just not buying it for a variety of reasons. Now, what follows here is a very brief verse-by-verse commentary. I'm just going to comment on a few things as we go through Ezekiel in regard to try to discern what he saw, whether it was some extraterrestrial craft, as some like to argue, or something else. We don't need the interpretive drawings of certain authors today to figure out what he saw, because we pretty much have them. Now, my position, my arguments are these. Now, look at these carefully so you know what I'm saying and what I'm not saying. All the elements of the Ezekiel vision can be accounted for by referring to, again, the Polaroids of Ezekiel's day. The well-known iconography of throne chariots, flying or otherwise, flying or stationary, spread throughout the ancient Near East in sculpture, paintings, and inscriptions. Let me just summarize that. I'm saying all the elements of Ezekiel's description can be accounted for in the iconography. There is no iconographic representation of the thing that Ezekiel saw, because what he does, is actually kind of interesting, is his vision is an amalgamation of familiar iconographic motifs in the artwork of the day. It changes a little bit in chapter 10, and where it's really significant as far as the changes was when you get to the book of Revelation, when John refers back to Ezekiel's vision. There are some changes there that I think are noteworthy. And also in the book of Daniel, you have the same kind of throne. And we'll go into a little bit of this today. So the issue is not in biblical literature that the visions always stay the same. They differ, and I think there's a reason they differ. And I'm going to tell you right now that I have not worked this out to my own satisfaction. I've been influenced to think about some things differently by Dave Flynn's work. And I will call what I will give you in these areas my understanding of why the pictures change and what they mean. And I will tell you that right now I'm speculating. What I'm not speculating on are the elements of the vision. Those are all accounted for in the artwork of the day. Now, novel translations, my second argument, offered by those who want a UFO in Ezekiel 1 and 10, can be shown to be linguistically and contextually flawed. Third, the UFO view is, I believe, simply unworkable in terms of the logical analysis of the text in English when assuming a technology so advanced to travel great distances in space. I'm not going to elaborate on that at the moment. When we get there, you will be able to discern what I mean more readily. Other comments. I think it's inconsistent to argue that the Bible is a borrowing of ancient Near Eastern literature on one hand, that it borrows the literature and culture and religion, and then ignore the thousands of depictions of throne chariot iconography from those cultures in Israel itself when interpreting Ezekiel's vision. What I mean by this is, on the one hand, you have people who, again, go to conferences like this and speak at conferences like this, and researchers who write books on the Bible and UFOs and Ezekiel's vision. And one of the arguments that they'll use is that there's a consistency, or at least a correlation, between the biblical description, the biblical text, the biblical stories, the biblical content, the biblical religion, and Mesopotamia and Egypt and so on and so forth. Everybody in the field knows that. Fine, I will give you that because it's affirming the obvious, but I'm saying it's inconsistent for you to affirm that and then reject the fact that Ezekiel's vision, the elements thereof, are in that material. That is just inconsistent. That's trying to have your way with the text and not being honest with the data. Second, using ancient Near Eastern images and literature for theologically polemic purposes was a common practice for biblical writers. I give you an example there with the Baal epic. What I mean by this is, if you've already thought while you're listening to me here, well, why would Ezekiel use imagery known to the Egyptians, to the Babylonians, to the Phoenicians, to the indigenous population of Canaan? Why would a biblical prophet bring this material into the Hebrew Bible and use it in some message? It's actually quite common. In some cases, the Bible does this word for word with ancient Near Eastern material. And the reason is always, 99% of the time, is polemic, and that is the prophet or the psalmist, it's usually the prophets of the Psalms where this happens, will bring in the material, for instance, in the Baal example here, where Baal will claim to be the one who rides the clouds, the one who controls the heavens, the one who brings rain, the one who brings, crops and all this stuff. And the biblical author will bring this material in from Canaanite literature, in the Baal case, into the Bible, put it actually into what he's writing, and then tweak it. He'll change the name from Baal to Yahweh. And the purpose is this: no, you dunderheads, it's not Baal who controls the heavens. It's the God of Israel. He's using material they know to make his theological point. We often do this in modern discourse as by way of illustration. So in Ezekiel 1:1, I'm not going to go through the whole vision. The introductory verses are setting the vision in the precise time of the exile. If you go down to verse 4, the only thing I want to note in verse 3 is he's by the Kavar Canal, the river Kavar in some translations. So we'll come back to that a bit. But verse 4, he says, I looked, and lo, a stormy wind came sweeping out of the north, a huge cloud, and flashing fire surrounded by a radiance. And in the center of it, in the center of the fire, a gleam as of amber. Now note, we have to assume at this early point that Ezekiel saw a cloud glowing within, since Hebrew has a word for cloud, and it's used here, just a generic word for cloud. He could have said silver disk or silver circle, but he doesn't. Hebrew has words for silver, for disk, for round, for window, okay, even for little people in window. I mean, all of these things, a Hebrew writer in the 6th century could have just said it. They have the words. All you got to do is buy a Hebrew grammar and look at the index, and the words are there. Okay, buy a guide to Hebrew vocabulary. I mean, it's very simple. If you have a computer program, you can even do it faster. He has the words in his vocabulary, but does not use them, doesn't use any of them, in fact, in the entire chapter. So people who want to put these elements into the vision are just doing that, exactly that. They're putting them in for Ezekiel. In the center of it, that is the cloud, were also the figures of 4 creatures. Now, these are identified as cherubim in Hebrew, in the vision in chapter 10. He doesn't identify them here, but he refers back to it in chapter 10. It's the same vision, but 13 months later. This was their appearance. They had figures of human beings. However, each had 4 faces, and each of them had 4 wings. The legs of each were fused into a single rigid leg, and the feet of each were like a single calf's hoof, and their sparkle was like the luster of burnished bronze. They had human hands below their wings. The 4 of them had their faces and their wings on their 4 sides. Each one's wings touched those of the other. They did not turn when they moved. Each could move in the direction of any of its faces. So whatever direction they moved, they all moved in unison. Each of them had a human face in front. Each of the 4 had the face of a lion on the right. Each of the 4 had the face of an ox on the left, and each of the 4 had the face of an eagle on the back. Such were their faces. As for their wings, they were separated above. Each had 2 touching those of the others, while the other 2 covered its body. Now to this point, we see the beings here, and here are the relevant features. They have a human or humanoid appearance, at least partially. 4 animal faces, 4 wings, 2 touching the others and 2 covering each of their bodies. Their legs were fused into a straight leg. The feet were like calf's feet. It was sparkling with bronze. Again, it's just, it's had some kind of shiny material. And they had human hands. Now my question initially here is, do these creatures resemble any UFO occupants in the literature? Do they resemble any craft component? I think it's pretty obvious. The answer to both is no. Remember, for deep space travel and the necessary velocity and or hyperspace capability, we can't have the lunar module or flying animals for that matter. I've seen pictures of this and people drawing the lunar module. Well, I'm sorry, but the lunar module just will not do interstellar travel. Note, while Ezekiel does not use the word like, or does use the word like a lot, and he could therefore be searching for ways to describe what he sees, he does not say the creatures look like animals. He clearly identifies each animal face. So the old argument that, well, Ezekiel's just so overwhelmed with this alien, he can't, how do I describe this guy? Well, he's like this, he's like that. That's not what he does. He clearly says it was a cherubim. There were 4 of them. He knows what cherubim are. Why? Because practically everywhere you go in the ancient world, you run into them in the artwork. They're cherubim, and here's the kind of faces they had. He clearly identifies each face. Okay, he's not struggling for words here. Each creature moved straight ahead. Wherever the spirit would go, they went, without turning as they went. As for the form of the living creatures, their appearance was like burning coals of fire, like the appearance of torches. Torches here, is just a side note, likely refers to divine beings. Now, some commentators aren't going to agree with me there. I have a verse quoted below for precedent there. Since one, it is a common description of angelic beings, or angels, or lesser gods in ancient Near Eastern religion, fiery beings. And two, verse 14 has creatures shooting back and forth like lightning. This really can't refer to the first four creatures, since earlier it was said that their positions were fixed and coordinate with each other, and that their wings touched. So these things flitting back and forth, these fiery torches or whatever, I think it's possible that they could be other angelic beings, but again, that's just a possibility. Psalm 104:4 below here, he, God in context, fashions his angels as winds, his servants as fiery flames. It is a biblical idea, and it's a broad ancient Near Eastern idea as well. It, the fire, darted to and fro between the creatures like a flash of lightning, and the fiery creatures shot back and forth like sparks. As I looked at the living creatures, I saw a wheel on the earth beside the living creatures, one for each of the four of them. So there's four wheels here. As for the appearance of the wheels and their construction, their appearance was like the gleaming of beryl, and the four had the same form, their construction being something like a wheel within a wheel. And that's likely concentric. Again, there are other possibilities, but it seems to be, and the consensus seems to be in scholarship, that he's probably describing something concentric. When they moved in any of the four directions without veering as they moved. Their rims were tall and awesome, for the rims of all four were full of eyes all around. Now, again, think of you have four chariots, four cherubim. They're positioned actually in a square because their wings have to touch. So they themselves are in a square formation, and beside each one of them is a wheel. So you have a four-wheeled kind of thing, and the rims of the wheels are covered with eyes. Again, it defies the classic UFO description, and I think when we get to the actual pictures, you'll see what he's thinking of pretty clearly. Note here, it is the rims of the wheels that are full of eyes. But when Ezekiel sees the same vision 13 months later, he adds this. The cherubs moved in the direction in which one of the heads faced without turning as they moved. Their entire bodies, backs, hands, wings, and the wheels of the four of them were covered all over with eyes. Now this is going to be significant for a specific reason later. So in chapter 10, it's not just the wheels, it's everything. All the creatures are covered with eyes. It was these wheels that I had heard called the wheelwork. Hebrew there is Gilgal. When the living creatures went, the wheels went up by them, and when the living creatures were lifted up from the earth, the wheels were lifted up. Whithersoever the spirit was to go, they went. Thither was their spirit to go, and the wheels were lifted up over against them. For the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels. When these went, these went. When those went, these went. And when those stood, these stood. And when those were lifted up from the earth, the wheels were lifted up over against them. Basically he's saying they all moved together. They were all connected in some way. They were not moving independently. For the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels. Note, again, the wheels and the creatures, the cherubim, move in tandem. As the creatures go, so go the wheels. And remember again, store this away. The creatures and the wheels have lots of eyes on them. We'll talk about eyes in a bit. The likeness of the firmament, Hebrew word there is rakia, upon the heads of the living creatures. So there's a firmament on the heads of the creatures. It's attached to the creatures' heads. They're supporting it, in other words. Was as the color of the terrible crystal stretched forth over their heads above. And under the firmament were their wings straight, the one toward the other. Every one had two, which covered on his side, so on and so forth. When they went, again, we've read a bunch of this, but I heard the noise of their wings like the noise of great waters, as the voice of the Almighty. It was pretty loud. The voice of speech as the noise of a host. When they stood, they let down their wings, and there was a voice from the firmament that was over their heads when they stood and had let down their wings. Again, we'll come back to this, but what UFO is powered by animals or creatures? Above the firmament that was over their heads. So you got the four cherubim, you've got this flat expanse over their heads. They're holding it up, they're supporting it. And on that firmament, that rakia, was the likeness of a throne as the appearance of a sapphire stone. By the way, if you go to Exodus 24 and other passages, when the throne of God is described on Mount Sinai, it's the same description. He's on a sapphire platform. And upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness as the appearance of a man above it, or above upon it. This informs us that the firmament was some sort of platform. Again, the throne is sitting on it, and there's somebody sitting on the throne. And I saw as the color of amber as the appearance of the fire round about within it, from the appearance of his loins even upward, and from the appearance of his loins even downward, I saw, as it were, the appearance of fire, and it had brightness round about, as the appearance of the bow that is in the cloud of the day of rain. It was very bright and colorful. So was the appearance of the brightness round about. This was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of the Lord. And when I saw it, I fell upon my face, and I heard a voice of one that spoke. Note again, likeness here should be understood as representation. It is one of the words used in Genesis for the image of God. The object was constructed as some sort of throne or seat and was at the very top, again on top of the rakia, the platform, the expanse, the firmament. Now in Daniel 7, usually people who do research on Ezekiel 1 as a UFO, they never seem to get to this passage. That this object is indeed a throne is indicated by the other passage in the Old Testament where we see such a wheeled object. This is Daniel 7. This is one of the classic divine council passages, by the way. As I looked on, again, the scene is in heaven, thrones, note the plural there, thrones were set in place. So there's more than one throne in heaven. Thrones were set in place, and the Ancient of Days took his seat. Now, I'm not going to go into the Ugaritic comparisons here, but everyone agrees the Ancient of Days here is God. In the Ugaritic version, it's El. His garment was like white snow, and the hair of his head was like lamb's wool. His throne was tongues of flame. That sounds familiar. Its wheels were blazing fire. A river of fire streamed forth before him. Thousands upon thousands served him. Myriads upon myriads attended him. And the council sat, and the books were opened. Specifically, this is the vision. Daniel sees four beasts here. The four beasts show up in Revelation, as again does the heavenly throne. Summation so far. Human or humanoid appearance of creatures. The creatures have, again, these features that we saw before. There's a platform supported by the four creatures, and there's a deity atop the platform. Now, examining all those features against the iconography. Again, as I try to do, I want you to know that I'm not making it up. I'm not just going to stand here and tell you that people have studied iconography and can account for the features. You want to confirm it, you want to check me out. Hope you can read German. These are the major works. Now there are smaller works, and some of Othmar Kiel, he's probably the world's expert on ancient Near Eastern iconography, at least as it relates to Syria, Palestine. He's still alive and still writing, and a number of his works have been translated into English. Unfortunately, this one has not. But here is the title in English. I've translated that much for you. But he has lots of nice plates and pictures and hand drawings of original sculptures in it. He has hundreds and hundreds of them. The other one, Martin Metzger, none of his work, as far as I know, is translated into English. But the title here is Royal Thrones, King's Thrones, and Divine Thrones. throne forms and throne portrayals in Egypt and the West Orient in the 13th and 12th millennium, 1200s before Christ, and their meaning for the understanding of the Aussagen is sort of portrayal or description concerning the throne in the Old Testament. So this is a book that deals with the very subject we're talking about, a complete scholarly monograph devoted to the subject. So my argument again is that all the elements are well known in Ezekiel's day and are part of the political and religious context, and that this fact, coupled with the absence of exegetical arguments and the logic, the illogic, in favor of a UFO answers the question of what Ezekiel saw. I'm just going to take you through a few examples, and again, there's no one image that is Ezekiel. But again, the motifs are very common. And I literally could have put hundreds of these on here, but my laptop does not have much space, and frankly, we don't have that much time. So here is a four-faced deity. Obviously, you can't see the face on the other side. These are actually Mesopotamian cherubim, but if you look at the legs, the hooves, the sets of wings, okay? We'll come back to these guys in another presentation. This is part of a throne. Again, here you can see what's remains of the throne picture. Again, the four-winged cherubim with their wings touching. Underneath, the rakia, the platform, atop which is the throne. Here's a nice example of cherubim. Again, it's very common to have four in a circle like this. The rakia at the top, the platform, could be round. It often was. Sometimes it's square, sometimes it's round. Again, just cherubim that form a seat. Very, very common in the ancient world. Again, the deity or the king seated upon the cherubim throne. Here's another example. This, by the way, I don't know if Dave Flynn here, this is from the coffin of Hiram of Tyre. We actually have his coffin. And there's an inscription on it that I had to translate for my preliminary exams in grad school, but it gives you a nice idea. And Hiram, if you remember, was the one who Solomon went to design the temple. The throne of Yahweh, cherubim seat. Okay. Again, we're getting into some wheels here. It was common to have wheels underneath the feet of the cherubim. Here's just a wheel, a throne with a wheel. This is a four-faced cherubim, okay, a body of an ox in this case. This is Egyptian. Four wings, four faces. Again, four faces with the wings. This only has two, but again, the ox feet. I really like this one because this almost has every element in it. You'll notice carefully here, if you look at this, you've got cherubim, there's the wings touching. They have faces and multiple faces pointing in different directions. The legs are fused into one. They're actually hooves of a calf with wheels. This is a throne platform, again, Syrio-Palestine. Deity it's obviously a phallic deity, but we've got the four-winged cherubim, again, with eyes covering it. What I'm going to give you here is the standard view, but I'm going to disagree with part of this, but with the iconography. Again, all I'm saying is that all the elements are available, and I've only given you a dozen or so pictures from the sources that I gave you. If you want to go, look them up, loan them from a library, you're, of course, free to do that. Might be worth your time. But what about the logic of the UFO and Ezekiel hypothesis? What do I mean by that? Simply that if we assume Ezekiel is describing a flying saucer from another world, the narrative itself undermines the idea. Does it make any sense to have a craft from space powered by animals? The description of fire and flames is often presented as evidence that we are dealing with a flying alien craft. Flame indicates a combustion engine. No physicist, no matter how charitable their attitude toward alien life, would defend the idea that a combustion engine could navigate the expanses of space, attaining the necessary speed, or succeed in utilizing and surviving a wormhole if that were even possible. Nobody is going to say that because it is, in terms of physics, absurd. Okay? And if you're going to say this is some kind of alien craft, you better account for all the elements, and that includes the flame. You have combustion. Makes no sense at all. The fire is even said to contain hot coals, and not something like coals. He uses the word coals. Since God commanded the coals be scattered over the city in Ezekiel 10, he commands one of the cherubim, or one of the fiery beings, to scoop up the coals and scatter them over the city. And the being does that. So now we have a coal-powered space vehicle. I mean, this is like the Industrial Revolution in reverse. Okay, it just makes no sense at all. What about the Rakiach? Okay, I think that, do I want to do this or not? I may come back to this. What I actually did, let me just summarize what people are saying about the Rakiach. I've gotten a number of emails from different people, one person in particular, who insists that Rakiach, the firmament or expanse, is a circular dome. And obviously he wants to get a flying saucer out of that. And the argument is that this is what it describes, because in Genesis it talks about the firmament of the sky. I have a Word document here. We may refer back to it if we have time. If you want to see it, I can put it on a disk for you if you want to take it with you. But I looked up all the occurrences of the word Rakiach in my database of the Hebrew Bible. And I looked up the root form, the verb form, rakah, which means to pound. Pound is probably the best word, to beat. What it is the act of beating out, either in the Hebrew Bible, you're stomping on the ground, or beating out a piece of metal. It's metal work that you would overlay and beat with a hammer. There is nothing in the word at all that has anything to do with a circle. The reason why it's round in Genesis should be obvious. Because if we're describing the firmament of the sky, to the visual observer, you go from one to the other. You view the horizon, okay, the expanse of the sky. That's going to come into play in a bit, because it's important as to why the firmament of the sky is round. But there's nothing actually in the context of Ezekiel. We read the entire chapter that in and of itself would indicate roundness. Now, I'm going to make a suggestion here. If, as I'm saying, that the throne platform in the vision is flat, but probably circular, could be, the vision isn't that specific, but it's flat, throne's on top of it. But then you have the round firmament of the sky and all these different creatures with eyes on it. I'm going to suggest, and here's where I'm going to speculate and go out on a limb here. I'm going to suggest that the vision of Ezekiel has something to do with procession, with constellations. All four of the constellations, those four that we read about, or the cherubim in Ezekiel's vision, those are the four cardinal points of the zodiac in the ancient. I don't think that's a coincidence. They are the four cardinal points. And again, if I'm wrong here, I'm going to blame Flynn. So, but let's take a look at some other passages, and you'll see where I'm going here. 1 Chronicles 28, King David rose to his feet and said, "Hear me, my brothers, my people. I wanted to build a resting place for the ark of the covenant of the Lord, for the footstool of our God. And I laid aside material for building." Now, if you remember the ark of the covenant, the 2 foot, essentially 2 foot by 3 foot, roughly box that the Israelites toted around in the Old Testament, it had a lid with 2 cherubim on top. Their wings, they were facing each other, and their wings were facing each other. And the lid was called the mercy seat, the place of propitiation, because the high priest once a year would sprinkle blood on that for atonement at Yom Kippur. But notice it was called a mercy seat. It was sort of where God sat. Okay, when he spoke to Moses, or again when the high priest made intercession, it was God's throne. Here it's called a footstool. What's going on there? Why is it a footstool now? Well, because in the temple, this comes from Metzger's book, by the way. When you have to be a little bit familiar with the ark. Here's the ark down here. The ark was portable, as was the tabernacle in which the ark was kept. The Israelites would move from place to place. They'd set this thing up, do their thing, conduct worship, whatever, and then they would move on when they were directed to do so. When the temple was built, obviously a stationary building, inside the Holy of Holies, Solomon was instructed to build 2 cherubim, to put 2 giant cherubim in here, their wings touching. I tend to think that these 2 wings might have been flat, but we'll go with Metzger's drawing because if I drew one myself, it would really be stupid looking. Because this, now in the temple, was the seat where God sat and his feet rested on the ark. That's why the ark was called the footstool. Okay, the ark was actually inserted between the cherubim. We know this from descriptions of the temple that are given in the Bible. Now take that image and go to this. Thus said the Lord, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Where could you build a house for me? What place could serve as my abode? Interesting image. Keep that in mind. This is the ancient Near Eastern conception of the world. In the ancient Near East, including Israel, I know I'm going to offend maybe some literal 24-hour day creation people, but oh well. You had the earth. The earth was viewed as flat, and again, perhaps round, but flat. Over the earth, you had the rakia, the firmament, the dome. The view was that the cosmography, the cosmic geography, as it were, of the ancient world, thought that the ancient person thought that the sky you saw was actually a dome to which were affixed the stars. And they could see the stars move, the constellations, in regular cycles. And they thought that everything was encased in a dome, so that the waters, you have these phrases in the Bible, the waters above and the waters below the firmament. They believe there was water out here, waters below the earth, and then you had waters really below, beneath the other waters of the earth. This was Hades, the netherworld or hell. Of course, the heaven or the highest heaven. The reason this is kind of significant is when God says, the earth is my footstool. There are verses in the prophets that have God sitting above the heavens, looking down upon the earth. Now here's my suggestion. Is it possible that Ezekiel's vision, if we superimpose Ezekiel's vision on here, you would have wheels on the sides, and I think the reason there are 4 is because of the 4 cardinal points, but that would mean that you have wheels rotating in this direction if the wheels in fact were set right here. I think it could be an ancient Israelite description of precession. And why precession? There are the wheels. Because again, in the vision, man and cherub, it's man in chapter 1, cherub in chapter 10. Cherub, as we have seen, is a humanoid being. These are the 4 cardinal points of the ancient Near Eastern zodiac. They correspond again to the cherubim in Ezekiel. Notice that in 10, the eyes were in the creatures and also the wheels. In the ancient world, eyes, the word eyes, was often used as a description or a euphemism for guess what? Stars. Now, you go back here again to these guys. Again, this is again sort of the humanoid appearance. The man and cherub again taken together. But that's my suggestion. So to conclude, what I think is going on here is not a UFO, but I think it really could be the key to linking the processional idea that is very common in classical literature, in the Greek world, in the Hellenistic world, to the Bible. I mean, to a vision, and especially Flynn's suggestion that essentially what the ancients when the ancients looked at the universe, and they thought essentially it was a clock, it was a chronometer, the universe as chronometer. If that's the case, and I don't have I can't really take this any further, what I'll say here, but it really fascinates me to wonder if the time when the vision is given is when the exile began. And of course, Ezekiel is told that the exile is going to end. But the fact that it shows up in Revelation later, and it shows up in Daniel in connection with the four beasts, which are identified as four kingdoms, again, which are taken up in Revelation, could it be that procession has something to do with prophecy, and prophecy has something to do with procession? Because when it shows up in Revelation, it's the beasts again. John says, I looked up into the heavens and I saw the throne of God in the heavens, and the four beasts on the throne, and they were filled with eyes. Okay. I think if you take it literally, it might mean exactly what he says. I looked up in the heavens. The heavens is where God's throne is. The earth is his footstool. And I saw these creatures, and they were filled with eyes, and they surrounded the throne. Again, just a suggestion, but something I'm going to be playing with for probably the next year. And if we do something related to that next year, you might hear a little bit more. So that's all I have for that. And I think they're going to take Q&A afterwards. So what do I do now?
Actually, we do have time if I can ask a couple of questions right now on
Okay.
the subject. And there will be a Q&A mic, so get that set.
Okay, however that one you want that to be done. Any questions? Yes, sir.
I cannot
Check.
be ahead of it. How did that fly?
Well, I don't think the point of the vision is that the throne was literally flying. I mean, when Ezekiel sees it, it's in the air. Okay.
But how did it get in there?
Because that's where it appeared. See,
Everything I know.
right, but you're thinking that it is a vehicle or a contraption. And what I'm suggesting is that when Ezekiel sees this, he sees all these elements, and I think he is thinking of prophetic statements, and that the point of the vision is that God is showing him essentially, again, through precession.
But is he seeing a real thing?
Well, real in what sense? Could you go up and touch it and,
Right.
and punch it, that kind of thing? I don't think there are places where visions like this show up. For instance, in Isaiah 6, where one of the beings will touch the prophet. Okay, so in that sense, if we were in Isaiah 6 or whatever passage, I'd say, yeah, he's touched by them. We don't have that here. It's in the air. It never comes down and never interacts with him. He's just observing it. So in this case, I don't know.
Why is it in? Because I'm sorry. When he says it's in the air,
Well, I think it is in the air.
it's a solid object.
That we don't know. We can hear it, which implies
It's solid.
okay, that it's solid. But if you had, let's say you had a ghost appear in front of you and the ghost said something. You hear something, but that doesn't mean you can go up and grab it and touch it. It doesn't mean it's corporeal. In other words, when a vision may be just visual, or it may be something solid. And I'm saying in other contexts, we're actually told something in the text where we could conclude that it is solid, but in other cases it might just be, again, something purely visual. I don't really think it matters because I think the point of the vision is prophetic. I think he's telling Ezekiel that the time of the exile will end in 70 years. I think, again, that the point is that I control the future. If you want to know when these things are going to happen, follow, I hate to make it sound this way, but follow the stars. I mean, I really think that if you match this to Daniel 7, which everyone who studies prophecy knows is a significant passage. You've got the four beasts, again, in Daniel 7. You got Daniel 2 with the image, you got Daniel 7, you got Ezekiel 1, you got Ezekiel 10, you've got Revelation. In Revelation, John just merges them all together into one massive heavenly vision. I think the point is that the God of Israel controls the future. And if you want to know what his timetable is, relatively speaking, in terms of epochs, you look at precession.
But that beast has got to be an actual thing.
Which beast? You're talking about the beast in Revelation?
In any,
There has to be a reason why the beasts selected correspond to the zodiac. And by the way, I do believe the beast, the Antichrist, is a person. Okay. But what we're dealing here with is the throne of heaven, the fact that the Lord as sovereign controls time, controls the progression of events, and is giving Ezekiel a glimpse into the fact that, yeah, you're my inheritance. You're sitting here, if you read the whole thing of Ezekiel, they're sitting there by the river Kivar. They've just been taken into exile. And there are certain psalms that refer back to this episode where their captors are taunting them, saying, hey, sing us one of the songs of Zion now. Tell us how impenetrable Zion really was after we just basically kicked your butts all over the earth and brought you back here. And they're wondering, what are we doing here? Isn't God supposed to be on our side? And Ezekiel has sent this vision to basically say, yeah, he still is. He controls the future. You still have a future. You're here, it's your own fault that you're here. If you remember yesterday, we read the covenantal passages about following the other gods and what's going to happen to you. God says, well, you didn't listen. You're in exile now, but you are still mine. And there's going to become, I know the future. I know the future. And these beasts give you a glimpse of it, give you a little hint of it. And it's going to show up in Daniel, and it's going to show up in Revelation. Because I think, again, if I'm wrong, I'm going to blame Flynn. But nobody does this. I only know of one New Testament scholar who's actually a credentialed scholar in the field who nowadays takes Revelation as astral prophecy. And I think he's right. I think he's onto something there. It used to be 100, 150 years ago when people were more in tune to the kind of thing that Flynn is doing now, that you had scholars, and I mean major mainstream credentialed scholars that said, this really looks like astral prophecy. That's very uncommon now. It's very hard to find material to help you here because it's essentially been forgotten. And astrology has gotten a bad name, and I don't want to give it a good name, like you should go out and do your horoscope. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something entirely different, but you had a question.
That's basically what I was going to ask you. You're using astrology here simply as a measurement of time.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Right.
Certainly not the astrology of reading your horoscope.
No.
Right.
I mean, it's clearly forbidden in the scriptures. But here's the interesting thing: the ancients. I have an acquaintance. I wouldn't call him a friend, but I have an acquaintance. His name is Lester Ness, and you can look him up on Amazon because you can actually get his work now. But he did his dissertation a fair amount of time ago now under Edwin Yamauchi, who is a Christian Gnostic scholar. He teaches at the University of Miami at Ohio. He did his dissertation on zodiac mosaics in Jewish synagogues. And there's a lot of them.
Exactly.
And not only that, but in the early church, the early church fathers, and the villain or hero here, depending on your perspective, is Origen, yes. Origen. Really looked at Revelation as astral prophecy, because what they were doing, what the rabbis were doing, is they're saying, look, God created the universe, it has order, it is his map of the heavens, it is a chronometer. The glory belongs to him. We're not sitting there, who should I date, who should I marry, and what day should I have my bar mitzvah, or something like that. They're looking at it as a map of where God is going in human history. That's why they did it. And it was a very ancient and honored practice. But again, as astrology started to get a bad name in the ancient world because of frankly, the silliness of it. Right. And also, I think as the knowledge of the divine council was either lost or stamped out because of the whole divine plurality problem. And again, the guy here is Augustine. Mm-hmm. Augustine, when he became a convert to Christianity, he linked up with the Manichees and had a bad relationship with them eventually. They held the Book of Enoch in esteem. And when he split from the Manichees, this isn't my guess, there's a lot of scholarly literature on this. When he split from the Manichees, he said, I want nothing to do with Enoch, I want nothing to do with this council stuff. And he became so influential in the early church that is when the Sethite view of Genesis 6 came up, because he created it. Okay, he is the pivotal figure in church history for why all of a sudden the church just sort of moves away from this, and what people like Flynn and what eventually I hope to contribute here is essentially we should go back to our roots. We should go back to what the early church was thinking. We should go back to viewing Christianity through a Jewish lens, and ultimately through an ancient Israelite lens, and then take a look at what biblical theology is. I'm not saying we're going to come out completely in some other direction, but I think it will sharpen the focus and lend a lot of clarity to some things that right now people are just pulling their hair out. Who knows what this means? So yes, in the back.
Two questions. I didn't hear you say the word theophany, which is what I thought was the prominent Christian view of Ezekiel. And then the second one
It is a theophany is just an appearance of God. They're usually anthropomorphic, but not always, like the burning bush. But go ahead.
So do you believe that the Ezekiel vision was a theophany, or was it? Did he actually?
Was it a Christophany?
No, a theophany.
Okay. Or what's the alternative you're going to give me?
or he actually saw the throne, a vision of the throne of God.
Well, he says he sees the throne and something like a man sitting on it. So yeah, I would call it a theophany. Some Christians would want to say, and I'm not saying there's not merit to this. I don't know if you can say it every time, but some would want to say that anytime you have the God of Israel, because of aniconism, the resistance against images, thou shalt make no graven image. Some people would say anytime in the Bible when you see God pictured in human form at all, even if it's like just his feet, that's Christ. That's like a pre-incarnate appearance of Christ. I don't have any trouble with that. I'm just not sure that that's the case. But yeah, I would use the word theophany.
And then the second question is, how did you offend the 24-day literal or the 7-day literal creations?
Because when you say that the ancient Near Eastern worldview, including Israelite, has a flat Earth, a lot of them aren't going to like that. And by the way, if you want to read somebody who, if you are a conservative Christian or a conservative Jew in the audience and you're wondering, well, how do we square this with ideas like biblical inspiration, biblical inerrancy, I could say subscribe to my newsletter, but I won't. I'll tell you where it is. There are a couple articles by a guy named Paul Seeley, S-E-E-L-Y. He's done 3 of them on this subject. 2 of them are in Westminster's Journal. And you can buy the major theological journals on CD by going to a place called Galaxy Software. But he's done work on this, and he essentially takes John Calvin's view of inspiration and inerrancy, where he says that there are places in the Bible where God, to get across a very difficult intellectually concept to an ancient people, will accommodate himself to the beliefs of their day to get the message across. And he says this is an instance of that. Yes. Here in the black here.
In the Bible, Jesus said, "You're going to become fishers of men," and this was told to me, and as well as what I'm seeing here and what you're saying about this probably being the procession of time, a description of the procession of time. I'm seeing this as this is that code, a way of describing things in code because of not only they didn't want people, such as the Gentiles, to understand what it was that they were talking about, but also to prevent the works or their words being misconstrued by those that don't understand it, to be used against them also. That they spoke in code to prevent themselves from being understood by those that were not of their teachings.
It's certainly true in the early church for obvious reasons, for persecution reasons, that things had to be cloaked a bit.
So I'm wondering if this is just simply the wording was chosen on the basis of cloaking this, and that it is basically symbolic.
Mm-hmm.
And being that this is symbolic, isn't that leading one to believe that a lot of things in the Bible might also be symbolic?
Some of this question goes to the issue of hermeneutical schools in the ancient world, and there were certainly schools that developed in the New Testament era, and even before that, in the rabbinic, I shouldn't say rabbinic, in the Second Temple era, where methods of exegesis approach the text just like you're saying, that it was metaphor. and that it was allegory, that kind of thing. Without discounting that, I think what we need to do is I'll just speak personally here. I accept that that may be the case, but what I need is I need some sort of check and balance system so that I don't just go to the text and say, well, this symbolizes this and this symbolizes that. I mean, I just see so much of this, and because there's no controls. Anything can symbolize anything else. So what I think what we need to do to honor that idea, because I do think that idea is there in exegesis and in history, is look for what, in terms of their world, where the symbology lines up, the commonly accepted symbology. What I mean by that is, in a case like this, again, it's very obvious that you're dealing with the cardinal points of the zodiac. Well, that comes from somewhere, and it means something. So in those symbols, I'm going to look for correlations and treat them symbolically. By the way, symbolically doesn't mean that it's not going to play out on Earth. It refers to what plays out on Earth, what exactly is going to happen. But I will look then for, okay, what did the symbols mean in Babylonia and in Canaanite religion, in Israelite religion? Because I know Israelite religion uses so much of this. So that is the check and balance system. Only look for symbology where symbology is apparent cross-culturally and where the prophets themselves are treating what they're doing as a symbol. Usually they'll tell you. Sometimes they don't, which is the frustrating part. So I'm just wary, while I accept what you're saying, I'm wary of just letting people run with it, including myself, because there's just no checks and balances. It's kind of like where, I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of typology. Typology is, there's two kinds of prophecy. There's oral prophecy where the prophet says, thus says the Lord, this and that's going to happen, then he lays it out. There's unspoken prophecy, and those are called types. People, institutions, events in the Old Testament prefigure something that will happen later. For instance, we're told by Paul in 1 Corinthians 10 that the Passover lamb of the Old Testament prefigured the crucifixion of Christ. It was an unspoken prophecy. It depicted something, a reality that would happen later. Now, people have seen this, Bible scholars have seized upon this, and so now there's a tendency among some people to see a type everywhere. Everything's a type of something else. And what I'm saying is, no, let's stick with what the New Testament actually says is a type in the Old and just leave it there. In other words, I don't want to set myself up as the authority to determine for you or anybody else what a type is. I'm going to go with the ones where they actually use the system, and I can see that they're using it because of something that appears in the Old, what they do with it in the New. Relating to you, the Jews in the intertestamental period would use stuff like this, and they understood it astrally, especially at Qumran. And when John does the same thing in Revelation, I'm thinking, okay, there's a stream of tradition there, okay, that I should follow. I'm not going to make up any of my own, but I'll follow this one. Okay, and that's the check and balance that I think we need. But are we ready to do something else? Or I guess I should do something else here. Okay, I'm gonna have to get it up here. Okay, we're going to switch gears a little bit here, and this is something I did it last year, but it was kind of I don't want to say thrown together because that makes it seem like I got up one day and just sort of did it on a napkin. But I talked about this last year, and a guy wanted me to do it again this year. And so I agreed. What we're going to talk about here is, let's just assume, for the sake of discussion, that the extraterrestrial as creator of humanity. Now, none of the literature I'm familiar with has ETs claiming to have created the universe. I don't know anybody that says that. But they do often want to position the extraterrestrial or whatever entity, whatever channeled message they receive. There's often this talk of how extraterrestrials created humanity. And so what we're going to do here is essentially say, okay, if this is true, if that's true, that we were actually created by extraterrestrials who are now essentially abducting people and experimenting on them, and if it's true that Zecharia Sitchin's views are correct, and of course you know that I don't think that, but again, if it is, if the Mesopotamian text actually describes some extraterrestrial race creating us, what would that mean? Okay, how would that work out in terms of a worldview? And is that something to get really enthused about? Okay, and we're going to go through and just sort of follow the logic. This session's not going to take that long. We're going to follow the logic and compare the traditional theistic creator paradigm, whether you're a Muslim, Jew, or Christian, doesn't matter, but just that there's a God, a personal God who creates, and sort of note the comparisons. And I'm going to suggest that this reveals the dark side of believing that the design of us, the design of our civilization at the hands of ETs is a dark thing. It's not a very optimistic thing. So, for the sake of the session, let's presume for a moment, if this teaching is indeed correct, we'll presume that humanity was created by ETs who came to Earth long ago. We'll presume that these ETs and their creation of humanity is described in ancient Mesopotamian texts, whose content is often mirrored in the Bible, and that these ETs are therefore the God or gods that humanity has become accustomed to thinking about. If the ET creator view is true, then where would that leave us? Is that something to celebrate or get enthused about? Should we, as they did in Independence Day, go up to the top of buildings? Oh, you're wonderful. You're finally back to bless us. Let me suggest several implications that logically extend from those assumptions. First, if this is true, then you, as a member of the human race, have no inherent dignity. This conclusion extends from the fact that if ETs are the gods of the ancient creation stories, then we were created as slaves by the Mesopotamian ET gods, the Anunnaki, because that's what the texts say. Okay? It's point blank what they say. This is Atrahasis, Tablet 1. When the gods instead of man did the work and bore the loads, the gods' load was too great, the work was too hard, the trouble too much. Right there, that should tell you that the conception of a god in Mesopotamia is quite different from the conception in the Israelite religion. God doesn't need a lunch break, or much less a slave race to do work. The great Anunnaki made the Igigi carry the workload sevenfold. Anu, their father, was king. Their counselor, warrior, Elil, their chamberlain was Ninurta, their canal controller, Anugi. They took the box of lots, cast the lots. The gods made the division. Anu went up to the sky, and Elil took the earth for his people. The bolt which bars the sea was assigned to far-sighted Anki, so on and so forth. The last line, the Anunnaki of the sky made the Igigi bear the workload. The gods, pity them, had to dig out canals, had to clear channels, the lifelines of the land, so on and so forth. For 3,600 years they bore the excess. Hard work, night and day. They groaned and blamed each other, grumbled over the masses of excavated soil. And then they decide, let us confront our chamberlain and get him to relieve us of our hard work. Come, let us carry the Lord. Let us carry the Lord, the counselor of the gods, the warrior, from his dwelling. Let's go and grab him, take him out of his house. And made his voice heard and spoke to the gods, his brothers. Why are we blaming them? Their work was too hard. Their trouble was too much. I'm abbreviating this with ellipses. They said, let's go get that God. Then they go and confront him, and then listens to their complaint and says, well, I guess we can't blame them. Their work was hard. Their trouble was too much. Every day the earth resounded. The warning signal was loud enough. We kept hearing the noise. There it is, and the text breaks off there. And so they go to the creatress, Belet Ili, the womb goddess, is present. Let her create a mortal man so that he may bear the yoke, so that he may bear the yoke, the work of Elil. Let man bear the load of the gods. Nintu shall mix the clay with his flesh and blood. Then a god and a man will be mixed together in clay. They answered yes in the assembly, the great Anunnaki who assign the fates. Now, if this is the case, you are all owed reparations by the gods. I mean, that's essentially what you've got. You are a slave, your father was a slave, and so on and so forth, all the way. We're all slaves. In other words, we have no inherent dignity. We are the low end of the totem pole in a divinely ordained caste system. That's what we are. We are chattel, if this is true. Now, this divine image idea, which is biblical, aren't we created in the image of the gods? Again, it's a biblical theistic concept. It is not part of the Mesopotamian concept. If we go back here, let her create a mortal man so that he may bear the yoke, the work of Elil. Let men bear the load of the gods. Zechariah Sitchin tries to, and it's kind of amazing again, he tries to take these phrases, bear the yoke, bear the load, and he tries to argue that yoke, and load here actually refers to the image of God. Of course, the problem is that the biblical word for image is tselem, Akkadian is tsalmu, and that is not the word used in any of those three lines in that text. So contrary to what he says, this is not a creation that has the gods, the Anunnaki, creating humanity in their image. No, the text actually means what it says, that we were created, in their view, as slaves. We are strapped with their burden. Well, that's not what the alien who abducted me told me. Well, if you were told about how special you were, think again, or abandon the Sitchin worldview, which you could do and still retain, an extraterrestrial worldview. Two questions. How do you know his message, the ET, can be trusted? How do you know that? Doesn't he know what his ancient offspring wrote about him? Okay, again, we're presuming that this is true, that the extraterrestrial gods created us. Well, doesn't the ET who abducted you know what the ancient Mesopotamians wrote about him long ago when he supposedly created you? Did he forget that? The bottom line is that in the ET creator view, we were created as slaves, and our makers wanted it that way. In contrast, the theistic creator worldview has every man, woman, child, unborn, born, whatever, every person has inherent worth as God's imagers. Life is sacred because we are the receptacles of God's life and share certain of his attributes. Humans are Yahweh in effigy. That is, we are his representatives. We're not gods, but we are placed upon the earth, as I said before in another session. We are God's representatives. We are to rule and steward, take care of the world, not to rape and pillage it. We are to take care of the world, steward it as though God were here. We aren't, as the Old Testament teaches, God's representatives on earth if the ET view is correct. Also, if it's correct, there's no higher purpose for your life, since there's no concept of eternal reward in a personal heaven from a personal loving God. That idea is completely foreign in Mesopotamia. If you read any introduction to Mesopotamian religion, Mesopotamians were the most pessimistic of all ancient people about the afterlife. The only semi-positive thing they have to say about death and Sheol and the underworld is that if you're a king or a peasant, you wind up at the same place. So the ground is level in Sheol. But everyone in Sheol endures what the best description I've ever seen of this is, I think it's from Jean Bottero, who's an expert in Mesopotamian religion. He referred to it as a cadaverous existence that never ends. Ooh, I can't wait. This is not a good place. But if this view is true, you don't have anything waiting for you. In other words, you can serve the gods all you want, be their slave, and what do you get at the end? You get to live as a cadaver. That's just wonderful. The conclusion follows again from the fact that if ET is God, then his status as a created being himself means that all the universe that is real is the material. There's no spiritual reality beyond the material, and again, the Mesopotamians weren't looking forward to anything beyond that anyway. Pantheists and those who want to give the universe itself life or treat it as a living being or biocosm are left with this reality. No matter how spiritual they think the universe is, it's still just matter, beyond which is nothing. There's nothing beyond that. Because if you say there's something beyond matter, something outside creation, you've just dumped your pantheism. Typically, those who speak of the universe as its own creator do so to avoid the idea of a personal deity that transcends creation, because that idea comes from religion or the Bible. And they want to avoid the personal accountability that the biblical worldview entails. No matter how badly you want to deny the theistic creator view and yet keep a feeling of personal destiny beyond the material, these two ideas are contradictory in terms of philosophy. If matter is all there is, then matter is all that is. Okay? If something is beyond matter, that thing can't be material. The Big Bang doesn't create itself. It's a result, not a cause. If there's no higher purpose for your life because there is no immaterial, non-physical, non-material place that you go when you die, there's no higher purpose, you have nothing to look forward to. You are simply a higher form of animal. You might be lesser than the aliens who made you, whose only purpose was to have you serve them. If you imagine that there are multiple races of aliens, some who want to aid us in achieving our high potential, then some questions follow. You might say, well, maybe only the bad guys treat us as slaves. What about the good ones? How can you tell the taskmaster alien from the benefactor alien? Again, if you read the abduction literature, this is not, that is a legitimate question. We know from Sitchin's account of the conniving escapades of the gods of Sumer that they behave just like we do. The point is, they are fully capable of deception and self-interest. So how do you know they can be trusted and who to trust? If this is reality, again, the polytheistic Mesopotamian Anunnaki scenario, if that's the truth, how in the world do you know who to trust? Because they're constantly going behind each other's back and conniving and deceiving and lying and cheating. Who are you going to trust? If alien abductees are to be believed, how are the violations they undergo benevolent? I know, it's rhetorical. Why is it that Dr. David Jacobs, leading authority in alien abduction, has concluded the alien motivation is not our benefit, but for their own? Again, he's not the only one. The theistic view, in contrast, has an ultimate purpose for humanity. We are to image God, which we've talked about before, to work in his stead, to be his representative. And what that means down here, this idea is actually the basis in Reformation theology. That all work, any gainful employment, is godly. All work has value. There should be no distinction. Let me phrase it correctly. I don't want to say there is no distinction. In God's mind there isn't, but there should be, in our mind, no distinction between what we think of as secular and sacred. It's all sacred in God's mind. It makes God happy when we are creative and industrious, and God wants us to find work that we enjoy and then revel in it. We are to put our trust in him for our eternal destiny by obeying his plan for our salvation, so that the practice and that's a typo there. So the practice of our lives is, as the Westminster Confession puts it, to love God and enjoy him forever. That is the point of why we're here in God's mind, the biblical God, not the Anunnaki gods. The outcome of this is eternal sonship or eternal childship, to become the sons of God, the children of God, to replace what has been lost through the progression of evil. This is what John says, point blank. See what love the Father has given us, that we should be called children of God, and that is what we are. The reason the world does not know us is that it did not know him. Beloved, we are God's children now. What we will be has not yet been revealed. What we do know is this: when he is revealed, we will be like him, for we will see him as he is. Question: what is the destiny? What is your destiny at the hands of ET? to be ramped up into the collective consciousness? Okay, what proof do you have that E.T. has changed from the self-interested taskmaster he was in the days of Mesopotamia? The third logical implication to the E.T. creator view, we've talked about 1 and 2, and number 3 is the idea of racial superiority and inequality is true. It's absolutely true. This conclusion logically extends from the Mesopotamian texts that tell us that the gods created kingship for humankind. If you read Sitchin closely, he will refer to 2 creative acts with respect to humanity. One, is prior to the flood, where a primitive form of humankind is created again as slaves. But then one of the gods, Anki, comes back and sort of ramps up or genetically tinkers again with the humanoid thing, and specifically does that, adds more divine blood to him, because we are going to make them this particular line. And you actually have 2 lines emerge in Mesopotamian thinking again. We're going to make certain of these individuals more like us, because we're going to give kingship to them. We're going to put kingship in their hands. So if this is the case, then certain bloodlines are inherently superior because they're royal. And I want to say this, if you read Lawrence Gardner, this is Lawrence Gardner. Okay, bloodline, the Holy Grail, the whole bit, the Jesus bloodline mythology, going back to this, you have to believe this. If this is what you think the texts say, then this is the conclusion. Certain bloodlines are superior because they have more of the Anunnaki blood. See, we all people who would latch onto this, what Gardner's saying, they read it and think, that's me. That's me. I'm one of the superior ones. Well, maybe not. Questions that naturally follow. Are you among the elite? Are you as racially gifted by the gods as other people? Do you suppose that African Americans and Jews are in the royal bloodline? Hispanics? Put any other race other than white Anglo-Saxons in there. If the idea of racial supremacy is true, should we defend it? Should we defend it? Will the gods enforce the idea when they return? Will they weed us out? Will there be those that rule and those who serve? Again, in contrast, the theistic worldview is that all races are equal because all races are human. All humans are God's imagers, male and female. There are no exceptions. No, I know that the church, in some of its more wonderfully dunder-headed moments, and I'm including in this century, has propped up the idea of racial superiority through pseudo-exegesis of passages like the curse of Canaan and Ham. It is not what the text teaches. It's what people who are predisposed to racial inequality have said the text teaches, but it is not what the text teaches. And frankly, today, I think the exegesis is a little less self-serving than it was perhaps in the Civil War and in the 60s. Those humans who follow God's plan for salvation for all are considered royal offspring. Every believer is specifically called a son of the King. It is a royal title. The sons of God who will rule over a new earth with him. Male and female, no exceptions. The idea goes all the way back to the Old Testament. It's not just a Christian thing. It's very present in Jewish theology. Hosea 2:1, the number of the people of Israel shall be like that of the sands of the sea, which cannot be measured or counted. Instead of being told, you are not my people, again, remember they were exiled, they shall be called children of the living God. Daniel 7:27, the kingship and dominion. It's the same chapter, by the way, the divine council chapter we just looked like with Ezekiel. Kingship and dominion and grandeur belonging to all the kingdoms under heaven will be given to the people of the holy ones of the Most High. Will be given to the people of the holy ones of the Most High. Their, plural, kingdom shall be an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey them. John, New Testament now, but to all who received him, who believed in his name, speaking of Jesus here, he gave power to become children of God. Galatians 3:29, if you belong to Christ, then you're Abraham's offspring and heirs according to the promise. the promises given to the Jews above in Daniel. 1 John 3:1 we've already looked at. The fourth logical implication to the ET creator view, again we looked at 1, 2, and 3. The dignity, no higher purpose, and racial inequality. And fourth, then the ET gods are your creator masters, not your brothers. Now this is a little repetitious with the first one, but it's a different angle. They're not your brethren. If ETs created us, they have the right. They have the right of ownership over our bodies, souls, and children. We are theirs by right, if this is true. What that means is that whether you like it or not, royal kingship is a monarchy. It is not a democracy. You have no right to complain or gripe about what happened to you in your experience. You got to take the whole package, in other words. The elite command, the rest of us submit or suffer. Don't complain then that you have been abducted and abused. You have no right to demand justice, for the alien has legal claim over you. Period. The theistic creator worldview, again in contrast. As noted already, in a biblical worldview, we are all destined to be kings under God's sovereignty. The image, the sonship, the rulership is democratized. It is not kept for a select few or for a certain bloodline. It's not even kept for beings in heaven. As Paul said, don't you know, 1 Corinthians 6, that you'll rule over angels? Think of the council. God of Israel, sons of God, angels. Paul says, don't you know you're going to rule over angels? You're the middle slot. You are the royal household of God. You will command them, not the other way around. This is the biblical worldview. Jesus, as incarnate God and Redeemer, is our brother, not our owner. Now, I realize that Christ is Lord in Christian theology, but that's not where it ends. He is also our brother, as Hebrews 2 says very, very plainly. What are human beings that you are mindful of them, or mortals that you care for them? You have made them for a little while lower than the angels. You have crowned them with glory and honor, subjecting all things under their feet. Now, in subjecting all things to them, God left nothing outside their control. As it is, we do not yet see everything in subjection to them, but we do see Jesus, who for a little while was made lower than the angels. He was made human. Now crowned with glory and honor because of the suffering of death, so that by the grace of God he might taste death for everyone. It was fitting that God, for whom and through whom all things exist, in bringing many children to glory, should make the pioneer of their salvation perfect through sufferings. For the one who sanctifies and those who are sanctified all have one Father. For this reason, Jesus is not ashamed to call them brothers and sisters, saying, I will proclaim your name to my brothers and sisters. In the midst of the council, I will praise you. It's not all about ownership. Concluding focus, two summative questions. I'd like to ask you, does ET love you, and how do you know? Pretty simple. Well, they tell me so. They tell me I'm specially chosen. They want humanity to survive in the future and to evolve toward a greater self-enlightenment. Really? If the stories about the gods in ancient texts are true, why are those stories so different than those messages? Can these beings be trusted? What kind of love do they feel for you? Is it a sacrificial love? The kind of love you would have for a puppy or a car or your favorite thing at home? At what level is the emotional attachment that you think they have for you? To use an illustration, as your creator, do your ET gods love you as a child? Do they really? If ET loves you, then why create you as a slave? Why create you and leave? Why create you or hide? The fact is, at best, we're an experiment. not a loved child. The God of the Bible has an emotional investment in us, and I want to ask, where is E.T.'s emotional investment? The truth is, there is no emotional investment from E.T. It's a scientific curiosity at best, and a pretty detached one at that. At best, E.T. is an absentee parent. At worst, he is a cold, detached researcher. Is this the way you love your children? Is this how you want your children to remember their childhood? Probably not. There really is something better. And I would suggest to you, and that's the end of the session here, I would suggest to you that the theistic worldview is favorable, is more favorable, is better. And it's in your interest to consider it. And that's part of what the conference, as we, as in my cases, I've contributed to it, but as Guy has constructed it, to try to bring, create a bridge between what we look at seriously as paranormal stuff and perhaps spiritual stuff, whatever the intersection is. One of the goals is to get you to consider that if you opt out of a Christian view of this stuff and you embrace the other side, what it really means. Have you thought through it to the end conclusion? Or have you not? Perhaps not. Okay. Switching gears yet again. The last session that I'll do, and please hold your applause at the last session, has to do with serpentine beings, watchers, and the netherworld in the religion of ancient Israel, Judaism, and Mesopotamia. The subtitle, kind of misleading here, but sort of to the point. What Zecharia Sitchin isn't telling you about the Anunnaki. Now, I'm going to have to translate this a little bit for you. What I'm going to do in this session is I want to go through some passages in the Hebrew Bible that deal with serpentine beings, also known as watchers, mostly in the literature of Middle Judaism, and also the netherworld, and then sort of create a description of who these beings are, what they do, where they live, that kind of thing. And then ask the question, is there any evidence, is there any suggestion that the Anunnaki of Mesopotamian texts match this description? I can preview it this much for you. There are a number of overlaps. They're not, there are some gaps, let's put it that way, but there are a number of overlaps. So this is just kind of an exploratory session just to compel your thinking a little bit in this direction. Because, frankly, when it comes to the Anunnaki, there are things that Sitchin does not go into that I think robs you, the reader, and the thinker, the researcher, of the complete picture. Let's see. So some preliminary thoughts. Again, as the title suggests, there's more to this than you might have heard. I'm not going to worry about dealing with some errors that Sitchin makes in some of his statements. That is the Sitchin overview session. So we're not going to worry too much about that. Rather, the third point here, the focus is discerning several noteworthy overlaps between the watchers of biblical theology and later Judaism and the Anunnaki. And again, I'm admitting that there are differences between the groups, but there are some pretty noteworthy similarities too. Now, toward drawing attention to these, this is the order I'm going to follow, and hopefully it will be coherent for you. We want to actually review, since most of you have probably heard my session on Genesis 3 and Genesis 6, where we talked about the Nachash, the serpent, a little bit, but we'll go through that. Then we'll take a look at serpentine beings elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible. Again, note the sons of God and the watchers, the relationship between Genesis 3 and 6, and descriptions of the Anunnaki. Now, this session obviously has some overlap with other sessions, but again, to get it all in one session is our strategy here, is the goal. Again, Genesis 3 is the biblical account of the fall. Now, the serpent, ha-nakash in Hebrew, the nakash is the terminology I'm going to use, was the shrewdest of all the wild beasts that the Lord God had made. He says to the woman, did God really say you should not eat of any tree of the garden? The woman replied to the nakash, We may eat of the fruit of the other trees of the garden. It's only the tree of life in the middle of the garden that God said, you shall not eat of it or touch it, lest you die. Which is kind of ironic, because elsewhere in the Old Testament, God wants humanity to have eternal life. But here, it's clear that he doesn't want them to do certain things and so on and so forth. There's a debate about, is God being mean here or whatever. We're not necessarily going to rabbit trail into that, but both ideas are actually present in the Old Testament. But restricting ourselves to this passage for the moment. And then Nakash said to the woman, you're not going to die, but God knows that as soon as you eat of it, your eyes will be opened. You will be like divine beings who know good and evil, or good and bad. The Lord God said to the woman, what is this you have done? This is after she eats. The woman replied, the Nakash duped me and I ate. Then the Lord God said to the Nakash, because you did this, you're going to be cursed more than all the cattle, beasts, and so on and so forth. And then he says in verse 15, I will put enmity between you and the woman, between your offspring or your seed and her offspring or her seed. And I made the comment before that you can take this as a personal he, third masculine, or impersonal it will strike at your head and you shall strike at his or its heel. And that depends upon how you think the prophecy gets played out in the New Testament. Observations. You can probably tell again by this time that I don't think the Nakash was a snake. There's no indication that animals had the gift of speech in Eden. The fact that Eve was not surprised when the Nakash spoke to her must be explained exegetically, not by speculation. I've read all sorts of things here that, we have some sort of weird animal then that we don't have now, and it had legs and it stood upright and it talked, or animals could talk back then. The text doesn't say any of that. The two parallel passages, as we shall see momentarily, to the fall in the Garden of Eden require, that's a strong word, but I'm going to use it, require that the Nakash be viewed as a divine being and not a snake. Now, where we're going to go here is that you're dealing with a divine being that had some sort of serpentine or reptilian appearance, was also luminous, very intelligent, very beautiful at the same time. So, can this idea that the Nakash is a divine being and not a snake be established in the text here? And does that rule out a serpentine appearance for the Nakash? And the second one I've already played my hand at no, it doesn't. But again, the word itself, 3 consonants in Hebrew, the nun, chet, and shin, Nakash, can function as a noun, verb, or adjective in the Hebrew Bible. If you take it as a noun in meaning, it would just be translated serpent. Again, perfectly workable, as we've mentioned before. If you take it verbally, with its verbal meaning, the word would be translated deceiver or diviner. Again, the practicing of divination, the act of deception, perfectly workable. But I'm suggesting that we ought to take it because of 2 other passages we're going to go to today. Okay, I'm trying to triangulate them and see them consistently together. That's the reason I'm saying that if we take it as an adjective, the word would mean shining one, because Nakash, as an adjective, when it's used to describe nouns, objects, it means to shine or to be brilliant or luminous or something like that. We get there's the Hebrew word nekoshet. Okay, you just add the T to the end to form the noun. It means polished brass, burnished brass. So again, the shiny effect. Interbiblical parallels, I think, establish this, and I take it this way primarily because of parallel passages to the fall. Ezekiel 28, Isaiah 14, where a brilliant, shining, angelic, or divine being is cast out of Eden. Neither of these passages have a snake in the story, and the context of each passage with Genesis 3 is the meeting place of the divine council. What I'm saying here is that Genesis 3, Isaiah 14, Ezekiel 28, these are the 3 passages in the Old Testament that deal with what happened in Eden. All 3 of them take place in the location where the divine council meets, and there are certain motifs that we're going to go into today that establish that fact. And also all 3 of those passages need to, in my mind anyway, need to cohere together, and 2 of them don't have a snake, and I'm suggesting the one that appears to, we might want to just translate that word as shining one instead of serpent. to, again, make them fit together, to have them cohere. So first, considering the context of the three passages before getting into the specific parallels. Again, the divine counsel, if this is new to you, in as brief a definition as possible, is a concept known throughout the ancient Near East. For instance, it's mentioned in Enuma Elish and Atrahasis with the Anunnaki. It very plainly said the Anunnaki of the Great Divine Assembly said this and that. 4 or 5 times in that story that the divine council, the divine assembly is mentioned. It is the high god or gods and their bureaucratic entourage, the heavenly host of which angels are merely one member category. In all ancient Mediterranean religions, including Israel, the council met at specific places, usually the abode of the high god. And although there are council parallels between the Hebrew Bible and cuneiform sources, the most explicit parallels are between the Hebrew Bible and its closest geographical and linguistic neighbor, ancient Ugarit, which is ancient Syria. Ugaritic, by the way, if you like languages, if you want to study these someday, Ugaritic is the closest language linguistically to biblical Hebrew. There are a number of words in the Hebrew Bible. They're called hapax legomena. That's a fancy way of saying words that only show up one time. And you've heard me saying that meaning is determined by context. Well, if you only have a word that shows up one time, how do you really know what it means? Because you don't have anything to compare it to. Well, when the Ugaritic tablets were discovered, a lot of those words that only show up one time in the Hebrew Bible were in that language, consonant for consonant. And so Semitic linguists looked at that and said, boy, this will really give us some help here, because there's such a close language overlap here between the two. So it's been very useful. And it's especially useful in parallels of this kind. So the second thought here, the relationships are actually so close between the two literatures and their religions that one of the names of the God of Israel, El, that's from the Hebrew Bible, was also the name of the high god of Ugarit. They were both El. El's vizier, or his vice-regent, who was called the ruler of the gods, was Baal. That's a title he gets. This proximity and terminology was one reason why Baal was the chief nemesis of Israel's prophets. Israel also had a second power in heaven, a second god, if you will, a second vizier in the Old Testament. I don't want to rabbit trail too much, but this is my dissertation, and I like to talk about my dissertation, even though it was such a point of suffering in my life for so many years. But it actually has value. No, what happened was, in the Israelite religion, in the Israelite version of the council, you can't have Yahweh and another god separate from Yahweh ruling the cosmos. So what the Israelites did, which was really kind of neat, kind of clever, was they said, the second person is Yahweh's essence manifested in a different form. So you don't have Yahweh competing with another god. You have Yahweh and then his essence manifested differently. There are some real plain examples. The name, that word, the phrase, the name. There are passages in the Old Testament where the name does this, the name does that, the name goes out to battle. It's sort of euphemistic, but the technically correct term is that this is a hypostasis of Yahweh. It's Yahweh's essence manifested separate from him. It is him, but it isn't. This is the basis. It's the basis, it's the beginning point for binitarianism in Jewish thought. Now later the Spirit of God is going to be spoken in the same way. That's where we get Trinitarianism. It's actually Jewish. I mean, it's not something the Christians invented. It's well known in Middle Judaism. The Malach Adonai, the angel of the Lord, God says, this angel is different than all the other ones because my name is in him. Okay, my essence is in him. And that's why the angel of the Lord and Yahweh are interchangeable in a number of passages. Because he is Yahweh, but he kind of isn't. He is and he isn't. It's that sort of difficult binitarian, Trinitarian problem that we look back at in theology and struggle with. But, by the way, hypostasis was also a common institution in other religions of the ancient Near East, Mesopotamia, Egypt. Each god had one or a couple hypostases. But in Israel, it was the consistent pattern in the council. But anyway, let's take a look at the Council of El to get an idea of how close the council's ideas are between the two religions, because this is the point today. Because I'm going to try to establish that Ezekiel 28, Isaiah 14, and Genesis 3 are divine council settings. Now, at Ugarit, the location of the meeting place of the divine council went by these descriptions. At the source of the two rivers, in the midst of the double deep fountain. These are the places where heaven and earth meet. Mount Safanu, that was Baal's mountain. The Mount of Assembled Council, and again, there were a variety of sacred mountains that are mentioned as where the council shows up and has a meeting. Now, you'll notice Safanu and this Puchru Moed. If you go to the biblical side, you have some conceptual parallels here, and here you have direct linguistic parallels. Zion and Eden are well watered. You might think, well, there's 4 rivers in the description of the Garden of Eden. What you should do is you should go back and get a good exegetical commentary there, because it can be coherently argued that the names are interchanged there, and you actually only have 2, but I'm not going to rabbit trail there. Zion and Eden, again, where God lives, is Mount Zion, where the temple was, are described as well watered. And you get this watery language here in these passages. Let's go down here. Mount Sinai, Mount Zion. Again, God lives on a mountain in Israelite religion. It's very familiar. And Eden is called the mountain of God and the garden of God in Ezekiel 28. You actually have Eden called a mountain. But back here, Zion is called the heights of Saphon in Isaiah 40 or Psalm 48:2 and Isaiah 14. It's exactly the same term, Saphon, Saphanu. The vowels are different because Ugaritic's a different language. They use different vowels. Mount of Assembly, Isaiah 14. Look at the passages. Isaiah 14, Ezekiel 28. Okay. The Har Moed, the Mount of Assembly. By the way, this is free. I wish I would have put this up here in the PowerPoint itself. If you were to try, you see this little kind of backward parentheses here? That is a letter in Hebrew that we don't have in English. It's a r. That's how you pronounce it. The Greeks didn't have it either. They don't know what a r is. So what they did was, what's the closest letter to that? It's a Hebrew term, and when it was a Hebrew term, they would just transliterate it. They just put the letters in. And they decided, well, a G, duh, sounds like ugh. And so like Gomorrah is spelled with one of these in the front. It's actually Gomorrah. Okay, so the Greeks put a G, Gomorrah. Well, why do I say this? Because if you put a G here, you have H, take the vowels out, H, R, M, G, D. Okay? You go to the book of Revelation, when the word Armageddon is used, John specifically says, this is in the Hebrew tongue, Armageddon. In the Hebrew, that would be Har Moed. The N is actually a place name consonant that is very common for geographical words. What I'm suggesting is the Battle of Armageddon is actually a battle on Mount Zion because it is the Battle of the Mount of Assembly. It's the war, as the Qumranites put in the war scroll, it's the war of gods and men. Read the war scroll sometime, then go read the book of Revelation. It's kind of shocking. But anyway, that's a little off the beaten path. Description of the divine council meeting place. Continuing here. At El's house, El's abode, decrees were issued from the tents of El. This is Vad Il in Ugaritic. El and the gods lived in tents, Ohalim, and tabernacles, Mishkanot. El's abode is a dwelling, Methav and Mazilel, the shelter. El and the council meet in a house, temple. Baal's palace had paved bricks and a court and stones like lapis lazuli. If you look over here, the parallels are just kind of amazing. Yahweh lives in a tent, same consonants. Okay, the tent of meeting, the tabernacle, it's the same thing. The pavilion, the dwelling, again, the conceptual parallel. These are exact terms. The beit, the house, the heichal, the hakalim. Okay, in Exodus 24, Yahweh's abode is described with a courtyard, Same word, chatzer, made of bricks, levanot. And if you actually read Exodus 24, the pavement was like sapphire. Okay. Same thing here. The language is very tight. Now, I showed you that as preparatory to this. When you look at these three passages, what you've got going on are divine council scenes. So what happens is something happens in the council, some sort of event or rebellion that, associated with the fall of a divine being and also the corruption of humanity. So both passages in these two, we'll go back to Genesis 3 in a moment, are not about divine beings per se, but about evil tyrant kings. You'll read this in commentaries, and that's true. What's going on here is that the prophets are railing against, in one case, the king of Tyre, in another case, the king of Babylon, and they're just going off on them, telling them how bad they are. And they both get the idea, I'll show you how bad you are. I'm going to compare you, foreign king, you wicked king, to a tale about a divine being who fell from paradise in rebellion against God. I'm going to illustrate your arrogance by comparing you to this being. And that's what they do in these passages. Let's go over here. Let's take a look at them. Ezekiel 28. The word of the Lord came to me, O mortal, O human one, O son of man, literally. Intone a dirge over the king of Tyre and say to him, thus says the Lord God, you were the seal of perfection. You were full of wisdom and flawless in beauty. You were in Eden. Now we know the king of Tyre was not in Eden, so he's describing the king of Tyre in light of this story for the sake of illustrating his arrogance. You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was your adornment, and he lists them. I created you as a cherub with outstretched shielding wings, and you resided on God's holy mountain. So he's in Eden, God's holy mountain. You walked among stones of fire. You were blameless in your ways from the day you were created until wrongdoing was found in you. By your far-flung commerce, you were filled with lawlessness, and you sinned. He starts going off on him again. So I have struck you down from the mountain of God. I have destroyed you, O shielding cherub, from among the stones of fire. You grew haughty because of your beauty. You debased your wisdom for the sake of your splendor. I have cast you to the ground. I've made you an object for kings to stare at. Isaiah 14, you're going to see a lot of similarities. Here the rant is against the king of Babylon. He's such a tyrant and such a jerk. And so Isaiah says, Sheol below was astir to greet your coming. I mean, you think you're something special. Well, that's where you're going to end up. Rousing for you the Rephaim of all earth's chieftains, raising from their thrones. The Rephaim are on thrones in Sheol. Remember that. Raising from your thrones all the kings, Hebrew, the MLKM. It's not Malakim, angels. It's different spelling there. There's no aleph here. All speak up and say to you, so you have been stricken as we were. You've become like one of us. Your pomp is brought down to Sheol. And the strains of your lutes, worms are to be your bed, and maggots your blanket. By the way, that's a real good description of the Mesopotamian underworld. How are you fallen from heaven, O shining one, son of the dawn, shining one, son of the dawn? How are you cast down to earth, O vanquisher of nations? Once you thought in your heart, I will mount to the heavens. I will mount to the heavens. Higher than the stars of God will I set my throne. I will sit in the mount of assembly, on the summit of Zaphon. Your English Bibles will say north. North is Zaphon. Why? Because that's where the mountain of El was in the north, the geographic north. I will mount the back of a cloud. Yahweh's title, Baal's title, the cloud rider. I will match the Most High. Instead, you are brought down to Sheol, to the bottom of the pit. Now, parallels. Let's take a look at some of this in a parallel structure. Genesis 3, I'm suggesting Nakash means shining one. Shining ones in the Garden of Eden, where God walked. Okay. Here we have descriptions of the being. He's described with luminous, brilliant stones, brightness. Again, these stones are the same things that describe the brightness of God's throne, so it's pretty bright. we have here again this description as the anointed cherub. Now that assumes that the word anointed is the correct translation of the Hebrew Mashach. Now that's possible. It's a common term. We get Messiah from it. Mashiach, the anointed one. However, if you remember back to English class, and please don't shudder, remember what a homonym is. The Semitic languages have homonyms too, words that are spelled the same but mean something different. There is also a Hebrew mashach, which means, guess what? To shine. So this could very well be translated, and I'm suggesting it should be, I created you as a shining cherub. Shining cherub, shining one, and here it's point blank. Isaiah 14, O shining one. The Hebrew is Hallel ben Shachar. This is where, by the way, we get our word Lucifer from, because when the text was translated into Latin, the word for shining one, Hallel, in Latin is Lucifer. Okay, shining one just means something luminous. Nakash here, again, can still carry its other two meanings, serpentine and deceiver. And I think serpentine is important because here, this is really kind of interesting. You had this odd phrase back in Ezekiel 28, you were the seal of perfection. And commentators usually say, well, that just means, it's kind of a sort of a description, an embellishment to show how wonderful and beautiful this king thought he was. And I'm not saying that's not possible, but what's really interesting is if you transliterate the Hebrew for seal of perfection, chotem tachnit, if you put it into transliterated letters, this is an interesting term because at times in Semitic languages the M here is silent, like we have silent E. And if that's the case here, what you have here is that this phrase, exact same phrase, means skillful serpent, because this word, chet vav tav, with silent M, means serpent in Canaanite. It's just one of the generic words for serpent. So you could have, I created you as a shining cherub and a skillful serpent. Shining serpentine being. Some more. Genesis 3. He was in Eden. He knew that when Adam and Eve ate, they would become like, that should be one, sorry about that, one of the gods. And again, Eden was the place of the council. You go over to Ezekiel 28, it's point blank, Eden is the mountain of God, and a garden as well. He walks among the stones of fire, but was thrown out of heaven, the place of the stars. Now that is interesting. He gets thrown out of heaven, and that helps inform us what stones of fire are. Stones of fire are considered by experts in ancient Israelite and Near Eastern religion to be either planets or stars, which of course for the sake of this conference is really interesting, really cool. And divine beings were considered celestial objects, or perhaps, it goes either way. Stars to the ancient person were either divine beings themselves or they were inhabited by divine beings. It varies, but you'll see both. The stars of God, in Isaiah 14:13, and at Ugarit, and in Job 38, the stars of God, anybody remember Job 38 from a night or two ago? Where were you, Job, when I set the foundations of the earth? When the stars of heaven, the stars of God, the sons of God shouted for joy, the morning stars. Stars of God are divine beings. They're members of the council. They're Elohim. They're the B'nai Elohim in Job 38. Again, we have the shining one here. He wanted to set his throne on the mountain of God. Mountain, mountain. Eden is a mountain here. On the mountain of assembly, the place where the council meets, above the stars of God. What he's saying is, I want to be supreme, and I'm going to be supreme in council. I'm going to kick El off the throne, and I am going to subsume that position. I will be like the Most High. I will be above all other gods, above the stars of El. I will supervise the Mount of Assembly. I, and so on and so forth. And again, this phrase, the mountain of God, is the summit of Tzafon, which we've already seen has parallels for the divine council. Nakash, again, serpentine, seal of perfection, and whatnot up here. Going again here, if you look at, again, the rest, the passage in a fuller sense, you might say, well, what about the curses? You know, I get this question a lot, frankly, where, you know, how can you take the serpent in Genesis 3 as a divine being? I mean, after all, he gets punished, you know, he's made to crawl in his belly, and that sure looks like you have an animal that now, you know, his legs are taken away and he becomes a snake and so on and so forth. Okay, here's my suggestion to you. Interpret this curse by virtue of these two. Now watch, we're going to start with these two. I have struck you down from the mountain of God, destroyed you, from among the stones of fire. I've kicked you out of the council, kicked you out of heaven. I have cast you to the ground. It's a critical word. It's arts in Ugaritic. Notice the consonants. There's that parentheses, the R, and then the S with a dot. We would say arts in Ugaritic, eretz in Hebrew. It's a generic word in the Hebrew Bible for earth or ground. In Canaanite dialects, though, it means the netherworld. The aretz is Sheol. It's a synonym for Sheol. It's the place of the dead. I have made you an object for kings to stare at. So in Ezekiel 28, the divine being gets kicked out of the council. He gets kicked out of heaven, so to speak, the place where the gods meet, the realm of the gods. Let's put it that way. He gets kicked out of the realm of the gods, and he gets sent to the lower realm, the realm of the dead, the realm in Sheol, the netherworld, the aretz. Isaiah 14, Sheol below was astir to greet you as you're coming. I mean, right, point blank, that's where he ends up. Rousing for you the Rephaim who, quote unquote, live there. You're brought down to Sheol. How are you fallen from heaven, O shining one, son of the dawn? You're cast down to the earth, to the aretz. It's the same word in the text. You're brought down to Sheol, to the bottom of the pit, and they peer at you closely. As a side here, Job 26 says, the Rephaim tremble beneath the waters and their denizens. Sheol is naked before him. Abaddon has no cover. Rephaim, Sheol, Abaddon. We're going to come back to these terms. If you were here for the Ezekiel presentation, I'm going to show you this in this presentation, but just to prep you, I had a graphic of what the ancient Near Eastern conception of the world was, and you had a flat earth, you had the dome overwards, and then underneath you had Sheol. Okay, Lucifer, the shining one, starts up here. He wants to be at the very top of the council. God says, no. I'm going to cast you down to the aretz, earth, and aretz, underworld. There's a word play. It's a double entendre here. This is why Satan, in later theology, is the god of the world, the god of the earth, and he's also the god of hell, the leader of hell, because of the word play here. Point of comparisons. The three texts describe a divine being who was a member of the council but who was kicked out. He also has a serpentine appearance. So again, there's a demotion here. There's a serpentine appearance. He's cast down to the ground. Again, the netherworld in Canaanite mythology. He's under the earth in Israelite and Canaanite cosmology. Again, later when you get to the Satan in Job, this being, the shining one, is said to run to and fro throughout the earth to accuse people before the Lord, and is called the God of this world by Paul. Going back here, again, to the curse. Serpents don't eat real dirt. They don't eat dirt at all. And not all women and humans fear them. I don't think that the curses should be taken literally. I think they should be taken, pardon the term, mythologically or metaphorically. The point is that the Nakash is cast down to the ground, just like he is here. And what that means is, just as it means here and here, that the Nakash, the shining one, is sent down to the human realm to rule and affect and interact with humans. He's kicked out of the divine realm, and now he rules hell, he rules Sheol. That's exactly what the point of the curse is here. If you take it literally, then you have to explain why snakes don't eat dirt and why all humans aren't afraid of them. If you take my suggestion, those aren't issues. But again, it's just my suggestion. By the time Isaiah and Ezekiel wrote, Sheol was associated with dead giants, the Rephaim, whose spirits were alive in the netherworld. Again, if you missed the session on Genesis 6, it's a word for giant, for one of the giant clans. Isaiah 14, Job 26, and other places, Ezekiel 32 is another one, I didn't put that up here, have these guys, just like Enoch does, residing in the pit. Additional note, it is interesting to note that in the Gilgamesh epic, tablet 11, a snake steals the immortality of humanity, line 283. After which Gilgamesh laments that this is a really weird phrase in Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh laments that the earth lion, in Akkadian Neshu Shah Kakari, had stolen his chance at eternal life. What in the world's going on here? Why? The story has a snake, it's Bitsuru here, and when Gilgamesh is sitting down feeling sorry for himself, he refers to this thing as an earth lion. Well, what the heck is that? Earth lion is the same way that Greek expresses the word for chameleon. Kamai leon. Kamai is on the ground, on the earth. Leon, lion, earth lion. That's what chameleon literally means. Noted cuneiform scholar Ake Joberg has suggested, and it's just a suggestion, but I think it's worth thinking about, it may be possible to connect Akkadian Neshu with the Eblaite Na'ish, and that word with the Hebrew Nakash. Now, why do I bring this up? Because Neshu, okay, Nakash. And what that leads to is the significance of this possible connection is that one would have a serpentine being in an Eden-like story who was a changeling. Chameleons change their appearance, don't they? This might resonate with 1 Enoch 19:1, where the Watchers were said to be able to change form, and perhaps 2 Corinthians 11:14. This is the verse where it talks about Satan being able to be transformed into an angel of light. He can appear as something brilliant and wonderful when he actually is not. The identity, we talked about this, was our first point, identity, nature, and fate of the serpent. Let's talk about serpentine beings elsewhere besides the one we think of, the Nakash in the garden. Some tentative comments and speculations, and again, I'm deliberately saying this because, quite frankly, I'm still thinking about some of this. I don't know quite what to make of it. Trust me, folks, this is, pardon the expression, virgin territory. It's not like I can go look up a commentary or go ask some scholar to think in these terms. It's not going to happen. And so, I'm still cogitating on a good bit of this. The reference to the shining being in the Garden of Ezekiel as a shining anointed cherub is interesting, but it's rarely received much thought, since scholars assume that cherubim and seraphim are different. Many scholars assume that seraphim means burning ones, from Hebrew saraph. That cherubim are sphinx-like creatures based on ancient Near Eastern divine throne iconography. Now, if you were here with the Ezekiel session, you know that there's a lot of cherubim that look like sphinx-type creatures. That's true. The question is that all they are? Is that only what they are in the Semitic mind? Now, I think all the assumptions are open to question, and some observations might come to fruition here, or at least contribute. The relationship of cherubim and seraphim is uncertain. If one removes the four-faced cherubim from the category, and you know my view now that I don't think the point is literal cherubim, I think the point is the four faces of the zodiac. So if you accept that and accept EXCEPT, the two-faced cherubim of Ezekiel, which again, if Flynn is correct, that's also precessional. If you exclude the precessional stuff, then cherubim normally described elsewhere are simply winged creatures. On occasion, the description of a cherub includes features that are not in the iconography of the ancient world, such as the hands of a man, but which are shared with seraphim. Here I'm suggesting maybe there's a relationship between cherubim and seraphim. Again, it's possible, I'm still thinking about it. The function of both could be called guardianship of the council or the throne of God. Seraphim, of course, are the ones that guard the throne in Isaiah 6. Genesis 3:24, after Adam is driven out of the garden, God places a flaming a seraph, a seraphim, there at the entrance to the garden. And then, of course, Ezekiel 28, taking Mashach, again, as shining. You might have one there, too. So seraphim are quite likely serpentine. The term seraph is interchanged with nakash, same word, serpent in the garden, the shining one, in the account of Moses and the serpents that bite the Israelites in Numbers 21. But what I'm just going through is what we do know here. In this story, in Numbers 21, the children of Israel are going through the desert and to punish them, again, for grumbling and murmuring after they've been delivered at the Red Sea and a few other kind of amazing deliverances. God says, the people are grumbling, again, despite the fact that I've done these amazing things for them. And he sends serpents that bite the Israelites. The serpents in that account are called both. They go by both terms. They're called nakash and seraph. These are synonyms. Okay, we know what this is. It can mean a serpentine thing. But most scholars say that this just means burning one. Well, guess what? While there is a root seraph that means to burn in Hebrew, it is equally true that there is seraph right here in Numbers 21. That's just a serpent. So what I'm suggesting here is that a seraphim might be a serpentine being. That might be what they look like. Okay, again, still thinking about this. In Egypt, seraph, Egypt actually combines the features. A seraph in Egypt is a shining or flaming serpent. So they sort of dovetail both possibilities in Egyptian literature and Egyptian iconography. So we've talked a little bit about both of these, identity, nature, fate, and possible serpentine beings elsewhere. Sons of God and the Watchers, again, by this time you should be familiar with Genesis 6. I'm not going to read this whole thing to you, but sons of God with the daughters of men, bearing the Nephilim. Again, sons of God are often called watchers in later Jewish literature. I've had these passages up before, but again, they are distinct. The watchers come down to the earth, teach the sons of man, and they end up committing sins with the daughters of men because they began to mingle themselves with the daughters of men so that they might be polluted. Again, we're familiar with all this. Watcher is not just a later Jewish term. It does show up in the Bible. So don't leave here and get the mistaken notion that watcher is just an Enochian term. It actually does show up in Daniel. And it's always accompanied with the phrase Holy One. So a watcher is a Holy One, which means by this time in Daniel, in Israelite history and theology, you have good watchers. Okay, it's not the point is not that they're all evil. The ones in Genesis 6 are viewed as evil. But here you have three examples where they're good guys. In the vision of my mind in my bed, Daniel says, I saw a watcher, that is a holy one coming down from heaven. This is when he's going to interpret Nebuchadnezzar's dream. And he gets, the edict passed down, the decree passed down by the watchers as to what's going to happen. The watcher, that is the Holy One whom the king saw descend from the heavens, saying, so on and so forth. Here's the phrase, watcher, Holy One. Daniel 4:23, sentence is decreed by the watchers. This verdict is commanded by the holy ones. This verse is really interesting because it really gives them power. Okay, the point is not that they've come up with a sentence that God doesn't know about, but the point is that they are council members, and the council has decided, in Daniel 7, you have that council meeting, that this is what's going to happen. So there's some degree of participation, decision-making here in the council. In the book of 1 Enoch and other intertestamental Jewish texts, the watchers are evil. We know about that. You've heard enough about that. In 2 Enoch 18, the number of the fallen watchers is put at 200. That's an interesting number that we'll see later. They were sentenced to imprisonment within the earth for their corruption of human race. Again, we've seen these motifs, so I'm not going to read this whole thing for you, but they are reprimanded here. Down here you have, from henceforth you will not ascend into heaven into all eternity, and in bonds of the earth the decree has gone forth to bind you for all the days of the world, so on and so forth. 1 Enoch 18, I saw a deep abyss with the columns of heavenly fire, and among them I saw columns of fire fall. This place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become a prison for the stars, okay, angelic beings, and the host of heaven. Let me go back here. 1 Enoch 20. Uriel, one of the holy angels, who is over the world and over Tartarus. That's really interesting. Uriel is the one who is over Tartarus. which is the place of the abyss where the watchers get sent. And here we have a reference to Gabriel, one of the holy angels who is over paradise and over the serpents and the cherubim. So this appears to separate the categories. Maybe they are. Maybe this is just what we call in literature a hendiadys, which is a repetition. Other references to the place where the watchers get sent. 2 Peter, God did not spare the angels when they sinned, but sent them to Tartarus, committed them to chains of deepest darkness, so on and so forth. The nature of their sin is somehow linked to sexual activity. We've talked about this before. In this phrase in Jude, referring to the angels who did not keep their own place, left their proper dwelling, he has kept in eternal chains and deepest darkness. Again, these are Enochian phrases right in the New Testament. In some cases, they're word-for-word quotes. Likewise, Sodom and Gomorrah and the surrounding cities, which in the same manner as them indulged in sexual immorality and pursued unnatural lust. Unnatural, again, heaven and earth. Serve as an example. Of course, the question, does them refer to the cities or to the angels? And grammatically, as I pointed out before, it refers to the angels because of gender number agreement. We're not going to worry about the grammar here. Let's add something else to make the mix a little more interesting. So you've got watchers that are bound in the abyss, in Tartarus, this place with deep dark chains and all that stuff. You have references to angels guarding serpents. You have references to good watchers and bad ones. Let's complicate things a little more. Uriel said to me, "Here shall stand the angels who have connected themselves with women," we know who they are, "and their spirits, assuming many different forms, okay, are defiling mankind, and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as gods." Well, wait a minute. If they're in prison, who's doing this? Who are these guys? If the watchers are in prison, what are these spirits? How can the spirits of the watchers plague humanity again when they're in prison? They're either bound or not. The punishment was pretty ineffective. Again, we're going to muddy the waters even more, and then we'll try to sort this out. But now the giants, who are born from the union of the spirits and the flesh, shall be called evil spirits. Their dwelling shall be upon the earth and inside the earth. Evil spirits have come out of their bodies, because from the day that they were created from the holy ones, they were watchers. Now here we have Enoch calling the giants watchers, saying they're evil spirits, they live upon the earth and inside the earth. What is this? What's going on here? Here's what we have in this mess. And believe me, this is why scholars of Jewish angelology just want to pull their hair out. You have watchers in prison in Tartarus, or the abyss. You have watcher spirits that are still free to go run around the earth. These spirits can change form. You have giants fathered by the spirits, the watchers, apparently referring to the original offenders of Genesis 6 who were in prison. But then you have giants themselves called watchers or evil spirits. And then you have them in the earth and on the earth. And pun intended, what in hell is going on here? It sure looks like a messed up place. And here's my attempted explanation. Okay, hold on to your hats here. The original watchers who committed the sin of Genesis 6 are in prison according to all these texts. All the traditions, including the Greek Titan story, puts them there until the end times. Okay, that's one group. The offspring of these watchers, who were the Nephilim giants, were half watcher and half human. Thus it is true that they are watcher from birth. Okay, at least half of them, they have that line. As such, when a giant was killed by flood, cannibalism, Enoch refers to this a couple times, or an archangel, only the human side died. The spirit, the watcher half, lived on as a watcher. The spirit or watcher who came out of their bodies. These subsequent generation watchers were also called Shadim, the demons. And again, I've said before, this is the Jewish explanation for where demons come from. These watcher demons may be in the abyss, but they may also be upon the earth. They're not imprisoned, only the original ones are. And I have here a cross-reference to Mastema, who is the leader of the watchers in one Enochian text. This word can be linked to the word Satan, and so this might be Satan, but I'm not going to worry about that now. They are thus in the earth and upon the earth. They can assume many forms, and they want to be worshipped as gods. They solicit and receive sacrifice as gods. This is the picture of Jewish demonology, I guess would be more fair to say. Here's the kicker. Again, one fragmentary text from Qumran, 4Q Amram, manuscript B, tells us that watchers had a serpentine appearance. Now here's the text. This is fragmentary. I'm sorry this isn't very clear. I couldn't find a way. Well, actually, didn't have access to a good photocopier when I needed to do this, but could have enlarged it. This line here, this is the scroll from Qumran. It's Aramaic. You see the edge here where it was rolled up. This line here, the text is describing watchers. And let me just give you the context. Amram, who is the father of Moses. Now, we don't know from the text whether this is the father of Moses or just another guy named Amram. He sees two watchers fighting, essentially, over his body, over his person, whether either before death or after death, or this is part of the death process. You know, like, where are you going to go? Who's going to rule over you? And he has two watchers, and one of them says to him, you know, who do you want, which one of us do you want to rule over you? That's significant because in the New Testament, there's actually a passage where Satan and Michael are fighting over the body of Moses. Okay, it's a different situation there. People have wondered if this relates to that passage, that odd passage. But this line says that one of the watchers, his appearance was fearsome like a serpent. And this line down here says, again, in his appearance, he was, let me read it here, he was like an asp. An asp, of course, is a different kind of serpent. This is the text transliterated here, but we're not going to take the time to go through it. This book, by the way, the most accessible place you can find this text is in a book by Michael Wise and Robert Eisenman called The Dead Sea Scrolls Uncovered. Okay, it has a nice little couple paragraph write-up on it. Problems. If watchers can be and still are good, are even the good ones serpentine naturally? I mean, is that just what they look like? Keep in mind the watchers are the sons of God. I still have questions about this. What's the relationship between the watchers and the sons of God and the seraphim? And the texts just aren't clear on this. And if not, what's with the serpentine thing? 1 Enoch 20 distinguishes the original watchers in the abyss or Tartarus from serpents. We saw this text. Okay, so there may be a distinction here. However, it's obvious that the fallen Nakash is serpentine and that he rules in the earth, the arts, where the watcher demons operate. So moving on, again, I realize we're covering this rapidly. Discuss a little bit between the relationship of Genesis 3 and Genesis 6. Again, the issue is the seed of the Nakash. Are the seed of the Nakash literally the watchers in Genesis 6? We talked about this in my Genesis 6 presentation. Since we have a fall in Genesis 3 initiated by a divine being, another fall from grace initiated by divine beings in Genesis 6, are they related? The problem is the biblical text never explicitly says that, but Jewish writers did connect them after the at a certain point in their time. Jewish writers disagree, but let's just go through this as quickly as we can. Up until the 1st century AD, the events were unrelated by Jewish writers. In fact, most Jewish writers saw Genesis 6, not Genesis 3, as the introduction of evil into the human race. They didn't have a concept of a fall. By the way, if you're familiar with the Old Testament, I think it's noteworthy that if this is really a fall into moral guilt, if that's really the point of the passage, I'd like to know why Genesis 3 is never brought up again in the Hebrew Bible. I mean, nobody ever refers to it, but this idea, really picked up speed in Jewish circles. We're dealing with a loss of immortality. Again, that's my own position rather than moral guilt. It's really apart from what we're doing here to talk about what constitutes the need of atonement, the need of redemption, and we can talk about that later. But again, there's a lack of an explicit connection. You do have some relationships here. Let's just describe a few. In 1 Enoch 69, that text describes one of the angels this way. The third angel was named Gadriel. He it is who showed the children of men all the blows of death and led astray Eve. Now, wait a minute. Led astray Eve. This Enoch names this one who led astray Eve Gadriel. What's with that? Showed them weapons of death, so on and so forth. Elsewhere in the book of Enoch, the angel who taught humankind warfare was Azazel, and he has nothing to do with Eve. So the Jewish texts are going to disagree. They're just as confused about the connection as we still are today. There's just no certainty here. The discrepancy is an indication of the nature of the book of Enoch. Enoch itself is a composite text, so is there a direct relationship or not? We don't necessarily know that. However, we could say this. You could argue this way. Since this text is the first to link the being who deceived Eve with the Genesis 6 episode, that text in Enoch, it's the first time you see them definitely linked. You have these two named, Gadriel, Azazel, the well-known leader of the Watchers to the Jewish readers, is put back into the garden as though he were the Nakash. So what they're doing here is they're looking at the Watcher story, and they're obviously, in Jewish thinking, evil. And they think, well, surely, these guys are so bad. You could say maybe they're serpentine. In the Jewish mind of the people at Qumran, people in the intertestamental period, they thought, well, surely one of these guys, maybe the leader of the Watchers, was probably the being who caused Eve to fall. They're frankly just guessing here. But this is what they're believing. This is what they're saying. And in creating that link, the later writers also link the sexual sin of Genesis 6 with what happened between Eve and the serpent. I point this out because of people like Gardner. There's a reason why later rabbis came up with this idea that Eve fell. She's in a perfect environment. She's sinless. She fell, though, or she committed some atrocity. And they say that the only way to explain this is to have this third person, this third being, the serpent, the Nakash, whatever. They began to argue and speculate, and soon their speculation became doctrine in some Jewish circles, that Eve and the serpent had sex, cohabited, and then that was the fall. The text never says that. You never actually find a text that does, but again, they're trying to understand, they're trying to link the two chapters. And Gardner and other Gnosticism has this view in its classic form. I've already been through this thing about Gardner, so I'm going to skip this here. He tries to prove that the Bible actually teaches this by quoting Genesis 4:1, which he quotes as saying, I have gotten a man from the Lord. Chava is Eve. Of course, the problem with that is he deletes 2/3 of the verse for his readers. He only quotes from here over. This part says, and she said, I have conceived a man, I have obtained a man, which Gardner wants to translate with the Lord, she's having sex with the Lord. So not only does he delete the first 2/3 of the verse, but he also assumes that Yahweh here, the Lord, is the serpent, is Satan. Again, he's thinking in purely Gnostic terms here. Which is the arrow is pointing to, is a particle. And it can mean with, but most of the time it's silent. It marks the direct object in a sentence and is not even translated. But you have to tell by context. And unfortunate for you, if you're reading Gardner, he deletes the context for you. Here's the part of the verse he deletes. Now Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain. And she said, I have acquired a man from the Lord, not with the Lord, like you're having sex with the Lord, but she's saying, God's given me a son. It's very clear. The text is very clear. Adam is knowing Eve, very common sexual euphemism in the Hebrew Bible. So Gardner just deliberately misquotes the verse. But anyway, you have two options as far as the relationship of the seed of the Nakash. Remember, I will put enmity between your seed and the seed of the woman in Genesis 3, and the sons of God. You can either have direct lineal children, direct genetic link, or a representative. And you know from my other session that I don't think the biblical text takes the first view. There's no text that says the serpent, the Nakash, actually fathered anything or anyone or any being. Okay, so the biblical view you're really driven to is that the seed of the Nakash is any being, divine or human, any evil doer who acts in agreement with the Nakash's purposes. And this is the way the Bible sort of uses the phrase. In Isaiah 14:29, the stock of the snake, literally the root of the Nakash, is, again, speaking of Assyria, and the next conqueror, Babylon. These are just evildoers who hate the people of God, and so they get associated with the serpent, with the Nakash. Phrases like, your father the devil, you brood of vipers. This is the way the biblical text uses the idea. And so the seed of the Nakash, I think, are just evildoers who oppose God's plan. Now in Genesis 6, you have the attempted corruption of the Messianic line. The seed of the Nakash trying to do that. Remember the text in Jubilees that we quoted that specifically says, again, this isn't a Christian idea, this is a Jewish idea. The text in Jubilees that I had in Jubilees 5 specifically said that the reason that the Watchers came down and cohabited with human women was to pollute them. Okay, just point blank. And that was the way that the Jews understood it. So again, recalling our discussion of the Nakash and the judgment of the rebellious divine being in Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14, one text in Enoch that may link that being to Genesis 6's Watchers thematically, is that Jubilee text. Now, here's kind of a summary of where we're at. Both the Nakash and the original Watchers inhabit the abyss. Inhabit's kind of a generous word because they're imprisoned there. Both had humanity targeted for destruction. Both the Nakash and the second generation Watchers are described as serpentine. Both the Nakash and the second generation Watchers are free to roam the earth. If Watcher refers to throne guardians, both are spoken of in those terms too. Both have transformative powers in terms of being able to change their appearance. And again, an even tighter summary, the sons of God and Watchers are the sons of the high God and have high standing in the council, but they become evil prior to the flood. There were 200 of them according to Enoch, at least one text. They father giants who are divine human hybrids. They inhabit the netherworld and they're serpentine. Now the question is, what about the Anunnaki? Are any of those things associated with the Anunnaki? Is there a correlation between them and the Watchers, the sons of God? The name Anunnaki, let's start here. Contrary to what Sitchin says, the word Anunnaki does not mean they who from heaven came. He's in the ballpark, but he wants the came part because he has the Anunnaki as ET gods from another planet. Rather, the word means the gods on high or princely offspring or seed. Now, I'm going to show you this. Again, I try to do this because I want you to know I'm not making it up. This is the most current Sumerian dictionary. Unfortunately, only the first 3 volumes are published. It's still in process. You ain't going to see it anytime soon. Because as I showed you with the other Chicago Assyrian dictionary, these people must just be on something. Okay? Because they literally, when they construct a dictionary, they want to give you the word meaning, the possible word meanings, and they literally want to list every blasted tablet that the word occurs in. And that takes a lot of time. So I wish they wouldn't be so exacting, but I guess in some regards I'm glad it is, that they are that way. This is the Sumerian dictionary from the University of Pennsylvania. I went here for one of my degrees, and the project had been started by that time. This is the entry for Anunnaki. Now, Anunnaki, if you can make this out, generally means princely seed. Okay, and it's used of people, royal seed. So it just means, the offspring of someone who's a king or kingly or royal. But it also does mean down here a group of gods. So it can mean either. But it doesn't mean they who from heaven came, i.e. in spaceships. Recall from the Nephilim lecture that the biblical sons of God are also the sons of the Most High. Biblical sons of God are over the nations. They're called princes. Now, in their high estate, the Anunnaki acted as judges. They decree the fates. If you were here for the panspermia lecture, I quoted out DrMSH, those who administer fates administer destinies. The Anunnaki then are divine judges. This is parallel to Psalm 82, where the sons of God were criticized for being bad judges. Same role. Okay, so there's a point of correlation. In the Babylonian primeval epic of Atrahasis, all the gods of the divine council are referred to as the sons of Anu. Now, Anu was the high god, so they're the sons of the high god, sons of the Most High. Again, this is a correlation between the biblical sons of God and the Anunnaki. There are strong parallels here. As a sidebar, since the Anunnaki are the sons of Anu, the high god, they are completely divine in Mesopotamian religion. They are not hybrids. They are not the Nephilim. I don't know why. Well, I do know why Sitchin does this, but it's just so. I mean, it's just a blunder. That's the only way I can describe it. I don't. He just wants this equation because he thinks this is the, coming down in rockets or something. So he's wrong on linguistic grounds not only, but he's also wrong in Mesopotamia. They're completely divine. They're not hybrids, but that's a minor point. The Anunnaki, curiously enough, are demoted in Mesopotamian religion. In Mesopotamian text, you actually have conflicting descriptions of the Anunnaki. Some texts have the Anunnaki as being gods of the highest rank. Under Anu, they're his sons. At the very beginning of Atrahasis, they're the gods who make the other gods, the Igigi, work in forced labor. This is all the more significant when you understand, again, Mesopotamian cosmography. And the main English source here is Horowitz, Mesopotamian Cosmic Geography. It's a great resource. He covers every term in every text in cuneiform that has to do with any part of the heavens or anything like that. It's just a wonderful source. There are 3 levels, different abodes: on high, earth, and the abyss. But in the Mesopotamian version, there were also 3 levels in heaven. Anu reigned in the highest level. The next tier down was the seat of Marduk, who was surrounded by the celestial gods. Part of this comes from Batero, religion in ancient Mesopotamia. The Igigi. So the Anunnaki would have ranked higher than the Igigi with their father Anu. The lowest heaven was for the stars and the constellations. Now, at some point in Mesopotamian religion, and we are not told why, the Anunnaki were demoted. Eventually, they were consigned to the netherworld, believe it or not. Jean Batero, an expert in Mesopotamian religion, puts it this way: the Anunnaki were the most powerful, the most eminent, in some way the upper class and chiefs of others. At the very beginning of Atrahasis, these high-level gods make others work. Those who worked were the Igigi. Later, we aren't told why, the situation was reversed, and the latter represented the celestial gods, whereas the Anunnaki became the gods who resided in the netherworld. They did something, for some reason, they were sent to hell, to be pretty blunt about it. They became known in later texts as the infernal gods, since they were sent to the lowest region of the netherworld, where human ghosts stayed after death. The descent of Ishtar is where you'll find this phrasing. In the netherworld, the Anunnaki judged. So they still do the judging. They still do judging here. They judged the Etemu, or that's literally death spirit, to confirm each of the dead's entrance into the Mesopotamian netherworld and hell. Are you getting the picture here? Okay, we have beings who, in the Hebrew Bible, inhabit the netherworld where the Rephaim are, the spirits of the dead, the bad place, and so on and so forth. Again, you have connections with the Watchers who are consigned there. Even the second successive generations of Watchers, according to Enoch, they're allowed to roam around on earth as demons, but they are also the inhabitants of the netherworld, of Sheol, of Tartarus, of hell. The number of the Anunnaki is interesting. Again, this is not an exact correlation, but it's just kind of interesting, so I throw it out here. The number of Anunnaki is inconsistent in Mesopotamian texts. One tradition has 600 in the netherworld, 300 in heaven. There's the reference. So like the Watchers, there are fallen and unfallen Anunnaki. Another tradition, believe it or not, has 200, which corresponds to the number of fallen Watchers in at least one Enoch tradition. But since it's inconsistent, you shouldn't press the correspondence. Is there a sexual element with what the Anunnaki are or do? It's pretty obvious that the central concern in Genesis 6:1-4 is the sexual cohabitation. Many scholars have argued there's no such thing in the Mesopotamian version, despite all the other parallels to the biblical account, between the accounts. But one cuneiform scholar has recently put forth a challenge to this idea. This is 2002, so this is a new article from the Scandinavian Journal of the Old Testament. Kronvig argues, and she also has produced a major work on the roots of apocalyptic and specifically apocalyptic literature in Enoch to Mesopotamia. So she's certainly in the ballpark here with the kind of things we're thinking about. In the Atrahasis account of human creation, there's emphasis placed on the antediluvian, that means before the flood. The antediluvian humans brought about by a divine conception. Now, the divine conception here, you actually have the phrase, the sons of Anki. These beings, the sons of Anki, are considered a fusion of divine flesh and blood with clay. In Anki's speech just prior to the creation of these people or beings, he utters a line that includes his, Anki's, interpretation of what's going to happen. He says, both God and man, let them be mixed together in clay. The very first line of Atrahasis has this theme as well, when the gods were human. It's a controversial phrase. Some scholars, not everybody, I'm going to be honest with you, says that the point of this phrase is this, that God and man are mixed, that they're sort of interchanged. Although the Anunnaki are not the ones running the mixer in Atrahasis, they're not the ones who actually, again, I don't know why Sitchin says that they're the ones who do the genetic engineering. It's very clear that Nintu is doing this. The Anunnaki are just standing there watching. But Atrahasis has them approving the process and watching the outcome. The points. Atrahasis does in fact have hybridized human beings. Note the Nephilim are called men in Genesis, but they are half men, half divine. Created by a god, so Atrahasis has hybridized human beings created by a god, in this case Nintu, with the approval of the sons of God, the sons of Anu. This action, since it results in a huge population increase, Genesis 6:1 also points to that, precipitates the flood. While the correlation is not complete, it is analogous at least. And finally, what about the serpentine features? Unfortunately, there's no direct evidence that the Anunnaki were serpentine in appearance. Some Sitchin supporters use the Ubaid figurines as proof of this, and here's one of them. These were found at El Ubaid. You can look this up in a book on Mesopotamian art, which is where I got this picture here. It has some reptilian features to it, serpentine perhaps. Unfortunately, and you by now you know that I would think it would be really neat if the Anunnaki were described as serpentine, but unfortunately none of these figurines have any inscriptions on them at all. We have no idea who the artist was depicting. He doesn't tell us. And there's no text that makes a serpentine connection with the Anunnaki. So it's just purely speculation or a guess to say, well, this is what the Anunnaki look like. Well, that's nice, prove it. There's just nothing that says that. But then again, the biblical sons of God and watchers prior to judgment aren't described that way either. We might take 4Q Amram as saying this is what the second generation watchers look like, but that's only speculation as well. It's only after the original offenders are imprisoned, the one text is 4Q Amram, that we actually read that description. But it does bring up an interesting possibility. The first few lines of Atrahasis have the number of the Anunnaki as 7. Again, another discrepancy with the other numbers. There's all sorts of numbers here. Some deity lists of gods in the netherworld list a subgroup of gods that are associated with serpents or serpent demons. Now, this is all Mesopotamian stuff. There are 7 such gods that are serpentine. So you see the number 7, 7. Maybe the 7 gods, the 7 Anunnaki, who are a subgroup of gods in the netherworld, maybe they're serpentine. Who knows? It's speculation. The article for this is Wigerman, Trans-Tigridian Snake Gods in Sumerian Gods and Their Representations. Again, it's just a speculative connection. So that is what I wanted to say about the Anunnaki. Let me conclude with this. I think what we can say with security is that it is very possible, it's very possible that, again, according to Jewish traditions, that the sons of God, the Watchers, who cohabit with human women in Genesis 6 and in a whole bunch of other Jewish texts, it's possible that they could have had a serpentine appearance. There's only one text that even suggests that. It's 4Q Amram, and it doesn't describe the Genesis 6 incident. It just says that the Watcher who spoke to me looked this way. It's a weak correlation, but it nevertheless is there, so it's a possibility. And it is also possible that those beings who are condemned to inhabit the abyss and the netherworld, hell as we know it, and their offspring, the giants, the Rephaim, so on and so forth, who also wind up in hell, that they are the Anunnaki. I can't stand here and say that I think that correlation is tight. All I can say is that there's some analogous evidence for it, and we'll have to leave it at that. Let me close this. Are we going to take any Q&A, or are we going to quit? What was that?
It's totally up to you. They can ready for the panel discussion tomorrow.
What time is it?
12 o'clock.
Is Daryl here?
Yeah, he is.
Okay. My druthers is to quit. Okay, so write up your questions because I have a meeting with that guy right there. Thanks a lot.